Section 16 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The final report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 9. 8. Return of the Hughes Contribution. George P. Shultz, Secretary of the Treasury, received a sensitive and confidential memo from Johnny M. Walters, Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, on February 23, 1973. The purpose of this memo was to alert Secretary Shultz that the IRS investigative team had concluded that there was a need to interview Charles B.B. Rebozo. Shultz sent this information to John Ehrlichman. In this memo, Walters explained that the IRS had received testimony from Richard Danner about a political contribution Danner made on behalf of Howard Hughes to Rebozo. While the IRS had received this testimony from Danner on May 15, 1972, a formal request to interview Rebozo was not made until February 23, 1973, 10 months later. Although field agents of the IRS had requested permission to interview Rebozo as early as the summer of 1972, these requests were not authorized until April of 1973. According to Walters, this delay resulted from a policy decision that he and other top-ranking officials within the IRS made during the summer of 1972. The IRS had concluded that in an effort to conduct business as free of politics as possible, all matters that were politically sensitive would be postponed until after the 1972 elections. When requests were made to interview Rebozo during the summer of 1972, these requests were postponed by Walters personally in accordance with the above policy. Requests from the IRS field agents to interview Rebozo came to Walters on a continuing basis. On February 22, 1973, after the elections, Johnny Walters discussed these requests with William Simon, who at that time was Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. Simon suggested that Walters compose a memo for Secretary Shultz, informing him of the need the IRS had to interview Rebozo. According to Walters, Simon told him that Secretary Shultz would be meeting with President Nixon later that day in Camp David, and the IRS's request to interview Rebozo could be brought to the president's attention during this meeting. At the time, the IRS wanted to talk with Rebozo only to verify information with regard to whether he had received $100,000 from Danner. Walters stated that the purpose of this memo was not to ask for permission, but merely to alert the administration that Rebozo was to be interviewed by the IRS. Walters emphasized, however, that the request to interview Rebozo would be postponed until Walters himself received the go-ahead from Secretary Shultz. As of March 8, 1973, Walters still had not heard from Shultz concerning his request to interview Rebozo. Walters, therefore, spoke again with Simon to emphasize the need to interview Rebozo. Walters finally received approval from Shultz on April 7, 1973. Although Walters did not officially inform the White House of the IRS interest in Rebozo until February of 1973, the White House actually had received this information as early as the spring of 1972. Sometime between March and June of 1972, a sensitive case report which mentioned the names of Don Nixon, Charles B.B. Rebozo, Larry O'Brien, and others involved in the Hughes investigation was brought to John Ehrlichman's attention by Roger Barth, who was an assistant to the Commissioner of the IRS. Barth, in fact, provided a copy of the sensitive case report to Ehrlichman. Barth testified that Ehrlichman requested to be kept informed as the case progressed and expressed specific interest in Larry O'Brien's involvement. Ehrlichman recalls that he was continually receiving sensitive case reports concerning the Hughes investigation, but that he did not tell Rebozo of the IRS interest in Rebozo until Barth requested him to do so. After Walters received a go-ahead from Schultz concerning the IRS request to interview Rebozo, Walters asked Barth to notify Rebozo of this. Before notifying Rebozo, however, Barth first spoke with Ehrlichman to get his approval of this matter. Ehrlichman has testified that when the sensitive case report came over, it came over with a note from Barth saying that I need to talk to you about this, and so I immediately called him, and he said at that time, I need to have a green light on interviews of Rebozo. I said, okay, I think it is from my standpoint indicated. I will give you the green light if you are satisfied with that. According to Barth, he met with Ehrlichman, and Ehrlichman showed him a copy of Walters' February 23, 1973 memo. Ehrlichman asked Barth if Rebozo was in trouble, and Barth explained that as far as he knew, this was just a third-party interview and that the IRS was not planning to do an audit or criminal investigation of Rebozo. With these assurances, Barth has testified that Ehrlichman approved the interview. Ehrlichman has testified that because of the close relationship between Rebozo and the president, Barth was reluctant to call Rebozo directly. Ehrlichman, therefore, agreed to call Rebozo. Shortly after Rebozo was informed by Ehrlichman that the IRS wanted to interview him, Rebozo began to make a concerted effort to return the $100,000. Rebozo testified that in March and April he attempted to contact Richard Danner to arrange for the return of the contribution. Danner, however, does not recall any contacts between Rebozo and himself concerning the return of this money until May 1973. While Rebozo discussed his decision to return Hughes's contribution with various people, including the president, Rebozo has testified that the ultimate decision to return the money was his alone. Rebozo testified that after Hughes left Nevada in November 1970 and fired Mayhew, Rebozo became very apprehensive about the Hughes contribution. So as time went on, Rebozo, just thought it better not to use that money for the 1972 campaign and try to see if things cleared up, and to hold it for the 1974 or 1976, some point where I could turn it over to the properly appointed authority. But matters went from bad to worse with the Hughes organization. Rebozo was also very concerned that this Hughes contribution would be disclosed, and then any association between Nixon's 1972 campaign and Howard Hughes would be a source of embarrassment to the president, as it had in his 1960 campaign. Rebozo testified that, I didn't want to risk even the remotest embarrassment of Hughes's connection with Nixon. I was convinced that the Hughes loan to Don Nixon cost the president the 1960 election and didn't help him in 1962 in California. Although Rebozo claimed that dramatic organizational changes within the Hughes organization caused him concern, he made no effort to discuss this in the context of the contribution with Danner or any other Hughes employee, nor did he seek advice from any administration or campaign officials. Finally, when Ehrlichman told Rebozo that he was going to be interviewed by the IRS, Rebozo began to make a concerted effort to return the money. Although Rebozo said the contribution was for President Nixon, he had been hopeful that this campaign contribution could be used in 1974 or 1976. Now, with the IRS requesting to interview him, Rebozo decided that the money could not be used for any campaign purposes, and that the best course of action would be to return it. Rebozo has testified that he discussed the Hughes contribution with the president on 2 occasions prior to its return. The first conversation took place in Key Biscayne sometime after the 1972 presidential election. During this conversation, Rebozo has stated that he explained the whole picture to President Nixon. Rebozo testified that he could not recall what the president's reaction was to this information, but stated that President Nixon did not offer any advice about whether or not the money should be returned. Rebozo's second conversation with President Nixon was in March or April 1973. This discussion occurred after Ehrlichman had told Rebozo that the IRS would be interviewing him. Rebozo has testified that during his second conversation with the president, Rebozo told him that he had decided to return the Hughes contribution, and that President Nixon agreed with his decision. Rebozo has testified that the next conversation which he had was with Herb Kalmbach on April 30, 1973. The Senate Select Committee has interviewed Rebozo 3 times and also questioned him in a 2-day executive session. While Rebozo, in each of his sessions with the committee, spoke freely about his conversation with Kalmbach on April 30, 1973, he never once asserted that his conversation related in any manner to information which he later claimed was protected by the attorney-client privilege. Rebozo has testified that while he was in the West Wing of the White House on the morning of April 30, 1973, he ran into Kalmbach in the halls. According to Rebozo, their meeting was not arranged and Rebozo was not seeking Kalmbach's advice. Rebozo testified that, "I think it was just a general discussion. You see, Kalmbach and I have numerous discussions, naturally on the San Clemente interest. He and I worked on the Yorba Linda House and Whittier property. We talked about things like that. I believe I told him about the Hughes contribution. He had been involved in fundraising and it wasn't going to be any secret. I guess I just felt the key people should know about it." During an interview with the Senate Select Committee on October 17, 1973, Rebozo stated that he did not ask Kalmbach for any advice or counsel concerning the return of the money, because by April 30, 1973, the decision was already made. If I did ask, it was just for his opinion. As I recall, the part about the Hughes money was just an irrelevant part of the conversation. During an executive session on March 20-21, 1974, Rebozo testified that on April 30, 1973, he did ask Kalmbach for his judgment, and Kalmbach told him he thought Rebozo should give it back. Rebozo does not recall discussing this topic again with Kalmbach. Kalmbach was also questioned on 3 occasions by the committee concerning his meeting with Rebozo on April 30, 1973. In each of these sessions with the committee, Kalmbach responded to specific questions about this meeting and indicated that it related to discussions concerning the refinancing of San Clemente and the issue of whether the $100,000 was used in the purchase of San Clemente. During these first 3 interviews with the committee, Kalmbach never asserted an attorney-client privilege concerning his meeting with Rebozo on April 30, 1973. On a 4th and 5th occasion, in an interview on March 8, 1974, and an executive session on March 21, 1974, Kalmbach for the first time refused to testify with regard to this specific conversation because of attorney-client privilege. Senator Ervin, however, on March 21, 1974, ruled that, based on the above-described testimony of Rebozo, he and Kalmbach had not entered into a valid attorney-client relationship. Because of the significance of Kalmbach's testimony pursuant to Senator Ervin's instructions, it is set out at length as follows. Sometime during the week of April 23, 1973, Bibi Rebozo called me at my office in Newport Beach, I think he was calling from Key Biscayne, and told me he had a matter he wanted to discuss with me, and asked when I would be next in the East. I told him I too had some items I wanted to go over with him, and that I was scheduled to be deposed in Washington at 10 a.m. Monday, April 30th, and perhaps we could meet sometime during my 1 or 2 day stay in the capital. Rebozo said he would be in Washington over the weekend and suggested that we get together Sunday evening, April 29th. At about 7:30 on Monday morning, April 30th, I took a cab from the Madison to the Pennsylvania Avenue front gate entrance of the White House. The person on the desk called BB and announced my arrival, and within 5 or 10 minutes he came out and met me. He decided we should use the fish room, which is just off the lobby. We went together and sat in the corner nearest the door. After we had spent 10 or 15 minutes covering various points, BB went into the matter he wanted to discuss. BB said the president had asked him to speak to me about this problem and not Maurice Stans. He said he had personally received $100,000 in campaign contributions from Dick Danner, representing Howard Hughes. He said that he had received 2 cash contributions of $50,000 each in 1969 and 1970. He said that the IRS had scheduled a meeting with him on this very subject, which would be held 2 or 3 weeks hence. He said that he had disbursed part of these funds to Rose Woods, to Don Nixon, to Ed Nixon, and to unnamed others during the intervening years, and that he was now asking for my counsel on how to handle the problem. In response to my questions, he reiterated that the money had been given to him as a contribution by Hughes, and that the expenditures he had made to the several individuals, including Rose and the president's 2 brothers, had come from the Hughes cash. I then said that my advice was that he should get the best tax lawyer he could find and give him not only the entire story, but also the balance of the Hughes cash for return to Hughes, and a list of everyone to whom he had given money from these funds, to which list should be attached whatever backup could be obtained to show the use to which the funds had been put by the recipients. I said that he and his attorney should then lay the facts of the matter out exactly to the IRS. In reply to my advice, BB expressed grave reservations about doing so, for the stated reason that this touches the president and the president's family, and I just can't do anything to add to his problems at this time, Herb. I then said I would like to check the validity of my advice with Stanley Ebner, who I identified as the then general counsel at OMB in the White House, indicating further that Stan had been counsel to Maurice Stans's finance committee during the 1972 campaign, and that he had begun his duties with Stans after the new finance law took effect on April 7, 1972. BB was very queasy about me talking to anyone about this matter, and I assured him I would not mention his name to Stan and would talk to him only on a hypothetical basis. Finally, BB agreed, and we said goodbye to each other after agreeing to meet the next morning at 8:30 in the lobby of the West Wing of the White House. Immediately after BB and I parted, I used the phone in the lobby and called Stan at his office in the Executive Office Building. I found him in, and in response to my request for a few minutes of his time, he suggested that I come right over. I went over to Stan's office about 9 o'clock, and after a very brief exchange of amenities, I asked him to let me check my judgment against his as to a special situation that had arisen. I then recounted the facts as earlier expressed to me by BB. Stan agreed completely with what I had advised BB and expressed himself that he could not see any other course. I again met BB the next morning. I arrived by cab from the Madison and was in the lobby around 8:30. When BB came out to see me, I remember that we wandered around the lobby floor looking for a private meeting place. Finally, with Rose Woods along, we went into a small room on the ground floor of the West Wing. Rose left us, and we sat down behind a closed door. I began recounting my visit to Stan, including his confirmation of my suggested course of conduct for Bibi to follow. Before I had completely finished, Bibi cut short any further discussion of the matter with a somewhat baffling comment that he saw no problem, but he thanked me for my thoughts. Our entire conversation that Tuesday morning did not last longer than 15 or 20 minutes, and I recall that I left the White House around 9 a.m. Ebner has stated that he did meet briefly with Kalmbach on April 30th, 1973. Ebner recalls that Kalmbach discussed a hypothetical situation at that time. Ebner cannot recall specific hypothetical facts furnished to him, since Kalmbach apparently discussed hypothetical situations with him on a number of occasions. In a sworn affidavit, James O'Connor, Kalmbach's attorney, stated that following the meeting with Rebozo, Kalmbach immediately told O'Connor all the details of this meeting, including the fact that Rebozo had disbursed some of the $100,000 Hughes campaign contribution to Rosemary Woods and the Nixon brothers. In October 1973, after Kalmbach was interviewed by the committee, O'Connor dictated a brief memo to his secretary, Margaret Blakely, which he then asked her to read over the telephone to Rebozo. The purpose of this memo was to inform Rebozo that Kalmbach had acknowledged to the Senate Select Committee that he had met with Rebozo on April 30th, 1973, that he had testified that the prime purpose of the meeting was to review certain matters involving the president's personal affairs, and indicated that Kalmbach had not given any additional information concerning this meeting to the committee. On January 26, 1974, O'Connor once again asked his secretary to call Rebozo and tell him that if Kalmbach was pressed as to any details of a conversation between himself and Rebozo on April 30, 1973 and or May 1, 1973, that he would state that the discussions were pursuant to the attorney-client relationship. Margaret Blakely has also provided a sworn affidavit to the committee that on 2 occasions she was requested by O'Connor to contact Rebozo. According to Blakely, both O'Connor and Kalmbach felt it best if she contacted Rebozo rather than either of them, and that if Rebozo had any questions, she would attempt to get the answers for him. During her first conversation with Rebozo in October 1973, she was simply advising him that Mr. Kalmbach was asked on October 12th by Mr. Lenzner to furnish the number and location of all bank accounts in the name of the president and on which he was a signatory, that Mr. Kalmbach was concerned about any possible violation of the attorney-client privilege, that Mr. Kalmbach was questioned by the Special Prosecutor's Office and by Mr. Lenzner on October 11th and 12th as to a meeting on April 30th with Mr. Rebozo, and Mr. Kalmbach had acknowledged that the meeting took place at or about that time. Mr. Kalmbach further advised both investigative bodies that the prime purpose of the meeting was to review certain matters involving the president's personal affairs, including the sale of the Whittier property and the refinancing of the San Clemente property, among other things, and that Mr. Kalmbach was disturbed about reports that campaign funds were used in the acquisition of the San Clemente property. Blakely's second conversation with Rebozo was on January 25, 1974. At this time, she told him, "If Mr. Kalmbach is pressed as to any details of a conversation between himself and Mr. Rebozo on April 30th and or May 1st, he, of course, would have to tell the truth. That in the unlikely event he is pressed on this matter, he will, of course, state that these discussions were pursuant to the attorney-client relationship and therefore subject to the attorney-client privilege." Blakely indicated that during both of her conversations with Rebozo, he made no comment and had no questions. Although Rebozo has denied any other conversations with Kalmbach concerning this matter, Kalmbach has testified that, A third meeting was held with Beebe on Tuesday morning, January 8, 1974. He and I had talked by telephone once or twice after he arrived in San Clemente to be with the president during his stay in California. Never at any time during these telephone conversations did Beebe mention, directly or indirectly, our discussions in the White House on April 30th and May 1st. Finally, he called and asked me to meet with him on Tuesday, January 8th. I agreed to meet him at 8:30 in the morning at the mess in the Western White House. On that date, when I arrived at the gate, the guard told me that Mr. Rebozo had left word that I should proceed directly to the guest house in the living compound. This I did, and arrived at the guest house, which is directly across a court from the president's quarters, at 8:30. When I entered the guest house, Beebe told me the reason he had switched our meeting place was because he had learned that a great number of the press were over at the offices, and we would be afforded greater privacy within the compound. Our meeting lasted for about 1 hour and 15 minutes and ranged across a number of subjects. At one point, somewhat near the end of the meeting, Rebozo said words to me to the effect that, "Undoubtedly, Herb, I've not told you that after you and I talked last spring regarding the Hughes money, I found that I had not, in fact, disbursed any of the Hughes cash to the several people I named. When I went to the safe deposit box, I found that the wrappers around the cash had not been disturbed, and so it was clear that no part of this money had been used during the several years it was in my box." I didn't make any comment at all to Beebe when he made this statement, other than to acknowledge what he had said. We then went on to other items on the agenda, and I left him around 9:45 and drove up to Los Angeles. End of Section 16. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Section 17 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 10. In late April or early May 1973, Rebozo called William E. Griffin and asked Griffin to fly to Florida to discuss a problem that Rebozo had. Rebozo did not indicate what the problem was, except that he had something he wanted to discuss with Griffin that was very important. Griffin met with Rebozo in Florida on May 3, 1973, where Rebozo told him for the first time of the Hughes $100,000 campaign contribution. According to Griffin, Rebozo told him that he had received two $50,000 cash campaign contributions from Richard Danner. These contributions were made in 1969 and 1970. Rebozo also explained to Griffin that he had maintained the $100,000 in a safe deposit box and that he still had the identical bills which Danner had earlier given to him. Rebozo's concern at this time was how he should handle the matter with the IRS. Griffin testified that he did not offer any advice to Rebozo during the May 3, 1973 meeting because he wanted an opportunity to research certain problem areas which he felt Rebozo may have had concerning his retention of the $100,000. Griffin stated he told Rebozo he was concerned with problems of unreported income, gift tax, campaign statutes, and the election statutes. Griffin testified he could recall that Rebozo stressed that the bills in his safe deposit box were the exact same bills he received from a Hughes representative in 1969 and 1970. Griffin testified he returned to New York to do some research for Rebozo. In early May 1973, Griffin met again with Rebozo at Key Biscayne. Griffin testified he told Rebozo that he should immediately obtain an independent individual who could act on Rebozo's behalf to count the money, identify the bills, verify that the money was in a safe deposit box, and that this individual should arrange for the return of the money. Rebozo, according to Griffin, accepted his advice and asked Griffin if he could act on Rebozo's behalf. Griffin declined because of his close association with Robert Abplanalp, who was also a very close friend of the president's. Griffin felt that any representation made on Rebozo's behalf would be tainted with partisanship. According to Rebozo, he did not discuss the return of the Hughes contribution with William Griffin. Rebozo, however, did not recall ever asking Griffin to act in Rebozo's behalf to facilitate the return of the money, nor could Rebozo recall any specific advice Griffin offered to him concerning the need for an independent third party to arrange for the return of the money. Rebozo does recall that Griffin did some research for him and then later advised Rebozo to turn the money back. On May 10, 1973, Rebozo was interviewed by IRS agents Donald Skelton and Albert Keeney. The agents explained to Rebozo that they were investigating the Hughes Tool Company, Robert A. Maheu, John Mayer, and other people associated with the Hughes Association, and that their purpose of interviewing Rebozo was to verify some information that they had received concerning a campaign contribution which had allegedly been given to Rebozo by Richard Danner. Rebozo told the agents that he had, in fact, accepted a contribution from Richard Danner and that he still had the money in a safe deposit box. According to the IRS, Rebozo stated that the only persons who knew of the Hughes contribution were Rebozo and the agents. Rebozo also told the IRS that he had considered contacting Danner in an effort to return the money, but did not do so because he feared additional publicity. Rebozo has testified that he cannot recall when he first told Danner that he wanted to return the money, but stated he believed he told him in March or April 1973. Rebozo, however, later testified that it was not until after his May 10, 1973 interview with the IRS that he actually tried to contact Danner and ask him to take the money back. Danner has stated that he met with Rebozo in Las Vegas, April 1973, but that this meeting was purely social. According to Danner, there were no discussions about the return of the Hughes contribution at this time. Danner has testified that he specifically recalls the first conversation he ever had with Rebozo concerning this matter took place over the weekend of May 18th to 20th, 1973. Rebozo also recalls meeting with Danner at this time and discussing the return of the Hughes contribution. During an executive session with the committee, Rebozo testified as follows concerning his May 18th to 20th, 1973 meeting with Danner. 1. Over the weekend of May 18th to 20th, 1973, Rebozo stayed at the Madison Hotel where he met with Danner and discussed the return of the Hughes contribution. 2. According to Rebozo, both he and Danner were in Washington to attend some social function, but Rebozo cannot remember what it was. Rebozo did not request Danner to come to Washington. 3. In addition to discussing the return of the Hughes contribution, Rebozo and Danner also discussed the political feelings on the West Coast concerning Watergate. 4. Rebozo left Washington on May 19, 1973 to join President Nixon at Camp David. On May 20, 1973, Rebozo invited Danner to come to Camp David and discuss with the president what the political feelings were on the West Coast. Rebozo arranged for a White House limousine to pick Danner up and drive him to Camp David. 5. Danner met with Rebozo for approximately 1/2 hour before the president joined them. Prior to the president's arrival, Danner and Rebozo discussed the return of the Hughes contribution. Throughout the weekend, Danner refused to accept the return of the Hughes contribution, but promised Rebozo he would talk to his superiors and arrange for it to be returned. 6. The president joined Danner and Rebozo in Rebozo's cabin at Camp David and remained with them for approximately 5 to 10 minutes. During their conversation, there was no mention of the return of the Hughes contribution. The only subject which Danner discussed with President Nixon was the political mood on the West Coast concerning Watergate. 7. After the president left, Danner and Rebozo visited for a short while and then Danner returned to Washington. 8. On May 18, 1973, Danner, Rebozo, and Mr. and Mrs. Abplanalp flew to the Adirondack fisheries in Abplanalp's private jet and had lunch. After lunch, Danner and Rebozo returned to Washington. While they were with Abplanalp, there was no discussion whatsoever concerning the Hughes contribution. Danner testified as follows concerning his May 18th to 20th, 1973 meeting with Rebozo. 1. Danner met with Rebozo in Washington during the weekend of May 18th to 20th, 1973, at Rebozo's specific request that he do so. 2. Danner met with Rebozo at the Madison Hotel, and during this meeting, Rebozo told him for the first time that he wanted to return the $100,000 Hughes contribution. This information came as a complete surprise to Danner. 3. Danner refused to take the money back because he felt it wasn't his money to accept. Danner promised Rebozo that he would take the necessary inquiries to determine who the money should be properly returned to. During this weekend, there were extensive conversations between Danner and Rebozo concerning the return of the Hughes contribution. 4. Danner has testified that he also spoke with Rebozo about the political feelings on the West Coast concerning Watergate. Rebozo asked Danner if he would stay over and come to Camp David on the following morning. Danner agreed. 5. On May 20th, 1973, Danner met with Rebozo at Camp David and, prior to the president's arrival, discussed the return of the Hughes contribution. Danner once again refused to accept the return of the money. 6. After the president joined Danner and Rebozo in Rebozo's cabin, there were no discussions of the Hughes contribution or any other campaign contributions. During their meeting, Danner expressed to the president what the political feelings were on the West Coast. After the conversation, the president took Rebozo and Danner on a brief tour of Camp David. 7. Danner's meeting with the president and Rebozo lasted 1 to 1.5 hours. 8. After the president left, Danner and Rebozo had lunch together, and then Danner returned to Washington. 9. Danner testified that he has never discussed the Hughes contribution with President Nixon. 10. On May 18, 1973, Danner, Rebozo, and Mr. and Mrs. Abplanalp flew to the Adirondacks in Abplanalp's private jet to have lunch. While the four were together, there were no discussions concerning the Hughes campaign contribution. Deputy Press Secretary Gerald L. Warren, in a statement made to the press on January 26, 1974, stated that Mr. Danner was in Washington to talk with Mr. Rebozo and did pay a brief visit to the president at Camp David. The meeting lasted only 5 or 10 minutes, and Danner reported on the mood of the people in the West. General Haig testified that while he was not aware at the time that Danner and Rebozo met with President Nixon at Camp David on May 20, 1973, he learned of it when it became a public relations issue in the White House. Haig discussed this matter with Ron Ziegler, who informed him that the purpose of the meeting at Camp David was to enable Danner to express his support for the president at a time when the president had been under heavy attack. Ziegler stated to Haig that he had discussed this meeting with President Nixon. Haig felt confident that Ziegler was on top of the matter and had the details. Ziegler has stated that he consulted with both the president and Rebozo to confirm that the May 20, 1973 Camp David meeting was only 5 or 10 minutes long. Warren stated that Ziegler confirmed that Rebozo and Danner had met with President Nixon at Camp David for 5 or 10 minutes. Warren did not check either the Cardex or the presidential logs to determine the length of the meeting. Danner, in subsequent testimony to the Senate Select Committee, has reconfirmed his testimony that the meeting he attended with President Nixon and Rebozo lasted at least 1 hour. Abplanalp has stated that he had no knowledge of the $100,000 Hughes contribution which Rebozo received from Danner. Abplanalp recalls that he had only seen Danner 3 times in his life. The third was in May 1973. Abplanalp has never had any conversations with Danner concerning the Hughes contribution. Shortly after the May 20, 1973 Camp David meeting, Rebozo told Haig of his involvement in the Hughes contribution. This is the only conversation Rebozo recalls having with Haig concerning the Hughes contribution. Haig testified that Rebozo did tell him of the Hughes contribution and his involvement with it. Haig did not counsel Rebozo to return the money. On May 23, 1973, William Simon received a telephone call from General Haig. Haig, at this time, requested an update of information concerning the Hughes contribution, which Rebozo received. Simon recalled that this information had been given to the White House long ago, since Rebozo's name had appeared on sensitive case reports. After the time of Haig's telephone call, Simon called Don Alexander, Commissioner of the IRS, and asked for an update on the IRS investigation into Hughes' $100,000 contribution to Rebozo. Alexander immediately sent a memo to Simon, which detailed the facts of the case. After receiving this memo, Simon called General Haig to inform him that Rebozo was going to be investigated by the IRS concerning his involvement with the Hughes contribution. Simon stated that he thought this was a matter Simon should discuss with the White House counsels, Buzzhardt and Garment. After Simon's conversation with Haig on May 23, 1973, Simon testified he discussed with Len Garment the status of the IRS investigation of Rebozo. During his conversation with Garment, Simon used the memo that Alexander had previously supplied to him. According to Simon's log, he was in contact with General Haig, Len Garment, and Don Alexander on May 23, 1973. Sometime after May 23, 1973, Haig met with White House counsels Garment, Chapman Bowes, and Fred Buzzhardt to be briefed on the IRS investigation of Rebozo. This meeting took place in Haig's office. It was decided that Haig should inform the president of this investigation, since it was a matter which could be potentially embarrassing to the president. It was also decided that there should be no discussions between White House counsel and Rebozo concerning the IRS investigation. Garment suggested to Haig that Rebozo should get a qualified tax attorney, and that if Rebozo needed a recommendation, Garment would provide one. Haig testified he thereafter met with President Nixon to brief him on the IRS investigation of Rebozo. Haig told the president that the White House counsel felt that Rebozo should have a competent tax attorney and that, if necessary, they could suggest someone for him. The president told Haig to tell them to do so. It was Haig's general impression that the information he furnished President Nixon concerning the IRS investigation of Rebozo did not come as news to President Nixon. Haig stated, President Nixon just shrugged it off, and as a matter of fact, handled it with a number of ongoing problems that Haig was discussing at the time. 2 or 3 days later, Haig told President Nixon that Garment had recommended Kenneth Gemmell as a possible attorney for Rebozo. The president then told Haig to give this name to Rebozo on the following weekend when both Haig and Richard Nixon would be in Key Biscayne. On the following weekend, which would be either the last weekend in May or the first weekend in June 1973, Haig gave the name and address of Kenneth Gemmell to Rebozo. Haig testified that, at that time, Mr. Rebozo took it and said he did not know what he would do with it, but he obviously was well aware at that time of the IRS interest in the Hughes $100,000. There is no question about it. Rebozo has testified that someone in the White House suggested Kenneth Gemmell to him as a good tax attorney. I had heard of Ken Gemmell before, and I had been told when all of this business started that I would probably need Washington counsel, so I got hold of him. On June 8, 1973, Gemmell received a telephone call from Rebozo. Gemmell testified that Rebozo told him that, Garment says that I should come see you about a problem. Rebozo did not give any details to Gemmell concerning his problem at this time. He merely set up an appointment to see Gemmell on June 11, 1973. Both Gemmell and Rebozo have testified that they met on June 11, 1973, in Gemmell's Philadelphia office. During this meeting, Rebozo explained to Gemmell that he had been interviewed by 2 IRS agents concerning the $100,000 campaign contribution. Rebozo then described to Gemmell the events surrounding his acceptance of the $100,000. Gemmell has testified that at no time did Rebozo ever indicate to him that Rebozo had consulted with other lawyers. Gemmell recalled that on June 12, 1973, he also called Len Garment to tell him that Rebozo had been to see him. Gemmell recalled that Garment said, I am glad he is in good hands. You handle him as a privileged client and do not tell me anything about it. Gemmell said, I am to handle him as a privileged client, and Garment said, yes, do not tell me anything about it. And that was the end of that. General Haig recalls that during a subsequent conversation he had with Garment, Garment told him Gemmell had been contacted by Rebozo to represent him in the IRS matter. Gemmell stated that on June 18, 1973, he called Rebozo and told him that he and Wakefield should go to the safe deposit box which they held jointly that contained the $100,000 Hughes contribution. Both Wakefield and Rebozo were to count the $100,000 and make a list of the serial numbers from each of the bills to be used as a receipt and also a way to identify the bills that were returned. Rebozo asked Gemmell if he thought it would be advisable to have someone from the government there, such as the head of the FBI in Miami, to witness this operation. After some consideration, Gemmell told Rebozo that it was a good idea since an FBI agent may be able to determine whether the money had been in the same location for a given period of time. Kenneth Whitaker, SAC Miami, FBI, has testified that Rebozo called him on June 18, 1973, and offering no explanation, asked him to come to the bank immediately. At around 10 a.m., Whitaker met with Rebozo in Wakefield at the Ivy Biscayne Bank. Rebozo then explained to Whitaker that in 1969 or 1970, he had received $100,000 in campaign contributions from Danner, a representative of Howard Hughes. Rebozo told Whitaker that this contribution was placed in a bank vault and had never been used or dispersed. Whitaker has testified that Rebozo wanted him to see if he could determine the age of the money. After discussing the money, Rebozo, Wakefield, and Whitaker joined Margaret Barker, Rebozo's sister, and entered the bank vault. Each of them signed the access card, and then Rebozo removed the safe deposit box. Whitaker has stated that the safe deposit box had 2 large brown envelopes, the contents of which Rebozo emptied on the tables. These envelopes contained 10 to 12 packets of money, approximately 3/4 of an inch thick. These packets were all $100 bills and appeared to be new. Whitaker has stated that, after he saw the money, he told Rebozo that there was no way he could determine the age of the bills. Whitaker stated that he did initial 6 or 7 of the $100 bills in the upper left-hand corner for identification purposes only. After they had completed counting the money and making a list of serial numbers, they discovered that there was an extra $100 bill. Rebozo called Kenneth Gemmell to tell him that the list had been completed. Gemmell suggested that Rebozo try to contact Danner and that both of them should be in Philadelphia the following morning. On June 19, 1973, Rebozo met with Gemmell in Philadelphia. Danner, however, did not show up. Gemmell stated that in a telephone call, Danner said that Chester Davis would call. When Davis did call, Gemmell explained to Davis that Rebozo wanted to return the Hughes contribution. Gemmell and Davis agreed to meet in Washington, D.C. on June 21, 1973. After Gemmell's conversation with Davis, Rebozo told Gemmell that he had the money with him in a briefcase. Since Gemmell was not willing to accept responsibility for the money, Rebozo decided to bring it with him to New York and have Griffin hold it until its return could be arranged. Rebozo then gave Gemmell Griffin's name and telephone number and asked him to contact Griffin after a date was arranged for the return of the money. Gemmell agreed. Rebozo has testified that later that afternoon he met with Griffin at the Hudson Valley National Bank in Yonkers, New York. Rebozo explained to Griffin that he had just left a meeting in Philadelphia with Gemmell where he had hoped to return the money. Rebozo's efforts, however, were frustrated, and he wanted Griffin to hold it until its return could be arranged. Griffin agreed to hold the money in a safe deposit box at the Hudson Valley National Bank. Griffin testified that while Abplanap was in the area during this conversation, he didn't hear it. Rebozo assured Griffin that within the next few days he would receive a call from Ken Gemmell, who would tell him when the money should be returned and where. On June 21, 1973, Gemmell has testified that he met privately with Chester Davis in Davis's room at the Madison Hotel. After reviewing Danner's statement to the IRS, Gemmell and Davis discussed the discrepancies between Danner's and Rebozo's recollection of the delivery of the money. Gemmell has stated that as far as he was concerned, none of these discrepancies affected the return of the money. Davis agreed to arrange for the return of the money and promised to be in contact with Gemmell within a few days. Gemmell has stated that on Monday, June 25, 1973, Davis called and told him that the money could be returned to the Marine Midland Bank, 140 Broadway, New York City, New York, on Wednesday, June 27, 1973. Since Davis was planning on being out of town on June 27, 1973, he told Gemmell that Walter Glaser, the office manager at Davis's law firm, would accept this money on behalf of Howard Hughes, and as previously agreed upon, the money would remain in a safe deposit box until IRS agents had an opportunity to examine it. Gemmell called William Griffin and asked him to meet in New York on June 27, 1973, at the Marine Midland Bank. Since Griffin and Gemmell had not met, Gemmell agreed to produce a copy of the list of bills which Rebozo, Wakefield, and Barker had prepared earlier as a form of identification. Griffin met with Gemmell and Glaser at the Marine Midland Bank on June 27, 1973. After Gemmell provided him with the receipt which Rebozo had earlier prepared, Griffin turned the money over to them. After a brief discussion, Griffin left. After Griffin's meeting at the Marine Midland Bank, he called Rebozo to tell him that the money had been returned. Rebozo has testified that shortly thereafter, Rebozo told the president that the Hughes contribution had been returned, and the president once again assured Rebozo that that was the right thing to do. End of Section 17. Recording by Suzeeek.
Section 18 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 11. 9. The IRS Investigation of Rebozo. The evidence set forth below indicates that the Internal Revenue Service investigation of Rebozo was postponed several times, was handled through oral rather than normal written reports, included advance notice to the President and Rebozo, did not inquire into the relevant periods given in testimony and evidence available, allowed Rebozo's attorney, rather than the IRS, to obtain information from third-party witnesses, did not include additional interviews with Rebozo, even after the IRS had learned Rebozo had altered his previous statements, included notice to Rebozo that the IRS did not intend to pursue any criminal investigation of the matter, included notice by the IRS to Rebozo and his attorney that the Special Prosecutor's Office had sought and obtained disclosure of evidence regarding Rebozo, involved the use of extra personnel at the request of the taxpayer. The Internal Revenue Service first learned of a relationship between Charles G. Rebozo and the Hughes Tool Company in December of 1971 during the investigation of John H. Meyer. Meyer, an employee of Robert Mayhew, had allegedly received millions of dollars from the fraudulent sales of mining claims to Hughes. Because of Meyer's relationships with a variety of political figures, including F. Donald Nixon and Edward Nixon, IRS-sensitive case reports were prepared on a monthly basis, relating information to alert IRS officials and the Secretary of the Treasury of an IRS investigation that might touch upon prominent and therefore newsworthy individuals. Former Secretary of the Treasury Schultz determined whether information from the sensitive case reports should be brought to the President's attention. The December 1971 sensitive case report indicated that Mr. Rebozo had instructed Meyer to be unavailable for an IRS interview because it was feared Meyer might disclose his association with Donald Nixon in connection with the sale of mining claims and rebates from the claims. Former Commissioner of the IRS, Johnny M. Walters, stated to the committee that he advised Secretary of the Treasury John Connolly on March 3, 1972, of the allegations relating to Rebozo's advice to Meyer to make himself unavailable. In addition to the Meyer investigation, the IRS was also conducting an intensive investigation of the Hughes organization that was described by former Commissioner Walters. This Hughes Project investigation was a mammoth undertaking because the Hughes organization is so diverse and so widespread that we required a substantial number of agents, special agents and others, to carry on the investigation. I forget, but I have a recollection that at one point we had approximately 50 people on this thing, and I could see it going on forever. As part of the above investigation, special agents of the IRS interviewed Danner on May 15, 1972, in the offices of the Hughes Tool Company in Houston, Texas. On that occasion, the IRS received testimony under oath from Danner that he had, in fact, delivered 2 packages containing a total of $100,000 in cash to Charles G. Rebozo. Examination by this committee of sensitive case reports provided by the IRS reflects no mention of the information received concerning the receipt by Rebozo of the $100,000 until an entry on April 26, 1973, which referred to a telephonic contact made by the IRS with Rebozo. The sensitive case reports do reflect, however, on a continuing basis, information relating to amounts paid to former chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Larry O'Brien, from the Hughes Tool Company, pursuant to a contract. Former Commissioner Walters recalls Mr. Rebozo's name surfacing in the late spring or early summer of 1972, and a request by the IRS to interview both Rebozo and F. Donald Nixon with regard to matters previously mentioned. However, Walters stated that he decided, as is reported more completely in this report elsewhere, that the policy of the IRS should not be to interview sensitive political figures during the campaign year of 1972. It is also pertinent to note, however, the IRS policy did not prohibit the continued investigation of Larry O'Brien after communications were received from John Ehrlichman. Rebozo was finally contacted by IRS agents from the Las Vegas office on April 26, 1973, and was interviewed on May 10, 1973. After the results of that interview were furnished to the Washington, D.C. National Headquarters, a decision was reached to conduct an investigation and audit of Rebozo, but that the investigation would be conducted by the Jacksonville, Florida office. The District Director of the Intelligence Division, Troy Register, assigned Agent John Bartlett to be in charge of the Intelligence Division criminal fraud side of the investigation. Bartlett and Agent Burt Webb from the Audit Division met with Rebozo's attorney, Kenneth Jamil, on July 10, 1973, and advised Jamil that they were assigned to make an examination of returns of Rebozo for the years 1968 through 1973. Mr. Jamil objected to any examination of 1968 or 1969 or 1973 records, claiming that the statute of limitations had already run out on 1968 and 1969, and that 1973 records were not relevant. Agent Bartlett responded by indicating that Rebozo had previously told the IRS that he thought the money had been delivered in 1968 and 1969, and that there was other information relating to money in 1968. Despite this initial position, the Internal Revenue Service ultimately agreed not to require production of records relating to 1968, 1969, or 1973. In addition, on that same date, Bartlett's notes indicate that he advised Jamil that the IRS would not contact third-party witnesses, but would allow Jamil and Rebozo to obtain information needed by the IRS from third parties. Had the IRS in the spring of 1973 required the production by Rebozo of the 1969 records, the agents would have observed then that Rebozo had provided payments for the personal expenses of President Nixon. Bartlett and Webb again met with Rebozo on July 24, 1973, apparently to discuss leaks of information Rebozo charged came from the IRS. According to Bartlett's notes, the IRS agents asked Rebozo, for reasons not explained, whether he had been contacted by Cox's commission, and he answered in the negative. Agents Bartlett and Webb again met with Rebozo on August 17, 1973, at which time Rebozo advised them that the president was flying in that night to see Rebozo and wanted to go out to California with him, but Rebozo did not think he would go because he wanted to stay and finish up the IRS business. Mr. Rebozo indicated to the IRS agents that he would like to pay to have additional agents put on the investigation in order that it would be finished more quickly. After making that request the second time, Rebozo mentioned to the IRS agents that the president had phoned him 15 minutes after his speech on the previous Wednesday. Mr. Bartlett has advised this committee that, pursuant to Rebozo's request, Mr. Bartlett discussed this issue with his superiors, and additional agents were added to the investigation. On October 10, 1973, IRS agents met with Attorney Jamil at the University Club in New York City and advised Jamil that the investigation had developed nothing new. Mr. Jamil then requested that the IRS furnish him with a copy of the interview previously conducted by the IRS on May 10, 1973, with his client. Bartlett provided a copy of that interview to the taxpayer's lawyer, who made notes of his client's prior statements. During the October 10th meeting in New York, Agent Bartlett inquired of Mr. Jamil as to whether Mr. Rebozo had ever informed President Nixon of the receipt of the $100,000. In response to that request, Mr. Jamil phoned Agent Bartlett at 10 a.m. on October 12, 1973, and related to him that he had talked to Rebozo, who now indicated that he had in fact told Rosemary Woods that he had placed the $100,000 in the safe deposit box. Agent Bartlett's response was to ask Rebozo's lawyer if Woods would be available for an interview. Jamil said he didn't know, but that he would find out if they so desired. Bartlett indicated that he did not need the information at that time. Jamil again telephonically contacted Agent Bartlett on October 16, 1973, and talked between 9:30 and 9:32 a.m. At that time, Jamil advised Bartlett that after their conversation the prior week in New York, Jamil called and asked Rebozo whether he had discussed the money with the president. Jamil said that Rebozo told him that he had told the president in Key Biscayne between the election and when the money was returned, which Rebozo believed was in the spring of 1973. Bartlett asked Jamil when it was that Rebozo had advised Miss Rosemary Woods, and Jamil said shortly after the receipt of the money. Bartlett then asked about access to Miss Woods and was told that they probably could get a statement from her as to what she knew about it. Bartlett had another telephonic communication with Jamil on the following day, October 17th, and Jamil advised Bartlett that he would get on the phone the next day with regard to the letter from Rosemary Woods. Bartlett advised Jamil, "I told him that we had nothing new basis at present, that I thought nothing serious would develop, but we had to wait to see what might come up in Watergate or Cox before making a final decision." Bartlett has indicated to the committee that he intended to mean by this quoted language that the IRS could not state that they had cleared Rebozo while another investigative body had an ongoing investigation. Jamil testified that he had no recollection of any discussion of the special prosecutor at all with Agent Bartlett. Agents Bartlett and Webb met with Rebozo at his bank on October 18, 1973, and indicated that they had advised Jamil about the results of the investigation, and I, Bartlett, don't anticipate at this time any action by intelligence, final decision still pending. Bartlett has explained that the information was communicated to Rebozo so that he would understand that there would be no continuing criminal investigation by the IRS of the matter. Bartlett's handwritten notes further indicate that on that date he advised Rebozo that disclosure of information and evidence obtained by the IRS had been granted to Special Prosecutor Cox's office. Agent Bartlett has indicated to the Select Committee that he disclosed this information to warn the taxpayer under investigation that anything he might say might be evidence against him in the grand jury. Agent Bartlett conceded, however, that when he read the taxpayer his Miranda warning rights in his earlier interview on July 10, 1973, the taxpayer was then advised the information he provided could be used against him in a criminal proceeding. Agent Bartlett's notes also reflect that he had a prior telephonic communication with Jamil on October 18th between 9:30 a.m. and 9:38 a.m., and the notes include the words, "Call after meeting with Cox, Fred Buzart, White House, 486-1414, and 1. I told Jamil about disclosure to Cox." According to Bartlett, These notes indicate that Jamil was informed by Bartlett even before Mr. Rebozo that Special Prosecutor Cox's office had received a disclosure of IRS information with regard to the receipt by Rebozo of $100,000. The notation, with Buzardt's name on it, according to Bartlett, refers to the fact that Jamil was to contact Buzardt to obtain a letter from Rosemary Woods reflecting her information with regard to the receipt of $100,000 by Rebozo. While attorney Kenneth Jamil could not recall discussions with Bartlett with regard to Special Prosecutor Cox, he admitted to having a conversation with White House counsel Fred Buzardt, but refused to discuss the substance of it on the grounds that it was protected by the attorney-client privilege. White House counsel Fred Buzardt testified that he recalled having received a request from Mr. Kenneth Jamil to see if I could get some answers to some questions for an Internal Revenue agent. I believe that pertains to this from Miss Rosemary Woods. I think you submitted to me a list of questions which I provided to Miss Woods. Miss Woods gave me the answers. I drafted a letter for her to a revenue agent or somebody with the IRS, and I believe it was Jacksonville, Florida, but I do not recall for sure. That is the only thing I recall doing with respect to this at all. Fred Buzardt further testified that he did not remember the questions that the IRS wanted answered, that he recalled the subject was about whether Miss Woods had a conversation with Mr. Rebozo, but he could not recall the subject matter of the alleged conversation. Buzardt did not recall whether he saw Woods in person or contacted her by telephone, but he did recall, I discussed the questions with her, and I asked her what the answers were and would she answer them for the IRS, and she said yes. She gave the information, and I prepared the letter for her, as I recall, or a draft, and sent it over to her. And as I recall, she sent it back to me, and I mailed it. I think, as I recall, I sent her the draft, and I sent an envelope addressed to the IRS. Buzardt did not recall whether Woods answered the questions orally or in writing, and also did not recall that after the letter was prepared, typed, and signed that he had taken it back from Woods, had made some changes on it, had it retyped and re-signed by her. Buzardt did not recall whether between the time the letter was typed and the time it was sent, he had contacted any other individual with regard to the contents of the letter, but admitted it is possible. Buzardt could not recall how long it was between the time Jamil requested the letter and Buzardt's first contact with Woods with regard to the letter. He did not recall whether any changes had been made in the substance, content, or body of the letter prior to the time it was sent, and when asked, "Did you furnish a copy of that letter to any other individual?" Buzardt replied, "I do not know." When asked if he had made any changes on the letter that was to be signed by Woods, Buzardt answered, "Well, I don't have a recollection of it, Mr. Lenzner. I am sure I wouldn't have made changes unless there was some outside input, because I didn't know anything about the matter. I had no idea what the answers to the questions were, so I would have had some input from outside if I made changes. They had to come from Miss Woods. They couldn't have come from me because I had no earthly idea about the matter one way or the other." Buzardt could not recall whether he ever asked Woods, the president's personal secretary, if she had ever discussed the matter of the $100,000 from Mr. Rebozo with President Nixon or anyone else at the White House. Woods testified concerning the letter that Mr. Buzardt came in and said that the IRS is apparently in there checking all, or they're going over Mr. Rebozo's files. Mr. Buzardt wanted to give them a letter on the Hughes loan, the Hughes contribution, and he asked if I would be willing to sign a letter they could give to the IRS. And I said yes, I would, and I gave him the best of my knowledge on it. He wrote the letter, and then, as I say, it was typed twice because he just changed a couple of words in the letter. There was no major change. I don't even remember whether he changed to or by or what it was, because he prepared the letter and Mrs. Acker typed it. Woods testified that she did not know whether Jamil had asked for the letter. Miss Woods was sure, however, that Fred Buzardt left her office with the letter, and then returned after a period of time with some changes. Woods did not recall what changes were made in the body of the letter. In addition to the fact that Miss Woods's letter was signed and sent to the IRS on October 18, 1973, General Alexander Haig, the Chief of Staff of the White House and H.R. Haldeman's successor, telephonically communicated to Attorney General Elliot Richardson on that same date a re-expression of the President's concern about the extent to which Mr. Cox was getting into things that he thought were outside the charter. Former Attorney General Richardson testified before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee that Haig advised him of the President's concern, and he didn't see what Mr. Cox's charter had to do with the activities of Mr. Rebozo, especially when there had already been an investigation of the whole matter by the Internal Revenue Service. Richardson further testified that General Haig expressed not only that the investigation was outside of Mr. Cox's charter, but also that the Internal Revenue Service was giving Mr. Rebozo a clean bill, that it was the most thorough investigation in years and they are intimidated. This is no longer an acceptable basis for a government to run. That was October 18th. But there was no request that anything be done about Rebozo, and I had no conversation about Rebozo with Mr. Cox at all. When asked specifically about the October 18, 1973 telephone call with then Attorney General Richardson, General Haig answered as follows. Yes, I do, and again in the context of an indication. At the time, we were very concerned about another matter with respect to Mr. Cox, and Mr. Cox's failure to give us a response, and the whole subject to Mr. Cox's frame of reference, activities, and investigations came up. As I recall, Mr. Richardson mentioned to me something about a Cox activity at that time that I knew nothing about, involving Ablanalp and his discussions with Mr. Cox about that. Well, I did not raise that. Elliot raised it. I raised this strictly in the context of the problems we were having with Mr. Cox on another issue, and what I would want to make very, very clear is that the Rebozo matter had nothing to do with the considerations and deliberations made with respect to Mr. Cox in that week of October. General Haig was also asked if he called Attorney General Richardson at the instruction of the President on October 18th, and he responded as follows. No, it was not in that specific sense. And again, you have to put yourself, if you can, to portray the kind of dialogue that was going on during that week. I was frequently in the habit that week, and at other times, of having a discussion with the President and picking up the phone and calling Elliot Richardson. On that occasion, I may have expressed this as being of presidential concern, and I'm sure, if I did, that I would have had reason to know that, either because I knew the President's thinking or because he specifically told me so. General Haig further denied that the President ever expressed any concern about Special Prosecutor Cox's investigation of Rebozo, and in fact could not recall any statement that the President made in discussing the $100,000 furnished to Rebozo, except the President's concern about the way the investigations were being handled. In indicating that the President had not expressed concern with regard to the Special Prosecutor's investigation of Rebozo, General Haig did state, however, the concerns I had about it were very limited. In the fall, there was some concern about a number of areas that the Special Prosecutor may or may not have been involved in the context of his charter. Mr. Buzhardt, I know, has discussed it with me, and I know he discussed it with Attorney General at that time, Elliot Richardson. General Haig was also asked the following. Mr. Lenzner, do you recall representing to Mr. Richardson that the President was concerned that Mr. Cox was getting into an investigation of Mr. Rebozo? General Haig, I may have. I know our counsel was concerned about it. Mr. Lenzner, which counsel was that? General Haig, Mr. Buzhardt and I discussed it. We discussed that, and we discussed another area of activity that Mr. Cox was into, and I know there was some ongoing discussions with Mr. Buzhardt and Mr. Richardson. Mr. Buzhardt, however, testified directly in conflict with this above testimony. Mr. Lenzner, now, on or about the same date as this letter, the October 18th letter of Miss Woods, Do you recall having any discussions with any other individual with regard to the initiation by Special Prosecutor Cox of an investigation into the receipt by Mr. Charles G. Rebozo of $100,000 from the Hughes Tool Company? Mr. Buzhardt: No. Mr. Lenzner: Have you at any time become aware of the fact, aside from the news media, that Mr. Cox had initiated an investigation into this matter? Mr. Buzhardt: I may have been. I don't recall it. Mr. Lenzner: Do you have any recollection of ever discussing that issue, the issue of the Cox investigation of the Rebozo receipt of $100,000, with General Haig? Mr. Buzhardt: No, I don't recall it. Mr. Buzhardt further testified that he did not recall whether he was aware that General Haig had made the October 18th call to Attorney General Richardson at the time it was placed. Jamil also testified that Bartlett made an agreement with him that when he received the results of the Federal Reserve Bank's search of the dates on the currency returned by Rebozo to Hughes, he would furnish that information to Jamil. In addition, Agent Bartlett's handwritten notes of November 25, 1973, reflecting a telephonic contact with Jamil, indicate, "Have we heard from the Federal Reserve concerning the money?" Answered in the negative. Jamil also asked Bartlett if IRS had any evidence of funds going to a trust account of the President, and Bartlett told Jamil that they had not. Following Jamil's testimony on May 29, 1974, his counsel furnished additional information Jamil received from General Haig, to wit, Mr. Jamil now recalls 2 additional conversations with General Haig concerning the $100,000 contribution. One occurred a few days before Mr. Jamil left for China, and the other occurred possibly 2 months earlier. To the best of Mr. Jamil's recollection, General Haig in both conversations indicated that the Federal Reserve Bank report was on the way and there may be a problem. On both occasions, Mr. Jamil recalls that he replied that the revenue agents had agreed to give Mr. Jamil a copy of the Federal Reserve Bank report and that he would wait and see what the report said. In addition to agreeing to provide the taxpayer not only with a copy of his interview but with a copy of the results of the Federal Reserve Bank report, the IRS apparently obtained access to only a limited number of cashier's checks purchased by Mr. Rebozo, despite the fact that a considerable number of cashier's checks were purchased by the taxpayer under the names of Charles Gregory and Anita Reynolds. The IRS further agreed not to photocopy any of the cashier's checks to which they had access, and did not obtain information from the checks themselves regarding who received the proceeds of such checks for the purpose of which the checks were issued. General Haig testified that he discussed the IRS investigation of the Hughes contribution with President Nixon several times. I would say there were several brief discussions when it came to my attention, to my knowledge. Then there was a prolonged period when it never came up at all. Then I may have discussed it once or twice when the investigation was nearing a conclusion. Haig also testified that he was present at discussions in Key Biscayne between the President and Mr. Rebozo regarding the investigation of Mr. Rebozo. On one occasion, Haig said the President advised him that Rebozo had been before the Select Committee for testimony. General Haig further testified that on one occasion the President advised him of information the President received from Mr. Rebozo. I think he probably said that Mr. Rebozo did not use the money because he was afraid it would be troublesome, and he put it in the safe deposit box and left it there. I know more recently the President expressed to me his absolute conviction that none of that money was given to Miss Woods or to his family, his brothers. Finally, Secretary Schultz stated to the committee that the only person he discussed the Rebozo tax audit with was General Haig, and that this occurred in late 1973. End of Section 18. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 19 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 12. IRS Audit of Larry O'Brien. It was during the course of the IRS investigation of the Hughes Tool Company that special agents of the IRS, in a sensitive case report, stated that their investigation had disclosed that the Hughes Tool Company made substantial payments to Lawrence F. O'Brien and Associates during 1970. This same sensitive case report also referred to possible improprieties by Rebozo, Don Nixon, John Meyer, and others. Because some of the names mentioned were politically prominent, this information was summarized in a sensitive case report brought to the Secretary of Treasury's attention. Roger Barth, who was assistant to the Commissioner of the IRS, testified that in May 1972 he received a sensitive case report which arose out of the Hughes Tool Company investigation. Now, when I received this report, I of course went through the normal procedure of taking it to Secretary Shultz, and either he or I transmitted a copy of the sensitive case report of the Hughes project to John Ehrlichman at the White House, because of the fact that there were allegations or representations in the report of possible wrongdoing by Mr. Rebozo and Mr. Nixon, the president's brother or brothers. Sometime thereafter, not very long thereafter, I was either called on the phone or went over, I can't remember which, to Mr. Ehrlichman's office, and I think I went over there as a matter of fact, and he asked that he be kept advised of the development of this Hughes project as it related to Mr. Rebozo and the Nixon brother or brothers. And in the conversation about that, he raised the question of whether, what would be the tax treatment or the implication of the payments to Larry O'Brien. If this were a political contribution by the Hughes Tool Company, it could conceivably be a violation of the Corrupt Practices Act, and if it were deducted by the corporation, it could be a violation of the tax laws. On the other hand, if it were compensation for consulting services for Mr. O'Brien or his firm, then he raised the question of would this be reported by Mr. O'Brien. I thought this was a reasonable question that he asked, and I told him I would check it out. But I did not want to make any contact with our field personnel through normal channels, because I did not want to give the impression I was, on behalf of the Commissioner, trying to instigate any audit of Mr. O'Brien. So what I did was go to the Assistant Commissioner of Inspection, Frank Giebel, and asked for Lawrence O'Brien's tax returns. I asked that they get them in a way that the agents working on the case in the field wouldn't know that I requested them. And they did this, and what I did, I just looked at the tax returns of Mr. O'Brien and his consulting firm, and made sure that there was enough gross income reported for those years to cover the amount reported. Ehrlichman has testified that he received sensitive case reports beginning in 1969, when he was counsel to the president, and continuing throughout his tenure at the White House. Ehrlichman stated that the President and the Secretary of the Treasury had worked out the arrangement whereby sensitive case reports would be transmitted to the White House through Ehrlichman. Johnny Walters, who was Commissioner of the IRS from August 1971 through May 1973, has testified that it would be quite proper for the Secretary of the Treasury to alert the White House to sensitive case reports. Walters, however, has also testified that he had no knowledge that Barth was providing copies of sensitive case reports to Ehrlichman. Walters stated that it would have been out of the routine and I would worry about that. Ehrlichman testified that he received the sensitive case report from Barth, and that after receiving it called Shultz to find out what the status of the O'Brien audit was. Shultz at this time had only been Secretary of the Treasury for a few weeks, and was not even aware that O'Brien was being audited. Schultz told Ehrlichman he would get this information and report back to him. After his conversation with Ehrlichman, Schultz called Walters to get the status of the O'Brien audit. Walters has testified that Secretary Schultz stated to me that the White House had information that indicated that Mr. O'Brien may have received large amounts of income which possibly might not have been reported properly. The Secretary asked me if I could check, and I said I would check. I then asked the Assistant Commissioner of Compliance, Mr. Hanlon, if he would determine whether Mr. O'Brien had filed returns and the status of those returns. A few days later, Mr. Hanlon reported orally to me that IRS had checked, that Mr. O'Brien had filed returns, that those returns reflected large amounts of income, that the returns had been examined, that a relatively small deficiency was indicated in one which Mr. O'Brien had paid, and that the audit and examinations were closed. Now, I reported this to the Secretary at some point, and told him just that, which meant that there was nothing else, that IRS has performed its function and responsibility. Sometime later, the Secretary indicated that that had not completely satisfied Mr. Ehrlichman, and wasn't there anything else that could and should be done. And of course, by this time, IRS had already concluded that it should interview Mr. O'Brien in connection with these payments from Hughes. I told the Secretary that we could interview Mr. O'Brien and just be sure that the amounts reflected in the return covered the particular amounts from the Hughes organization. Walters has stated that at a later date, Schultz confirmed to him that it was Ehrlichman who told Schultz about the money O'Brien received from Hughes. Walters testified that in late 1971 or early 1972, the top management team of IRS discussed the approaching 1972 presidential elections. The IRS deliberately concluded that anything that was politically sensitive should be postponed until after the election. Walters said they did not want to be involved in politics on either side, and so wherever possible, politically sensitive interviews were to be postponed until after the election. Because of this policy, the IRS did not interview Rebozo or Don Nixon until 6 months after the election. The IRS, however, did succumb to pressures from the administration and interviewed O'Brien before the 1972 election. Walters further testified, "With that policy in mind, it's obvious that any interview of Larry O'Brien would have been postponed until after the election. So I think the IRS would not have conducted that interview until after the election, had it not been for the generation of pressure from the White House, Ehrlichman." In the meantime, both Barth and Schultz had kept Ehrlichman apprised of the status of O'Brien's audit. Schultz stated that there had been an unspoken feeling that the IRS tended to be rather easy on Democrats while they were particularly hard on Republicans. Ehrlichman had especially expressed these kinds of feelings to Schultz. It was Schultz's objective, therefore, to be sure that a proper audit was conducted on O'Brien. From time to time, Schultz called the IRS to see how the proceedings were going, and he would then call Ehrlichman to report on the status of the O'Brien audit. Barth has testified that he advised Ehrlichman that after Barth checked O'Brien's tax returns, there appeared to be enough gross income to cover the amounts that Hughes reported he had paid to O'Brien. According to Barth, this was the first and only time that he had ever obtained an individual's tax returns to verify information he had obtained through a sensitive case report. Barth testified that Ehrlichman knew he was going to obtain O'Brien's tax returns, and in fact encouraged him to do so. Ehrlichman testified that there were good political reasons to go after O'Brien, since O'Brien was the head of the Democratic Party. After Ehrlichman saw O'Brien's name in the sensitive case report, he said he brought this information to President Nixon's attention. The President was quite interested in the audit of O'Brien and was especially interested in the fact that O'Brien was on retainer to the Hughes organization, according to Ehrlichman. Ehrlichman, however, did not recall if the President made any specific requests for Ehrlichman to follow up on this matter. Haldeman has testified that the information coming from the Hughes tax audit concerning Larry O'Brien may have revived the White House interest in O'Brien. Haldeman further stated that from the administration's perspective, Larry O'Brien was the only effective Democratic politician in the country, and therefore there was some interest in attacking O'Brien to lessen his effectiveness from a political standpoint. Ehrlichman has testified that Haldeman filled in many of the informational gaps that were left from the sensitive case report concerning O'Brien. For example, Ehrlichman learned from Haldeman that the amount of the retainer O'Brien was receiving from Hughes was quite significant, and recalls that both were impressed by the possibility of embarrassing O'Brien because of a possible overlap of his retainer with Hughes and his tenure as chairman of the Democratic National Committee. On August 17, 1972, Larry O'Brien was interviewed by the IRS. A written report of this interview was sent to Walters, who in turn transmitted the report to Secretary Shultz. By this time, Walters felt that the IRS's interest in O'Brien should be concluded because the taxpayer had filed his returns, reported his income, and paid his taxes. Walters said he had insisted to Shultz that the IRS had conducted an audit and that the case was closed. Walters added that it appeared that Shultz was being pressed. On August 29, 1972, Shultz told Walters that he wanted to meet with both Walters and Barth to discuss the O'Brien audit. Walters testified that both he and Shultz thought they were being backdoored in some fashion, and that in this situation it would be advisable for Barth to be apprised of the specifics concerning the O'Brien matter. During this meeting with Shultz and Barth, Walters explained to Barth that information had come to the IRS from the White House concerning large amounts of money O'Brien made that were possibly not reported. Walters further explained to Barth that the IRS had checked O'Brien's return and that it appeared that everything was proper and the examination was closed. Barth testified that he said that he had read the report on the matter and he felt it was a thorough job. Shultz then called Ehrlichman to give him a final report on the O'Brien audit. Both Walters and Barth were on telephone extensions during this joint telephone call. Shultz and Walters reported to Ehrlichman that the audit report on O'Brien was completed and that everything was in order. Ehrlichman asked Barth if he had read the report and if everything appropriate had been done on this audit. Barth testified he told Ehrlichman that it looked like an appropriate audit and there was nothing worth pursuing any further. Barth recalls that Ehrlichman seemed to take his word for it, and that the only reason Ehrlichman seemed to have was that he was annoyed that it had taken so long for this report to be prepared. Walters testified that toward the end of the conversation, Ehrlichman expressed very strong feelings to Walters concerning the manner in which the O'Brien audit was conducted. Walters testified that as this conversation became more offensive to him personally, he hung up his extension. Shultz recalls that during this conversation, Ehrlichman told Walters that Walters would not go after prominent Democrats even if the facts were there. According to Shultz, this was the only challenge to the thoroughness of the O'Brien audit that he could recall. Ehrlichman stated that the purpose of this joint telephone call was to report to him that the audit on O'Brien had been completed and that it had disclosed no improprieties or delinquencies. Ehrlichman testified that, "My concern was throughout that the IRS down in the woodwork was delaying the audit until after the election, and that seemed to be the case, that there was a stall on." Ehrlichman also testified that, "I wanted them to turn up something and send O'Brien to jail before the election, and unfortunately it didn't materialize." During this joint telephone conversation, Ehrlichman said he had his first opportunity to articulate to Walters what his opinion was concerning the job Walters did on the O'Brien audit. "It was my first crack at Walters. George wouldn't let me at him. George wanted to stand between me and his commissioner, and this was the first time I had a chance to tell the commissioner what a crappy job he had done." Ehrlichman did accept the commissioner's view that the O'Brien audit was closed. He says he did not suggest that they reopen the audit on O'Brien at any time, because as far as he was concerned, the matter was closed. Barth, however, has testified that shortly after the August 29, 1972 joint telephone conversation with Ehrlichman, Ehrlichman called him a few hours later. Barth recalls that Ehrlichman just wanted to check to make sure that Barth honestly felt that the IRS audit of O'Brien was conducted properly. Barth told Ehrlichman that he was satisfied with the audit, and according to Barth, Ehrlichman thanked him for his judgment on the matter, and that was the end of the conversation. On September 15, 1972, however, John Dean and H.R. Haldeman met with President Nixon, and according to evidence received by the committee, discussed the IRS investigation of Larry O'Brien. The details of this discussion, however, were not provided to the committee by the White House. In addition, this particular conversation was deleted from the White House tapes provided to the special prosecutor and the House Judiciary Committee, as well as from the transcripts released to the public. End of Section 19. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Section 20 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pinchcliff. The final report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 13. 10. The Issue of Use of the Money. Part A. Background. As discussed in Section 4 above, in February 1969, Charles G. Rebozo was asked by the President to contact J. Paul Getty regarding major contributions. Evidence obtained by the Senate Select Committee indicates that the President, Rebozo, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman sought to establish a fund to be controlled by the White House staff rather than by the Republican National Committee. Evidence obtained by the committee indicates that Rebozo controlled funds during 1969, which he used for administration-connected costs. The committee has ascertained that pursuant to communications with John Ehrlichman, Rebozo, between April and July 1969, transmitted $1,416.18 from his fund to Kambach for payments to Caulfield and Ulasewicz. These funds originally derived from 1968 campaign contributions in the Florida Nixon for President Committee account. Rebozo has also testified that he received $150,100 in cash contributions from Howard Hughes and A.D. Davis. In the case of the Hughes funds, the committee has received evidence and testimony indicating that those funds were never transferred to the appropriate campaign officials or committees. According to CRP's records, the funds contributed by A.D. Davis were never received by the committee to re-elect the president on whose behalf Mr. Rebozo accepted them. Herbert Kambach has testified that on April 30th, 1973, Rebozo told him that Rebozo had spent some of the $100,000 received from Hughes on F. Donald Nixon, Edward Nixon, Rosemary Woods, and other individuals. In an effort to confirm or deny Kambach's testimony, the committee sought, through a series of subpoenas, to obtain financial records from Rebozo and from his Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company. Rebozo refused to produce all documents requested, thus frustrating the committee's investigation work and preventing it from obtaining necessary and relevant documents. The committee therefore found it necessary to subpoena the documents and records of third parties. In order to determine if Rebozo has made expenditures with hidden funds, the committee subpoenaed a few typical Key Biscayne contractors and vendors who were likely to have served either Rebozo or the president during the period in question. Time did not permit an exhaustive inquiry. This limited survey of contractors and vendors proved fruitful, since it revealed that Rebozo was using 4 trust accounts in his attorney's name through which his funds moved. 3 of these accounts are at Rebozo's bank, and Rebozo again refused to produce lawfully subpoenaed records relating to said trust accounts. Nevertheless, based on records provided by those few vendors and contractors contacted and the limited documents and records available to the committee, a detailed analysis was prepared. Part B. Summary of the facts. The committee has received testimony and evidence that 1. Rebozo ordered and paid for expenses totaling over $50,000 for President Nixon during the periods following both the 1968 and 1972 presidential elections. 2. These payments were made by Rebozo despite the fact that all other expenses of President Nixon were paid for by check issued against his bank accounts or by debit memos drawn against his bank accounts. Rebozo has the authority to draw against the president's account at the Key Biscayne Bank by issuing debit memos for cashier's checks and bank transfers. Although he has regularly used this procedure, he did not do so for these transactions. 3. Substantial payments furnished by Rebozo on behalf of President Nixon were made in cash, and when Rebozo paid the same companies for work done for his own benefit, he paid by check. 4. Expenses paid for by Rebozo included $45,621.15 for improvements and furnishings at the President's 500 and 516 Bay Lane properties in Key Biscayne, Florida. The records reflecting expenditures for these improvements were withheld from the firm of Coopers and Librand and do not appear in their August 1973 examination of the President's assets and liabilities, which covered the period from January 1, 1969 to May 31, 1973. 5. Currency totaling at least $23,500 was deposited by Rebozo in trust accounts not in his name to pay for the President's expenses, thus concealing the true source of these payments. All currency so deposited was in $100 bills. 6. In addition to Rebozo's role as the President's personal agent regarding the Key Biscayne property, President Nixon was aware of and concurred in at least some of these improvements to his properties. 7. Substantial funds used to pay for expenses and gifts of President Nixon were transmitted to trust accounts in the name of Rebozo's attorney, a process which concealed the source of the funds. 8. The sum of $4,562, which originated as campaign contributions, was passed by Rebozo through 3 bank accounts and a cashier's check, none in his name, to purchase jewelry given by the President as a gift to his wife. 9. Throughout the period during which these expenditures were made on the President's behalf, Rebozo had access to substantial amounts of cash retained from campaign contributions received. 10. The Coopers and Librand examination of the President's assets and liabilities as of May 31, 1973, reflects no liabilities payable to Rebozo. 11. Rebozo did not file a U.S. gift tax return for calendar years 1969, 1970, 1971, or 1972, as required by the Internal Revenue Code, Section 6019, Part A. 12. The President reimbursed Rebozo in the amount of $13,642.52 for the portion of the cost of construction of a pool on the President's property. This reimbursement occurred after Rebozo returned funds to representatives of Hughes, and despite the fact that Coopers and Librand report reflected no liability payable to Rebozo. 13. During November 1972, Rebozo expended at least $20,000 in currency on the President's behalf. 14. According to Rebozo's testimony and financial records, the only apparent sources available to Rebozo for a substantial portion of the $20,000 in currency used in November 1972 were campaign contributions. Part C. The Coopers and Librand Report. On August 20th, 1973, the accounting firm of Coopers and Librand issued a report on the President's assets and liabilities. They reported in a letter to the President on improvements and furnishings to his properties at 500 and 516 Bay Lane that, through May 31st, 1973, you paid from your personal funds for improvements to these properties in the amounts of $37,942 with respect to 500 Bay Lane and $38,479 with respect to 516 Bay Lane, as follows. 500 Bay Lane, improvements, $24,734, furnishings, $13,208, totaling $37,942, 516 Bay Lane, improvements, $29,687, furnishings, $8,792, totaling $38,479. Total improvements, $54,421. For furnishings, $22,000. Total, $76,421. The details of these expenditures are as follows. Improvement costs paid by President Nixon on his Key Biscayne properties. Contractor, Babcock Company Builders, Incorporated. Paid April 14th, 1969. Service, remove existing bedroom and construct executive office. Paid May 16th, 1969. 516 Bay Lane, $14,765. Alterations and repairs paid May 2nd, 1969 to May 13th, 1969, 500 Bay Lane, $3,224.19. Alterations and repairs paid April 24th, 1969 and May 2nd, 1969, 516 Bay Lane, $799.49. Alterations Executive Office paid August 11th, 1969, 516 Bay Lane, $11,307.12. Alterations and repairs paid November 12th, 1969, 500 Bay Lane, $6,299.44. Contractor Caldwell Scott Construction Service. Remodeling paid July 29th, 1969 and August 26th, 1969. 500 Bay Lane, $15,210.38. Contractor Little, Lair and Pilkington. Paid April 14th, 1969 and June 17th, 1969. 516 Bay Lane, $2,132.60. Contractor Metals Tech Incorporated. Service Panels. Paid October 1st, 1969. 516 Bay Lane, $314.80. Contractor Rablan Shelton. Service Furnishings. Paid July 31st, 1969, 500 Bay Lane, $10,000. Paid October 31st, 1970, 500 Bay Lane, $3,208.23. 516 Bay Lane, $8,791.77. Total, $12,000. Loan charges per record, 516 Bay Lane, $368.50. Total, 500 Bay Lane, $37,942.24. 516 Bay Lane, $38,479.28. Total, $76,421.52. The above expenditures, totaling $76,421.52, were made from the President's personal funds, usually by debit memo, against his bank accounts at the Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company, for cashier's checks or bank checks issued to the suppliers. Part D. Expenditures by Rebozo concealed from accountants. The Select Committee's investigation, however, reflects actual expenditures for the same period on the President's properties as follows: 500 Bay Lane, improvements $54,364, furnishings $14,939, totaling $69,303, 516 Bay Lane, improvements $42,441, furnishings $9,930, totaling $52,371, total improvements $96,805, for furnishings $24,869, total $121,674. As noted in the above schedules, costs for improvements and furnishings reported by Coopers & Lybrand amounted to $76,053, plus $368.50 in loan charges, whereas actual expenditures for improvements and furnishings amounted to at least $121,674. Expenditures for improvements and furnishings amounting to $45,621 were not included in the President's records when the records were presented to the accounting firm. These expenditures made for improvements on and furnishings of the President's properties at 500 Bay Lane and 516 Bay Lane from 1969 to 1972 include the following: conversion of garage into living quarters, $11,978.84. Swimming pool and accessories, $18,435.18. Extension of roof, $6,508.11. Fireplace, $3,586. Architectural model of 500 Bay Lane, $395.65. Putting green, $243.57. Billiard table, $1,138.80. Architect fees and tile repairs, $3,335, giving a total of $45,621.15. These improvements were directed and paid for by Charles G. Rebozo, with funds derived from the following sources. 1. By personal checks of Charles G. Rebozo, count number 1-34, $13,361.21. 2. By checks from trust accounts, $23,213.01. 3. By currency, $5,065.28. 4. By form unknown, believed to be currency, $3,981.65, giving the total $45,621.15. Funds deposited in the above-mentioned trust accounts included currency amounting to $23,500. Thomas Wakefield stated the currency deposited in the trust account consisted of $100 bills. Accordingly, the total currency which may have been used to finance these expenditures amounted to $32,259.94. Part E. The improvements on the President's Key Biscayne properties. In December 1968, President Nixon, Mrs. Nixon, Mr. and Mrs. David Eisenhower, and Mr. Rebozo met with Mr. Jamie Borelli of architectural firm Butters, Borelli and Albeza (BBA) to discuss possible alterations to the 500 Bay Lane property. Plans were thereafter prepared and revisions made from time to time. On most occasions, Mr. Rebozo would take the plans to Washington, D.C. for review by the President and his family. Documents in the files of the committee reflect that Mr. Rebozo was consulted and made decisions on every aspect of modifications and alterations to 500 Bay Lane. Section 1. Architect fees and tile repairs, $3,335. The architectural firm of Butters, Borelli and Albeza was formed in the latter part of 1968. Donald A. Butters is a nephew of Rebozo. Rebozo always paid this firm for improvements on the President's properties with currency. According to the architect's records furnished to the staff, the following currency payments were made by Mr. Rebozo. By date: February 10, 1969, $400. March 7th, 1969, $400. March 19th, 1969, $300. April 2nd, 1969, $581, totaling $1,681. Rebozo also paid $1,654 in cash for the work done by Designers Flooring Company. The payments were made as follows. By date: April the 11th, 1969, $754. May 26th, 1969, $300. July 22nd, 1969, $600, totaling $1,654. President's records through May 31st, 1973, and Rebozo's records do not reflect any reimbursement to Rebozo by President Nixon. It is also of interest that when Rebozo made a $500 payment to Donald Butters on January 6, 1969, and $273 on March 6, 1969, to Designers Flooring Company, in connection with work on his own property at 490 Bay Lane, payment was made by personal check. Section 2. Architectural model of 500 Bay Lane, $395.65. Butters, Borelli and Albeza, architects, received two payments from Mr. Rebozo amounting to $395.65 for a model of 500 Bay Lane in connection with remodeling work on President Nixon's properties. The payments were made by Mr. Rebozo as follows. January 18th, 1969, $295.65, followed by March 14th, 1969, $100, giving the total $395.65. Although the BBA representative contacted was unable to state whether payment was made in currency, no charge was found on Mr. Rebozo's bank statement indicating that a check from Mr. Rebozo had been issued in payment. Section 3. Conversion of garage into living quarters, 516 Bay Lane, $11,978.84. Robert Little, former senior partner in the architectural firm of Little, Layer and Pilkington, stated that he met with President Richard Nixon and Charles G. Rebozo in 1969 at the Key Biscayne compound to discuss remodeling of the President's property at 516 Bay Lane. This discussion initially entailed plans to be drawn by Mr. Little's firm in the construction of a bedroom and general remodeling. Later, Little was directed by Mr. Rebozo to revise these plans since Mrs. Nixon wanted the garage on 516 Bay Lane property converted into a living room, bedroom and bath. The fees paid to Little, Layer and Pilkington were made by check from the President's bank account and thus are included in the records furnished to the Coopers and Lybrand accounting firm. The conversion itself was described in documents furnished the committee as 516 Bay Lane convert two-car garage into efficiency with living room, bedroom and bath. Starting date May 25th, 1969. The work was done by Babcock Company Builders, Incorporated, and payment of $11,978.84 was made on August 6th, 1969 by Mr. Rebozo's personal check number 4169, drawn on his account number 1-0034 in the Key Biscayne Bank. Although Mr. Rebozo purported to make all 1,969 cancelled checks available to the committee staff, this check for $11,978.84 was not included. The financial records of Mr. Rebozo and the President show no reimbursement of this expenditure to Mr. Rebozo by President Nixon through May 31, 1973. Section 4. Putting Green at 516 Bay Lane, $243.57. The Bartlett Construction Company installed an armored Palmer putting green at President Nixon's 516 Bay Lane property. The bill submitted, amounting to $243.57, was paid by Mr. Rebozo's personal check, account number 1-34, on June 17, 1969. Again, records reviewed by the staff do not reflect reimbursement by the President to Mr. Rebozo for this expenditure. Section 5. The President's payments for work on his Key Biscayne properties, $76,053.02. While the preceding payments represent amounts paid by Mr. Rebozo in 1969 for work on the President's properties, he continued to oversee and ordered other work to be done at the President's homes. Payments were made for these other expenses from the personal account of the President in the Key Biscayne Bank. In most of these instances, an advice of charge, authorized by Mr. Rebozo, was made against the President's account for a cashier's check or Key Biscayne Bank check issued to the supplier or contractor. In 2 instances, a personal check was drawn on the President's account. These payments, all of which were charged to the President's account, number 2-527 in the Key Biscayne Bank, are shown above, on page 1033. Mr. Rebozo was, therefore, in a position to charge the President's bank account for any expenditures affecting the President's properties. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 14. F. The Wakefield Trust Accounts. Within the 10 months following the 1968 election, Rebozo paid expenses of the President totaling $17,091.86 with cash or with checks charged to Rebozo's account. Within the 3 months following the 1972 campaign, Rebozo paid for $28,529.29 of expenses incurred on the President's behalf from funds concealed in trust accounts under the control of Rebozo's attorney, Thomas H. Wakefield. In mid-November of 1972, Jack Brown, an employee of the Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company, who is regularly used as an agent by Rebozo, ordered from J.H. Claggett, Inc., a general contractor, the extension of the existing roof at 500 Bay Lane to cover the patio. At that time, Brown, acting on the instructions of Mr. Rebozo, represented himself to be an agent of the President. On November 17, 1972, an application for a building permit was filed with the Metropolitan-Dade County Building and Zoning Board in the name of Charles G. Rebozo for 500 Bay Lane. Mr. Rebozo's name was subsequently crossed out, and the name of Richard M. Nixon was written above it. On November 24, 1972, $10,000 in $100 bills were deposited to the Thomas H. Wakefield Trust Account, number 05-791-19, at the First National Bank of Miami on behalf of Rebozo. This trust account had remained inactive from October 31, 1968,
to November 24, 1972, with a balance of $76.24. On November 30, 1972, J.H. Claggett, Inc. submitted an invoice for $6,508.11 to Jack Brown at the Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company as a bill for Rebozo compound. On December 7, 1972, Thomas H. Wakefield, representing C.G. Rebozo, drew a check to J.H. Claggett, Inc. for $6,508.11 against the Thomas H. Wakefield Trust account, in which $10,000 was deposited 2 weeks previously. There is no record of any reimbursement for this expense to Rebozo by President Nixon. Thomas H. Wakefield is a signator on the following accounts: Bank, First National Bank of Miami. Name of account: 1. Wakefield, Hewitt, and Webster Trust Account. Account number 11-611-1. Date opened May 18, 1970. 2. Wakefield and Underwood Trust Account 6-681-1. 3. Thomas H. Wakefield Trust Account 05-791-9. Date opened June 24, 1947. Bank, Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company. Name of account: 4. Wakefield, Hewitt, and Webster Trust Account. Account number 1-673. 5. Thomas H. Wakefield Special Account 2-691. Date opened April 15, 1969. 6. Wakefield, Hewitt, and Webster Special Account. Account number 1-067. Testimony and documents received by the committee indicate that Mr. Rebozo, as a client of Wakefield, has had transactions related to at least 5 of these trust accounts. Thomas Wakefield refused to produce any records relating to transactions on behalf of Mr. Rebozo or of the President in his trust accounts, on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. He also invoked this privilege in response to questions regarding these transactions during an executive session of the committee, although he did provide some information at interviews. Mr. Rebozo refused the committee's request that he waive the attorney-client privilege and allow Wakefield to explain these transactions. In order to obtain information regarding these transactions, it has been necessary to serve subpoenas directly on the banks involved. Although some records were provided for one account on a previous occasion, Rebozo, as president of the Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company, failed to produce records for the remaining trust accounts when they were subpoenaed in October 1973 and again in June 1974. 1. Construction of swimming pool and accessories, $18,435.18. Rebozo signed a contract with the Catalina Pool Company of Miami, Florida, on November 14, 1972, for a 20 by 40-foot pool to be constructed at President Nixon's residence at 500 Bay Lane, Key Biscayne. A permit for the construction of this swimming pool was obtained by a representative of Catalina Pools, Inc., from the Metropolitan-Dade County Board on November 15, 1972. The permit reflects the pool to hold 31,000 gallons, and the cost is estimated to be $9,000. Construction on the pool began on November 17th and was completed on November 28, 1972. The documents received by the committee indicate that the bills for this work were to be sent to Wakefield, Hewitt, and Webster, attorneys, Miami, Florida. The expenditures relating to this pool amounted in the aggregate to $18,435.18 as follows. Paid to Catalina Inc. for construction, $10,100. Belcher Oil Company for pool heater, $1,727.26. Climatrol Inc. for screening around swimming pool, $3,600. Paul's Carpets, pool carpet, $1,277.64. Brown Jordan for pool furniture delivered to 478 Bay Lane, $1,730.28. Total, $18,435.18. The pool bills were paid from the following sources: Wakefield Hewitt and Webster Trust Account, First National Bank of Miami number 11-611-1, $14,977.64. Key Biscayne Bank number 1-673, $1,727.26. Cash from Rebozo, $1,730.28. Total, $18,435.18. The payments to Catalina Pools, Inc. were made from the Wakefield Hewitt and Webster Trust Account in the First National Bank of Miami as follows. Date, November 20th, 1972. Amount, $1,000. November 22nd, 1972. $5,935. November 23rd, 1972. $2,000. December 18th, 1972. $1,165. Total, $10,100. Each check has a notation reflecting that the transaction is on behalf of C.G. Rebozo. Wakefield also indicated that Mr. Rebozo was his client in the case of each check. Ann Harvey, Herbert Kalmbach's secretary, stated that in the summer or fall of 1972, she received an inquiry from Mr. Rebozo asking for specification of the pool that had been constructed at the President's San Clemente estate. 2. Pool heater. Documents obtained pursuant to a subpoena duces tecum on the Belcher Oil Company indicate that Mr. Rebozo ordered a heater for the President's pool at 500 Bay Lane on or about November 15, 1972. The heater was paid for on February 20, 1973, by a check in the amount of $1,727.26, drawn on funds in the Wakefield Hewitt and Webster Trust Account number 1-673, located at the Key Biscayne Bank. The check has a notation on it, invoice dated January 31, 1973, Rebozo, C.G. The committee has not been furnished with the details of this trust account number 1-673, since Mr. Rebozo, who was served with a subpoena in his capacity as president of the Key Biscayne Bank, has refused to comply with the subpoena duces tecum. The committee, however, received evidence that substantial amounts on behalf of Mr. Rebozo have been deposited in this account, including at least $3,500 in $100 bills. Wakefield indicated the Key Biscayne Trust involved significantly greater sums related to Mr. Rebozo than his trust account at the First National Bank. Wakefield estimated deposits through his Key Biscayne Bank trust account on behalf of Mr. Rebozo of approximately $200,000. 3. Screen enclosure at pool. The evidence in possession of the committee reflects that on or about November 16, 1972, Mr. Charles G. Rebozo ordered from Climatrol Corp. A screen enclosure installed at 500 Bay Lane, Key Biscayne, Florida. Mr. Rebozo requested plans for the screens to be provided for the President's review at Camp David, Maryland. Payments to Climatrol Corp. were made as follows. Date, December 22, 1972. First National Bank of Miami. Account number 11-611-1, $1,500. December 22, 1972. First National Bank of Miami. Account number 05-791-9, $1,100. December 28, 1972. First National Bank of Miami. Account number 05-791-9, $1,000. It will be noted that the first check was drawn on the Wakefield Hewitt and Webster Trust account, while the remaining checks were drawn on the Thomas H. Wakefield Trust account. Thus, Climatrol was paid $3,600 in 3 checks signed by Thomas H. Wakefield on 2 different trust accounts that he used to pay for work ordered by Rebozo. With respect to the payment of $1,500 on December 22, 1972, it is noted that Mr. Rebozo's funds in trust account 11-611-1 were overdrawn on December 18, 1972 in the amount of $100. On December 22, 1972, currency amounting to $1,600 was deposited, which cured the overdraft and provided the funds for the $1,500 check to Climatrol. The deposit of cash funds in the law firm trust accounts and subsequent issue of checks from said trust accounts concealed the fact that cash payments furnished by Mr. Rebozo were provided to pay for work on behalf of President Nixon. As indicated before, this method of payment was totally unnecessary, since checks could have been written on the President's Key Biscayne accounts or debit memos drawn against these same accounts by the President's lawyers who had been assigned that role. 4. Pool carpet. The payment of $1,277.64 was made to Paul's Carpet, Inc. by check dated December 8, 1972, signed by Thomas H. Wakefield and drawn on his trust account in the First National Bank of Miami. This check was for work ordered by Mr. Rebozo on November 21, 1972, which was to provide for the installation of 182 yards of green grass, 100% polypropylene, for cementing at the pool at the President's home at 500 Bay Lane. Mr. Rebozo was billed at the Key Biscayne Bank for this expense. 5. Pool furniture. Documents received by the committee indicate that Mr. Rebozo, on January 26, 1973, ordered furniture for the pool area to be delivered to Mr. Robert H. Abplanalp, 478 Bay Lane, Key Biscayne, Florida. Interviews and testimony before the committee, however, indicate that while Mr. Abplanalp is the owner of the property at 478 Bay Lane, he immediately leased it after purchase to the U.S. government, and this property does not have a pool. In addition, Mr. Fabregas, an interior designer for the BBA architectural firm, and Mr. Steve Morrison, assistant sales manager for the Brown Jordan Company, who supplied the furniture at a cost of $1,730.28, stated to the committee that Mrs. Nixon insisted that the fabric of the furniture match exactly with the fabric of the presidential pool furniture, which had been purchased for the San Clemente property. The committee has ascertained that Rebozo paid the BBA architectural firm for expenditures made to Brown Jordan and Company by making deposits directly to their account at the Key Biscayne Bank. The first deposit was made in the BBA account on February 1, 1973, in the amount of $1,519.50. The second payment was disclosed to the BBA firm in a letter dated February 20, 1973, from Mr. Rebozo's bookkeeper, who enclosed a deposit ticket from Mr. Rebozo to the firm's account for $210.78. The deposit tickets and letter reflect the initials CGR, and $210.78 was deposited in cash. The BBA firm did not have in their files the deposit ticket for the $1,519.50, and in an effort to determine if that deposit was also made in cash, a subpoena duces tecum was served on Mr. Rebozo, but he has refused to comply with the subpoena. G. Summary of Wakefield Trust Account Payments. A composite summary of the transactions relating to the construction of the pool and extension of the roof at 500 Bay Lane, as noted in the two trust account records received from the First National Bank of Miami, disclose the following. Total currency deposited. Amount $23,500. Payments to Catalina Pools, Inc., $10,100. J.B. Claggett, Inc., $6,508.11. Paul's Carpet, Inc., $1,277.64. Climatrol, $3,600. Belcher Oil Company, $356.25. Total $21,842. Funds transferred to Wakefield Hewitt & Webster Trust Account number 1-673 in Key Biscayne Bank, $2,255.52. Total disbursements, $24,097.52. Excess disbursed from firm Trust Account 11-611, $597.52. Funds in firm Trust Account number 05-791-9 from October 31, 1968 to October 31st, 1972, $76.24. Balance of excess disbursements, $521.23. It is noted that the trust account number 05-791-19 in the name of Thomas H. Wakefield contains only transactions relating to Rebozo's activities. However, the trust account number 11-611-1 in the firm's name is utilized by the law firm for more clients than just Rebozo. The currency amounting to $23,500 was deposited on Rebozo's behalf to trust accounts as follows. Date, November 16, 1972. Amount, $10,000. Account number, 11-611-1. November 24, 1972. $10,000. 05-791-9. December 22, 1972. $1,600. Account number 11-611-1. January 25, 1973. $200. Account number 11-611-1. April 4, 1973. $1,700. Account number 05-791-9. Total, $23,500. Other currency deposited in the trust accounts, as revealed from the records furnished by the First National Bank of Miami and from interview of Thomas H. Wakefield, are as follows. Account. In First National Bank of Miami, Wakefield, Hewitt & Webster, Trust Account 11-611-1, July 27, 1972, $3,500. July 2, 1973, $2,150. For a total of $5,650 in that account. In Key Biscayne Bank, Wakefield, Hewitt & Webster, Trust Account 1-673, date unknown, $3,500. Total, $9,150. Accordingly, at least $32,650 in currency has been deposited in 3 trust accounts on behalf of Rebozo. According to Thomas H. Wakefield, the currency deposited, as indicated above, consisted of $100 bills. Wakefield invoked attorney-client privilege as to the source of the funds and indicated that his client was Rebozo. However, Wakefield has stated that he never deposited currency on behalf of any client other than Rebozo. The currency received by Mr. Rebozo from Richard Danner, representative of Howard Hughes, and at least half of that from A.D. Davis, consisted of $100 bills. Furthermore, Rebozo reported in his September 1972 financial statements a total of $12,234.72 cash on hand and in unrestricted bank accounts, of which $2,453.78 is the balance in Rebozo's 6 bank accounts. According, therefore, to Rebozo's own figures, currency on hand would be approximately $9,780.94. Mr. Rebozo's only known source of currency during this period was his bank salary for the months of September, October, and 2 weeks in November 1972. The cash he received from this source amounted to $3,844.80, and assuming he spent no part of it, the full amount is being included in this computation as being available to Rebozo. Rebozo did not, during this period, or at any time since January 1, 1969, draw a check to cash for his own use, nor is there any indication that he received currency from business transactions. Therefore, Rebozo had a maximum of $13,665.74 in currency on hand at the November 15, 1972 salary date, which was just prior to the deposit of $20,000 in currency in the Wakefield trust accounts. According to Rebozo's testimony and financial records made available to the committee, Rebozo did not have sufficient funds available on November 16 and November 24, 1972, at which time he made 2 $10,000 cash deposits. These funds, amounting to $20,000, were subsequently used for the President's behalf. A summary of information available to the committee pertaining to the above analysis follows. Cash on hand and in unrestricted bank accounts, per financial statement of C.G.Rebozo at September 1, 1972, $12,234.72. Balance in Rebozo bank accounts at September 1, 1972. Account 1-34 in Key Biscayne Bank, $1,241.61. Account 1-262 in Key Biscayne Bank, $70.97. Account number 4-4179 in Key Biscayne Bank, $472.56. Account number 1-0886 in Key Biscayne Bank, $7.08. Account 4 in Greater Miami Federal Savings and Loan, $461.56. Account number 5-28170 in Manufacturers Hanover, $200. Total cash in banks, $2,453.78. Currency on hand, August 31, 1972, $9,780.94. Currency from salary payments, September 15, 1972, $776.96. September 30, 1972, $776.96. October 15, 1972, $776.96. October 31, 1972, $776.96. November 15, 1972, $776.96. Total currency, assuming none spent, $3,884.80. Cash available at November 15, 1972, $13,665.74. Deposit in Wakefield, Hewitt & Webster Trust Account, First National Bank of Miami, account number 11-611-1, November 16, 1972, in currency, $10,000. Deposit in Thomas H. Wakefield Trust Account, First National Bank of Miami, in currency, account number 05-791-9, November 24, 1972, $10,000. Total currency payments, $20,000. Currency used in excess of currency from known sources, $6,334.26. An additional analysis using earlier records also shows a shortage of currency. Mr. Rebozo reported in his September 1971 financial statement a total of $47,520.49 cash on hand and in unrestricted bank accounts. His bank balance was in excess of this amount, and therefore no currency was reported by Rebozo as being on hand as of September 1, 1971. Rebozo's only known source of currency from September 1, 1971 through November 30, 1972 was his bank salary. During this period, Rebozo received $23,246.52 in currency for his bank account, but never issued any checks or debits from which currency was derived for his use. Assuming that Rebozo spent no part of his salary, other than what he deposited, he had only $12,446.52 in currency from known sources, other than campaign funds, available to him during a period when he deposited $23,500 in the Wakefield Trust accounts on the president's behalf. Therefore, Rebozo must have had available to him at least $11,053.48 from some previously undisclosed source at a time when he had access to currency derived from campaign contributions. The information is summarized below. Cash on hand and in bank at September 1, 1971, per financial statement, $47,520.49. Currency, all of above is accounted for in banks, none. Currency received as salary from Key Biscayne Bank from September 1, 1971 to November 30, 1972, $23,246.52. Currency deposited during above period, $10,800. Currency available from known sources, $12,446.52. Currency payments for President Nixon's properties in Key Biscayne, $23,500. Currency used in excess of available currency from known sources, $11,053.48. These two analyses indicate that Rebozo had some previously undisclosed source of currency from which he drew funds on the president's behalf. According to his testimony and records, the only such source of currency available to him were campaign contributions. H. Rebozo's financial situation. According to documents available to the committee, a substantial percentage of Rebozo's reported gross income went for the payment of interest on loans. A study of Mr. Rebozo's financial statements covering the period from September 1, 1968 to September 1, 1973, reflects a constant borrowing of funds from various banks and individuals in Dade County and also outside of Florida. His principal assets include stock in the Key Biscayne Bank and Fisher's Island, Inc. Rebozo's total interest payments on loans during the 5-year period amounted to almost $500,000, while his reported gross income during this period averaged to only $24,000 a year above his itemized deductions. Therefore, a considerable portion of his reported gross earnings, averaging approximately 72%, went to the payments of interest on Rebozo's loans. 1. No record of pool costs in President's books. Although at least $18,435.19 was expended in connection with the swimming pool on the President's property at 500 Bay Lane, no record whatsoever appeared in the 1972 or the 1973 accounting books of the President, maintained by Arthur Bletch, the President's certified public accountant. However, when Bletch was reviewing the accounts in early 1974, in connection with the preparation of the President's 1973 income tax return, he found a check signed by Rosemary Woods, the first she had ever signed on the President's account. The check was dated August 18, 1973, and was of further interest because it was payable to Mr. Rebozo in the amount of $13,642.52. Bletch noted also that the check was typewritten and that 2 different typewriters had been used from the typing on the check. As he had no idea what this check could have been for, he posted the item to account number 999, suspense. Thereafter, he inquired of Ann Harvey and Frank DeMarco and learned the payment was for the construction of a swimming pool, which had occurred in December 1972, and the check to Rebozo for $13,642.52, dated August 18, 1973, was a reimbursement for payments he had made. It is of interest to note that at the time of issue of this check in August 1973, Rebozo had returned $100,000 to Hughes, was under active investigation by the Internal Revenue Service, and the Senate Select Committee was indicating interest in the Hughes contribution. 2. The fireplace. Other documents received by the committee indicate that Rebozo ordered the construction of a fireplace for the President's home at 516 Bay Lane and instructed the contractor J.H. Claggett, Inc. that the billing should be sent to Thomas H. Wakefield. The records received from Claggett indicate that the bill of $3,586 was paid on March 26, 1973, but Claggett has been unable to provide the form of the payment. That is, whether it was cash deposited in his Key Biscayne bank account or whether it may have been a Wakefield Trust account check. This item was not paid from the President's bank accounts, nor was it paid from Rebozo's bank accounts furnished to the committee. The committee attempted to determine how payment was made by service of a subpoena on Mr. Charles G. Rebozo as president of the Key Biscayne Bank, but he has failed to comply with the subpoena. 3. The pool table. The committee has also received documents and information that Mr. Rebozo paid $1,138.30 by personal check on March 19, 1970, to William Brandt's Billiard Supply Company for a pool table ordered by Mr. Rebozo at 490 Bay Lane. This pool table has a gold covering. However, Mr. James Perdue, who assisted in the work being done on the President's properties, stated there is a pool table in President Nixon's home at 516 Bay Lane and his description of this cover was identical to the one ordered by Rebozo as described above. 4. Fuel oil payments. In addition to the payments to Belcher Oil Company for the pool heater, 3 payments were made to them from the 2 trust accounts in the First National Bank of Miami as follows. Date, January 25, 1973. Amount, $138.50. April 24, 1973. $75.88. May 16, 1973. $141.87. These checks are in payment of fuel oil delivered to the President's home at 500 Bay Lane and believed to have been used in the pool heater mentioned above. More recent invoices, including the invoice of June 29, 1973, indicate billings to Key Biscayne Bank for work performed at the President's home on 500 Bay Lane. For example, a cashier's check signed by Vernon L. Tucker, an officer of the Key Biscayne Bank, in the amount of $38.16 was paid to the Belcher Oil Company. The space provided for the remitter was not filled in, and thereby does not disclose who furnished the funds for the purchase of the cashier's check. End of Section 21. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 22 of The Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3, Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 15. I. The Florida Nixon for President Committee Account. Mr. Rebozo maintained an account in the Key Biscayne Bank in the name of the Florida Nixon for President Committee account number 1-0455. Although efforts have been made to obtain a copy of this account, and Rebozo promised to furnish a copy of the account to the committee, he has failed to do so. Mr. Rebozo was a signator to this account, and at least $426.87 was used from this campaign fund for the personal benefit of President Nixon. On February 19, 1969, Rebozo issued his own check in this amount of $426.87 to reimburse the campaign account. The check stub for check number 3867 reads reimbursement of various bills advanced for RMN personal. On April 14, 1969, Rebozo issued check number 1150 against funds in the Florida Nixon for President Committee account, payable to Herbert W. Kalmbach for the amount of $216.18. Part of these funds were subsequently used to pay expenses of Jack Caulfield, who conducted special investigatory work for John Ehrlichman. The following day, Mr. Rebozo issued a check for $6,000, payable to Thomas H. Wakefield, special account, drawn on the Florida Nixon for President Committee, and thereupon opened a new account, the Thomas H. Wakefield special account number 2-1691 in the Key Biscayne Bank. The signatories were Thomas H. Wakefield and Charles G. Rebozo, with either one authorized to sign. No address was shown for the mailing of statements, the only notation being hold statements. Rebozo has testified that the $6,000 represented funds that were owed to him for one thing or another. He further testified that he was worried about how it might look if he wrote a check to himself. He testified that he created this special account in his attorney's name and wrote a check to it in order to receive the funds without drawing them to attention. Rebozo continued to sign all checks or authorized charges until the final closing of this account. The funds in this account were disbursed by Rebozo in the same manner as he handled the funds in the Florida Nixon for President Committee account, except that now the nature of the funds, that is, campaign funds, was concealed through the use of said special account. Disbursements from this account were as follows. Date, May 6, 1969. Paid to Herbert W. Kalmbach. Amount $200. Remarks subsequently paid to Jack Caulfield. May 23, 1969. Bank charge for checks, $4.66. May 29, 1969. Pitney Bowes, Inc., $124.80. Invoice number 65-182408. July 25, 1969. Herbert W. Kalmbach, $1,000, subsequently paid to Tony Ulasewicz. September 10, 1969. Thunderbird Studio, $108.16. Balance due, pictures at reception of President Nixon. June 28, 1972. Wakefield Hewitt & Webster Trust Account number 1-673. $4,562.38. Use discussed below. Total $6,000. Rebozo has refused a committee request that he provide documents showing the purpose of the original transfer of $6,000 of campaign funds to the Thomas H. Wakefield special account. It will be noted that this special account, derived from 1968 campaign funds, maintained a balance of $4,562.38 for almost 3 years. On June 28, 1972, Rebozo closed it out by transferring the funds through an advice of charge to the Wakefield Hewitt & Webster Trust Account number 1-673 in the Key Biscayne Bank. The same day, a check was issued for $5,000 against account 1-673, and the proceeds of this check were deposited in the Wakefield Hewitt & Webster Trust Account number 11-611-1 in the First National Bank of Miami. Also on the same day, a check was issued from this account purchasing a cashier's check from the First National Bank of Miami, payable to Harry Winston in the amount of $5,000. These funds were used to purchase platinum diamond earrings, a birthday gift to Mrs. Nixon from President Nixon, as indicated hereinafter. J. Purchase of earrings for Mrs. Nixon from Harry Winston. The records of Harry Winston, a jeweler in New York City, reflect that on March 17, 1972, a set of platinum diamond earrings containing tops 16 pear-shaped diamonds, bottoms 2 pear-shaped diamonds, 2 tapered baguette diamonds, were delivered to Lieutenant Commander Alex Larzalier, who was then attached to the White House staff. The consignment slip of March 17, 1972, indicates in handwriting Rosemary in the upper left-hand corner. Lieutenant Commander Larzalier delivered the earrings to his superior at the White House and was told that they were for President Nixon's gift to his wife on her birthday. On the copies of the bills addressed to President Richard Nixon, as indicated in handwriting of the salesman, please send to Rosemary Woods. The full cost of these earrings is shown as $5,650, with payment being made as follows according to Harry Winston's records. Paid to President Richard M. Nixon. Amount $5,000, deposited at First National Bank of Miami. President Richard M. Nixon, $560, Riggs National Bank. Rosemary Woods, $90, First National Bank of Washington. Total $5,650. The $5,000 check, as previously stated, was a cashier's check drawn on the First National Bank of Miami and derived from the Wakefield Hewitt & Webster Trust Account number 11-611-1 in the First National Bank. The funds in this account were transferred from the Wakefield Firm Trust Account number 1-673 in the Key Biscayne Bank, and $4,562.38 was received by the firm's trust account from the Thomas Wakefield Special Account number 2-1691 in the Key Biscayne Bank. The funds in the special account were derived from the Florida Nixon for President Committee. Therefore, $4,562.38 of funds originally derived from campaign contributions were used to purchase platinum diamond earrings. This complex four-stage process of payment for this gift concealed the fact that the funds originated from contributions to the 1968 campaign and were ultimately used by Rebozo on behalf of President Nixon. K. President Nixon beneficiary of loan notes signed by C.G. Rebozo. The examination of the President's assets and liabilities, dated August 20, 1973, by the accounting firm of Coopers & Lybrand noted that the President had purchased property at 500 Bay Lane, Key Biscayne, Florida, consisting of land, building, and furnishings, on December 19, 1968, from Senator George A. Smathers for $125,000. Their report also noted the president had purchased land at 516 Bay Lane for $127,928, and the down payments for these properties came from the proceeds of a loan obtained in the amount of $65,000 on December 19, 1968, from the First National Bank of Miami. When President Nixon acquired the Key Biscayne properties, he assumed the existing mortgages and a note for $65,000, which was executed by Hughes-Rebozo with the First National Bank of Miami. This note was dated December 19, 1968, payable 32 days later at 7% interest. The proceeds of this note were used to pay the owners of the property as follows. Paid to Senator and Mrs. George A. Smathers, amount $43,497. Manuel Arca, Jr. and Evora Bonet de Arca, $20,243. Closing expenditures, $643. Total, $64,383. Cash remitted to President Nixon, $617. Total, $65,000. Wakefield stated that Rebozo paid him legal fees incurred for the purchase of 500 and 516 Bay Lane, and he considered Rebozo to be his client for said purchase. This transaction handled by Rebozo not only provided the president with the Key Biscayne properties without the investment of any funds on his part, in fact, the president received $617, but the obligation on the $65,000 note was accepted by C.G. Rebozo. In this connection, the liability ledger includes this $65,000 loan in the name of Richard M. and Patricia R. Nixon, while the demand tickler sheet was in the name of C.G. Rebozo. Although this loan was due January 20, 1969, it was changed on that date to a demand loan and was not paid until September 4, 1969. On that date, Mr. Richard Stearns, Senior Vice President of the Key Biscayne Bank, forwarded a cashier's check charged to the president's account in the Key Biscayne Bank, with letter reading as follows. Enclosed you will find our cashier's check number 10864 in the amount of $65,763.75, of which $65,000 is payment on the principal note of Mr. C.G. Rebozo, and $763.75 for interest. In the report of the Joint Committee on Internal Revenue Taxation on their examination of President Nixon's tax returns, evidence was adduced that on March 12, 1973, the sum of $65,000 was transferred from the president's account to Mr. Rebozo as a 3-year loan payable to Mrs. Patricia Cox at 8% interest. This amount was part of the proceeds of the sale of property on December 28, 1972, which property had been acquired by the president from Cape Florida Development, Inc. L. Summary of total payments on behalf of President Nixon. A summary of the payments made by Rebozo on behalf of the president, as disclosed from documents and interviews discussed herein, reflects a pattern of Rebozo expenditures of at least $50,000. The committee has obviously not been able to identify conclusively all the payments made by Rebozo, as the pertinent records desired from Rebozo and his Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company have never been produced, and Rebozo has refused to comply with subpoenas duces tecum served on him. Any further investigation by other investigatory bodies should focus initially on obtaining the trust account records from the Key Biscayne Bank that this committee has been unable to obtain. While the committee has been unable to determine, based on documents received to date, if the transfer of $65,000 to Mr. Rebozo on March 12, 1973, was related in any way to the note Mr. Rebozo signed on behalf of President Nixon for $65,000, the committee's letter to Mr. St. Clair of June 6, 1974, asked for any information or documents from the president which might clarify any relationship between the two transactions. The letter inquired, the committee would appreciate learning under what circumstances Mr. Rebozo incurred the above described obligation, referring to the signing of the note, and what, if any, consideration he received for incurring said obligation. As noted below, the committee received a response to its letter from counsel St. Clair, which failed to respond to any of the specific issues raised by the committee's inquiry. M. $20,000 cash funds in Rebozo's possession, September 1969. Since 1964, Rebozo has followed the practice of preparing and mailing to banks from which he has received loans a financial statement as of September 1st of each year, showing his assets, liabilities, net worth, and other financial data. Of interest in connection with his September 1st, 1969 financial statement is the fact that he included therein cash on hand of $20,000. As the evidence tended to show, this is the month during which Richard Danner delivered a $50,000 campaign contribution from Howard Hughes to B.B. Rebozo. Specifically, the financial statement executed on October 9, 1969, and mailed to the Manufacturers Hanover Trust Company, showing his assets, liabilities, and net worth as of September 1, 1969, includes as cash on hand and unrestricted in banks, $23,741.36. Mr. Rebozo's checking account number 1-34 in the Key Biscayne Bank shows a balance as of September 1, 1969, of $3,741.36. The difference between the amount in the bank, $3,741.36, and the amount shown on his financial statement, $23,741.36, is $20,000, which sum would have to be currency. It is of interest to note that the following year, September 1, 1970, Rebozo's financial statement shows cash on hand and unrestricted in banks $44,691.20. This amount agrees to the penny with the balance in Rebozo's bank account number 1-34 at the Key Biscayne Bank. When questioned at executive session on March 21, 1974, Rebozo denied the $20,000 represented cash. He stated that funds in a savings account in a bank in Key West were included in his cash. However, the documentation he forwarded to the committee does not support his statement, since the amount in the savings account of the First Federal Savings and Loan of Key West, Florida, is in the name of Monroe Land and Title Company, and the balance is less than $2,000. When questioned on March 21, 1974, Rebozo also denied that the $20,000 was cash that Richard Danner had brought to him as part of the Hughes contribution. In addition, Rebozo was asked if he ever had a sum of $50,000 in cash since January 1, 1969, to which Rebozo answered, "No, I never had that much cash, not deposited." Mr. Rebozo was also questioned as to whether he had ever loaned any money to the president since January 1, 1969, and answered, "I haven't, but the bank has." Wait a minute, not since January of 1969, though. Rebozo was also asked, "And have you ever given any gifts of cash or stock or any other negotiable commodity of value in excess of $1,000 to the president?" Mr. Rebozo answered, "No." Rebozo was also asked, "Have you ever cashed any checks in excess of $10,000 in the president's behalf for cash?" And again, Rebozo answered, "No." In addition to the expenditures already commented upon, Rebozo's personal bank records furnished to the committee reveal he issued personal checks for a variety of expenses incurred on President Nixon's Key Biscayne properties between January 24, 1969 and May 12, 1970, which checks total $832.32. Of this sum, Rebozo's records reflect he received one reimbursement from the president in the amount of $127.77 on February 14, 1969. The records maintained by the president's accountant, reviewed by the committee, also reflects that the president had made only one reimbursement of $127.77 through May 31, 1973. N. The President's Response. In a letter of June 6, 1974, Chairman Ervin and Vice Chairman Baker furnished most of the above described information to Mr. James St. Clair, counsel to the President. The letter noted as its purpose that the committee has received certain evidence that may relate to information and documents in possession of the President or his representatives. We wish to afford the President an opportunity to comment on this material prior to the filing of this report. We would appreciate any assistance you can provide in clarifying the issues set forth below and in aiding us in reviewing this evidence. Information provided will be especially helpful in those areas where the committee has not had access to all available documents and where systematic analysis has been impossible, since only random documentation has been provided us. On June 24, 1974, the committee received a response to its letter from Mr. St. Clair in behalf of the President. After characterizing the committee's letter and indicating he had reviewed it with the President on June 20, 1974, Mr. St. Clair makes two general responses. The President has made public an audit of his affairs dated August 20, 1973, certified by Coopers & Lybrand, which, he is confident, reflected fully his receipts and expenditures for the period covered. I believe that the only useful comment that can be made in response to your letter is to convey the President's assurance that he never instructed C.G.Rebozo to raise and maintain funds to be disbursed for the President's personal behalf, nor, so far as he knows, was this ever done. As a result, the President, through his counsel, has failed to respond to any of the specific inquiries delineated in the committee's letter, and therefore has not provided information that might assist the committee in its review of these matters. O. Rebozo's response. When Mr. Rebozo was questioned at an executive session, the committee did not have in its possession information which disclosed Rebozo's substantial expenditures on behalf of President Nixon. He was asked if on occasion he had paid miscellaneous bills for 500 Bay Lane. Rebozo replied in the affirmative, and when he was asked if he had been reimbursed for these expenditures, he answered, "Yes, I say, usually I'm not going to nitpick with the President. If there's something I think he should have, I might just go ahead and do it without even him knowing about it. He just doesn't concern himself at all with financial problems ever. He never has." The committee has subpoenaed from Rebozo and from the Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company records of expenditures during the relevant periods paid for or on behalf of President Richard Nixon, Rosemary Woods, F. Donald Nixon, Donald A. Nixon, and Edward Nixon. Rebozo had, both individually and in his capacity as president of the Key Biscayne Bank and Trust Company, refused to produce these records. After the facts discussed above were developed by the committee, a subpoena was issued for Rebozo's appearance and served on his attorney, thus providing Rebozo with an opportunity to respond. His attorney informed the committee that Rebozo had left the country and that he was no longer authorized to accept service on Rebozo's behalf. P. Other recipients of campaign funds. As noted above, the committee received evidence that Rebozo advised Kalmbach that he had furnished part of the funds received from Hughes to the President's brothers. Both F. Donald and Edward Nixon have denied under oath to the Select Committee having received any funds or gifts from Mr. Charles G. Rebozo. The committee, however, has been unable to make a conclusive determination as to whether Messrs. Edward or F. Donald Nixon received any of the proceeds of the Hughes contribution to Rebozo, due to the failure and refusal of both to comply with the subpoena duces tecum, which sought certain documents and records deemed by the committee pertinent to its inquiry, and to testify after being advised questions would relate to whether either received the proceeds of campaign contributions. The chart on the following page traces currency and bank funds controlled by C.G. Rebozo and expended for the benefit of President Nixon and others. The figures reflected in the chart do not reflect necessarily all such possible transactions, due to Mr. Rebozo's failure to comply fully with subpoenas served on him for records relating to those transactions. The chart does reflect, however, the flow of cash currency in and out of 3 trust accounts and a special account, all in the name of Mr. Rebozo's attorney, Thomas H. Wakefield. The chart also reflects amounts expended for alterations, additions, and improvements on the President's Key Biscayne properties, and for other items purchased in his behalf. The chart, for example, shows that $6,000 of campaign contributions were deposited in the Florida Nixon for President Committee, which funds were later transferred to the Thomas H. Wakefield special account at the Key Biscayne Bank. The chart then shows the flow of $4,562.38 from the Wakefield special account to the Wakefield Hewitt and Webster trust account, and on the same date, $5,000 was withdrawn from said trust account and deposited in the Wakefield, Hewitt, and Webster Trust account at the First National Bank of Miami. On the same date as that transfer, a cashier's check was purchased at the First National Bank of Miami, which was furnished to Harry Winston, a jeweler in New York, for the purchase of platinum and diamond earrings, furnished by President Nixon to his wife on her birthday in March of 1972. End of section 22. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 23 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 16. 11. A summary analysis of conflicting evidence. In the course of its investigation into the receipt by Rebozo of $100,000 from Hughes, the Senate Select Committee has received considerable evidence, a significant portion of which reflects conflicts in principal witnesses' testimony. To allow for an appropriate review of rather complex factual materials, a summary analysis of said conflicting testimony on important issues is presented here. A. Initiator of the contribution. When asked on March 20, 1973, who brought up the Hughes contribution first, Mr. Rebozo replied, "Danner brought it up with me. I had no reason to bring it up with Danner. He was a practicing lawyer in Washington and was not even connected with Hughes." In his testimony on December 18, 1973, Mr. Richard Danner was asked if it was Danner who initiated the discussions about the possibility of getting a contribution from the Hughes Tool Company or Mr. Hughes. Danner replied, "No, I had no contact with the Hughes Tool Company, none whatsoever in that respect. I didn't know any of the principals involved, and when the question arose as to whether I could do anything in that light, I agreed to talk to Ed Morgan." Mr. Rebozo also testified on March 20, 1974, that he never met with candidate Nixon and Richard Danner to discuss the possibility of obtaining a contribution from Howard Hughes in the 1968 campaign. However, Mr. Richard Danner testified on December 18, 1973, that Mr. Nixon was present at the first discussion of a possible Hughes contribution, and that either candidate Nixon or Mr. Rebozo first asked Danner to ascertain if Hughes would make a contribution. After Rebozo denied that candidate Nixon was present in the first discussion about the Hughes contribution in 1968, Danner was asked again about candidate Nixon's presence in an executive session on July 12, 1974. Danner again confirmed that President Nixon and Rebozo had both been present in the first meeting when the Hughes contribution was brought up. B. Actual delivery of funds. On March 20, 1974, Mr. Rebozo testified that he received the first $50,000 cash contribution from Richard Danner on July 3, 1970, at the staff mess at San Clemente, and that he received the second $50,000 cash contribution from Richard Danner in August 1970 at his office in the Key Biscayne Bank in Key Biscayne, Florida. However, when Rebozo first met with IRS agents on May 10, 1973, he testified that he received the first delivery in late 1968 or early 1969, and that he received the second delivery 2 or 3 months later. At that time, Rebozo could not recall whether he had received the first package in Key Biscayne or San Clemente, but that he had received one package in each location. Mr. Rebozo also told the IRS agents on May 10, 1973, that Robert Mayhew may have been present in Florida when Rebozo received the contribution in Florida, but was not present at the time of the delivery. On July 10, 1973, when Rebozo met again with IRS agents, he recalled that the first contribution had been in 1969 at the San Clemente Inn, since, to the best of his knowledge, Danner had never been inside the San Clemente compound. It was not until his October 8, 1973 interview with the Senate Select Committee that Rebozo finally fixed on July 3, 1970 as being the date of the first contribution, and the San Clemente Western White House as being the place for that delivery. However, on June 18, 1973, Rebozo told Kenneth Whitaker, special agent in charge of the Miami FBI office, that he had received $50,000 in cash from Richard Danner in 1969. In addition, Richard Danner testified before the Senate Select Committee on December 18, 1973, that he could not recall whether the first delivery of cash was in the late summer of 1969 in Key Biscayne, Florida, or on July 3, 1970 at San Clemente. Similarly, Robert Mayhew also places the first delivery of $50,000 in 1969. Mayhew testified in a deposition on July 4, 1973, that Mr. Danner made the first delivery, which would have been sometime in 1969. Similarly, Robert Mayhew was certain that he was present at the delivery of the cash in Key Biscayne. He recalls seeing the envelope containing the cash passed from Danner to Rebozo, and recalls that Danner, Rebozo, and Mayhew left Rebozo's home in Rebozo's car to dine at Saul Mendel's restaurant after Danner had given Rebozo the cash. Richard Danner completely supported Mayhew's version of the first delivery in Danner's first interview with the IRS on May 15, 1972. Danner subsequently changed his IRS testimony on July 5, 1973, after he had had discussions about the matter with Rebozo in the summer of 1972. In one of his interviews with the Select Committee staff, Rebozo also stated that it was his recollection that he received the Key Biscayne contribution at his home rather than at his bank office. On December 20, 1973, Rebozo testified that he had received the second $50,000 contribution at his home in August 1970. C. Initiator of first delivery. On March 20, 1974, Mr. Rebozo testified before the Select Committee that Danner had offered the $50,000 contribution to Rebozo on numerous occasions after the 1969 election. However, on May 10, 1973, Mr. Rebozo told IRS agents that after the 1968 election, Rebozo could not remember whether he approached Danner or Danner approached him about making the contribution. Mr. Danner testified on Tuesday, December 18, 1973, that after the 1968 election in early 1969, Rebozo needled Danner about the fact that the Hughes people had not made a substantial contribution to the 1968 campaign. Danner testified that in 1969, Rebozo asked Danner whether Hughes would contribute funds to begin taking polls on candidates for the 1970 congressional elections. Danner also testified that this occurred after Rebozo had refused Danner's offer in early 1969 to deliver the $50,000 contribution that had been promised for the 1968 campaign. D. Purpose of the money. On March 20, 1974, Mr. Rebozo testified that the two contributions he received from Richard Danner were to be used for the 1972 presidential campaigns, since he did not accept contributions from anybody for anything else. However, on June 18, 1973, Rebozo apparently told Kenneth Whitaker that the money Rebozo was taking out of the safe deposit box in the Key Biscayne Bank was from Howard Hughes and was to be applied to the Republican congressional elections in 1970. In addition, Rebozo apparently told Whitaker that a short time after receiving the first contribution, he received another $50,000 from Richard Danner to be used for the same purpose. Richard Danner has insisted throughout his staff interviews and his sworn testimony before the Select Committee that the funds he contributed on behalf of Howard Hughes were requested by Rebozo to be used for the 1970 congressional campaigns, or for polls for those elections, and that this was the purpose of the contributions. Robert Mayhew has testified that the purpose of the first $50,000 contribution was to fulfill the pledge made in the 1968 campaign, and that the second contribution was made to ensure that the Hughes people had an entree with the Nixon administration. Finally, Richard Danner testified that in March or April 1972, he received a telephone call from B.B. Rebozo asking him if Howard Hughes was going to make a contribution to the 1972 campaign. E. Individuals who had knowledge of the receipt of the Hughes contribution. On March 20, 1974, Rebozo testified under oath to the Select Committee that he had informed Rosemary Woods of the Hughes contribution shortly after he received it. On May 10, 1973, Rebozo told Internal Revenue Service special agents who were interviewing him that he and the two agents were the only individuals who knew about the money. Furthermore, on July 10, 1973, Rebozo told Internal Revenue Special Agent John Bartlett and Revenue Agent Burt Webb that he did not notify anyone of the receipt of the money. It was not until his October 8, 1973 interview with the Senate Select Committee that Rebozo testified that he told Rosemary Woods that he had a contribution from Howard Hughes totaling $100,000 in his safe deposit box, which he shared with Thomas Wakefield. In that interview, Rebozo stated that he told Miss Woods about the contribution at about the time he became apprehensive about retaining it. In addition, Rebozo stated in that interview that he thought that he told Herb Kalmbach at some point when discussing 1972 campaign contributions that he received a 1968 contribution from Howard Hughes. Finally, in that same interview, Rebozo recalled that he also informed President Nixon about the campaign contribution from Howard Hughes in one of his visits at Key Biscayne after the 1972 election. Then, in Rebozo's interview with the Senate Select Committee on October 17, 1973, Rebozo stated that he did not discuss the contribution with any other individuals besides Rosemary Woods between the time he received it and the time when he decided to return the contribution. Rebozo added that he talked with several other individuals about the contribution after he had decided to return the money. Rebozo also testified that he talked to Herbert Kalmbach about the Hughes contribution on April 30, 1973. Then, on March 20, 1974, Rebozo swore under oath before the Senate Select Committee that President Nixon had counseled Rebozo to give the money back in early 1973. Rebozo also testified on March 20, 1974, that he discussed what he should do with the money with William Griffin, a New York lawyer, and the attorney for Robert Applenaup. Furthermore, Rebozo testified on March 20, 1974, that he had several discussions of the Hughes contribution with Rosemary Woods, and estimated that he discussed it with her on 3 or 4 separate occasions. Rebozo also stated in an interview on October 17, 1973, that he told Miss Woods that the Hughes contribution was for the 1972 campaign, and that he discussed the problems of the Hughes organization with her. Miss Woods testified on March 22, 1974, "I don't think we had several discussions. There was nothing to discuss so far as I know." In addition, she testified that Rebozo never offered any details with regard to the contribution, and that she did not know for which campaign the contribution was intended. Mr. Rebozo also testified that he discussed the $100,000 with Thomas H. Wakefield after he decided to return the money. In addition, Rebozo testified he told the president about having the Hughes money sometime prior to March or April 1973, when the president visited Key Biscayne, Florida. On October 17, 1973, Rebozo told the Select Committee staff that after he had decided to return the money, Rebozo mentioned the Hughes contribution to John Ehrlichman and H.R. Haldeman. Ehrlichman, however, said in a January interview that he did not know anything at all about the $100,000 contribution until he read about it in the newspaper in the fall of 1973. Ehrlichman recalled that he did discuss the general subject of Hughes contributions with Rebozo. Although he could not recall the date, he recalled that Rebozo told him that the Hughes people had misled him into thinking that they would make a very large contribution, but had ended up making a contribution very much under $10,000. Ehrlichman said that Rebozo had indicated to him that Rebozo had received only a de minimis contribution from the Hughes people. Then, on March 21, 1974, Rebozo testified that neither Haldeman nor Ehrlichman knew anything about the $100,000 in 1972 or 1973. Rebozo testified that, "They knew nothing about it to my knowledge." F. Conditions under which the money was stored. On March 20, 1974, Rebozo testified that after receiving the cash, he marked HH in the corner of the envelope containing the cash, wrote a letter to Thomas H. Wakefield that was placed in the director's safe deposit box with instructions on what to do with the money should anything happen to Mr. Rebozo, marked similar instructions on the manila envelope containing the money, and placed the envelope in his safe deposit box number 224 at the Key Biscayne Bank. However, Rebozo also testified that he destroyed the original envelope in which the Hughes money was contained sometime after the Hughes problem started and the campaign got underway. Rebozo also testified that he destroyed the letters to Wakefield in the director's box at a later time. Rebozo further testified that sometime after he placed the Hughes contribution in his safe deposit box, he took the bank wrappers off of the money and placed rubber bands around the packets. However, on March 21, 1974, Herbert Kalmbach testified that he met Rebozo on January 8, 1974, and that Rebozo then told him, "Undoubtedly, Herb, I have not told you that after you and I talked last spring regarding the Hughes money, I found that I had in fact not dispersed any of the Hughes cash to the several people I named. When I went into the safe deposit box, I found that the wrappers around the cash had not been disturbed, and so it was clear that no part of this money had been used." In addition, Ken Whitaker stated in an interview on November 20, 1973, that when he observed the counting of the money on June 18, 1973, some of the packets were held together by rubber bands, while others were in bank wrappers. Whitaker did not recall any identification on the wrappers. Mr. Rebozo also testified that Thomas H. Wakefield had a duplicate key to safe deposit box number 224, where the money was kept during the entire time that the money was stored in a safe deposit box. Rebozo testified that sometime during the period after he received the Hughes contribution, he lost all of his keys to his safe deposit boxes, and that the locks were changed after he lost his keys. Rebozo testified that he gained access to box number 224 on this occasion by requesting the second key from Mr. Wakefield so that Rebozo could get into the box. Rebozo also testified that he gave Wakefield the replacement key for the new lock after the new lock was installed. However, Thomas H. Wakefield, under oath before the Senate Select Committee on June 10, 1974, testified that Rebozo never came to him to request his copy of the key of the safe deposit box number 224, and that he was never given any replacement key to get into the box after the locks were allegedly changed. Wakefield stated in an interview that sometime in 1968 or 1969, Rebozo gave him a key to the safe deposit box and told him that in the case of Rebozo's death, Wakefield should open the box and follow the instructions. Rebozo also testified that it was not the custom of the bank to ask Rebozo to sign the access card each time he went into his safe deposit boxes. Therefore, the same safe deposit box records produced by Rebozo did not represent each time that he went into the box. G. Other contributions. On March 21, 1974, Rebozo testified that A.D. Davis made a $50,000 cash contribution to Rebozo on April 4 or 5, 1972. Rebozo further testified that he called the Finance Committee to re-elect the president after receiving the contribution, and that the committee sent Fred LaRue down to pick up the money. However, Fred LaRue testified that he did not discuss any contribution with B.B. Rebozo until October 1972, and that on that occasion, LaRue called Rebozo to request contributions for the Nunn campaign in Kentucky at the request of John Mitchell. In addition, LaRue's plane ticket showing the trip during which he picked up the money from Rebozo is dated October 12, 1972. However, on December 20, 1972, Rebozo testified in a civil deposition that he received campaign funds for President Nixon's re-election campaign from January 1, 1971 through April 6, 1972, which have already been listed. It is interesting to note, however, that the A.D. Davis contribution was never noted on any list of contributors to the 1972 campaign, nor was any contribution from Davis acknowledged by Maurice Stans, the chairman of the SCRP, until October 13, 1972. Rebozo also testified that he set up a separate bank account for all contributions he received for the 1972 campaign. However, Rebozo testified before the Select Committee that he did not place the Hughes $100,000 contribution nor the A.D. Davis $50,000 in the special account that he had set up. On July 10, 1973, Rebozo told IRS Special Agent Jack Bartlett that, in 1972, Rebozo put all contributions received by him in the bank account, special bank account he set up for contributions. In addition, Mr. Rebozo also testified on December 20, 1973, that aside from the Kislak contribution and the Hughes contribution, that he received other contributions, but those were others that are reported and they are a matter of record. Rebozo added, "I believe, however, that they are subsequent to the April 7th date." Then Rebozo was asked, Q. There should be no pre-April 7th, 1972 contributions that are not in the material you submitted. Is that correct? A. That's correct to the best of my recollection. If you are getting at something specific you want to ask me about, go ahead. On March 20th, 1974, Rebozo was asked if Herbert Kalmbach asked him to see any specific individual with regard to contributions for the 1972 campaign. Rebozo replied, "Yes, I think that later on, I don't know whether it was 1969 or 1970, it might have been 1970, he asked me to make an appointment with him with a couple of people that I knew. One was Paul Getty and another was Raymond Guest." Rebozo also testified that the purpose of contacting these individuals was for the purpose of obtaining contributions for the 1972 election. The following exchange occurred. Mr. Lenzner: Had you been asked by anybody else to speak to Mr. Getty yourself? Mr. Rebozo: No. Mr. Lenzner: You had not been requested by anybody else to seek to obtain money from Mr. Getty? Mr. Rebozo: No. However, in a memorandum dated on February 17, 1969, from H.R. Haldeman to John Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman stated that B.B. Rebozo has been asked by the President to contact J.P. regarding major contributions. Herbert Kalmbach testified on March 21, 1974, that Rebozo had asked Kalmbach to solicit from Mr. Getty funds for the 1970 senatorial campaign program. Kalmbach also testified that Rebozo set it up for him to see Mr. Getty in Europe. On November 9, 1973, H.R. Haldeman told the staff in an interview that he recalled that Rebozo was responsible for raising funds from former Senator John Smathers and his friends, and may have been the J.P. Getty contact. In addition, Rebozo testified that he sent leftover 1968 campaign funds from the Florida Nixon for President Committee to Herb Kalmbach pursuant to Kalmbach's request. Rebozo testified that he did not know what Kalmbach was going to do with the money. "I wasn't concerned with the purpose. He was just a little late in asking me, and I thought everything was paid." Kalmbach testified that Rebozo had a special account in Key Biscayne that had leftover 1968 campaign funds in it. Kalmbach said he asked Rebozo to send these funds to him in order to pay Caulfield and Ulasewicz. Before requesting the money from Rebozo, however, Kalmbach said he first cleared this procedure with John Ehrlichman. Kalmbach recalls that Ehrlichman approved that the funds Rebozo held from 1968 should be used to pay Caulfield and Ulasewicz. Kalmbach testified that he discussed the need for these funds with Rebozo, and that Rebozo specifically knew they were for Caulfield and Ulasewicz. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8, The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 17. H. Return of the Money. Mr. Rebozo testified on March 20, 1974, that he first decided to return the Hughes contribution in March of 1973. Rebozo also testified that he began trying to contact Danner in order to convince Danner to take the money back around March or April 1973. However, later on at the same executive session, Rebozo testified that he in fact made no efforts to contact Danner to have him take the money back until after he met with the Internal Revenue Service. Mr. Rebozo's first interview with the Internal Revenue Service was not until May 10, 1973, thereby placing his efforts to have Danner take the money back after that date. Rebozo also testified that after he talked to the IRS, William Griffin was the first lawyer to whom he spoke about the money. Rebozo also said that the time at which he first spoke to the lawyers that he mentioned in his testimony was after he met with the Internal Revenue Service. In his first interview with the Internal Revenue Service on May 10, 1973, Rebozo asked the agents interviewing him what he should do with the money, whether he should give it to us, the agents. In that same interview, Rebozo also told the agents that he had considered calling Danner several times and offering to return the money, but that he had never done so because he was afraid that he would create some additional publicity. On October 17, 1973, Rebozo told the Select Committee staff that he had decided to return the Hughes contribution prior to his discussion on April 30, 1973, with Herbert Kalmbach. In addition, on October 17, 1973, Rebozo stated, "I know I had a little trouble trying to get it back, and exactly when that was I don't know, but it probably was in 1973. It's very likely that it was. And once that decision was made, I'm sure I mentioned it to a number of people, but up until then, even Wakefield himself, who was on the box, didn't know. Well, not up until the time we took the money out. He didn't know what he was on the box for." Rebozo also testified on that occasion that it was March or April 1973 when he first told Danner that he wanted to return the money. In addition, Rebozo testified about his meeting with Herbert Kalmbach as follows. Lenzner: "Yes, how about Mr. Kalmbach? Did you ever discuss this with him?" Rebozo: "I probably told him about it. He was involved saw him several times at the White House and in California." Lenzner: "And do you remember how it was? Were you seeking his advice or counsel?" Rebozo: "I don't think so. I think it was just a general discussion. You see, Kalmbach and I have business discussions, naturally on the San Clemente interest. He and I worked on the Yorba Linda house." Rebozo later on testified further about his meeting with Kalmbach. Lenzner: "Do you recall if the two $50,000 contributions came up?" Rebozo: "Yeah, I believe I told him about it. That may be." Lenzner: "Do you recall specifically what you told him about it, and why you told him at that time?" Rebozo: "No, other than, he had been involved in fundraising and it wasn't going to be any secret. I guess I just told the key people that should know about it." Lenzner: "Did you ask whether you should send the money back? Did that question arise?" Rebozo: "Well, that was April 30th, 1973, and I think the decision was already made then. If I did ask, it was just for his opinion." Lenzner: "Since you had already decided, did you tell him that you had already decided to send the money back?" Rebozo: "I don't know. No. Because, as I recall the part about the Hughes money, it was just an irrelevant part of the conversation." Lenzner: "The purpose of the meeting was not to discuss that." Rebozo: "No." Lenzner: "Did he ask you specifically about the Hughes money, Kalmbach?" Rebozo: "He didn't ask me. I told him, and I think that's the first time that I told him. I'm not sure, it may have been earlier. I don't know. Just like there may have been some others I told at that time. It's a bit of a dilemma. I hated to see it go back if it could be used, but I had clung to vain hope longer than perhaps I should have." Lenzner: "Did you have other discussions with Kalmbach?" Rebozo: "I don't think so." Lenzner: "Do you remember any reaction that Kalmbach had at that time when you told him about the funds?" Rebozo: "No, I can't say that I do." Lenzner: "Was he concerned that there may have been a problem your having received these funds? Any concern about that?" Rebozo: "I don't know. I think he had enough. I think he had enough concern of his own to be concerned about the fact that I don't recall." Lenzner. Did he discuss any of his problems he was facing? Rebozo. No, I was reading about his. Lenzner. Did he seem surprised to learn of these funds, or did he appear to know about them? Rebozo. If he was, I don't recall his showing it. I think in the campaign, as I told you last time, that I was asked if Hughes had made a contribution in 1968. I said he had, but nobody questioned that a check turned in. In 1972, I handled this as best I could. Lenzner. Who asked you about the Hughes thing? Rebozo. I think that Herb did. I can't be sure, but I think he had. Richard Danner testified on Tuesday, December 18, 1973, that the first occasion on which he was informed that the money had not been used and that Rebozo wanted to return the money was on May 18, 1973, at the Madison Hotel in Washington, D.C., in a discussion that Danner had with Rebozo. Mr. Danner also responded to further questioning about the return of the money as follows. Lenzner. Did Mr. Rebozo indicate whether he had discussed the return of the money with anybody else? Danner. No, he didn't mention that. And I asked him if he had consulted with an attorney or taxman or anyone of that sort, and he said no, he hadn't, and I suggested that he had better do that. On March 28, 1974, William Griffin testified under oath before the Senate Select Committee that he met with B.B. Rebozo in either late April or May 3, 1973, and that Mr. Rebozo explained to him that he had $100,000 in a safe deposit box at the Key Biscayne Bank, and that the money was the same money he had been given in 1969 and 1970. Griffin could not recall whether Mr. Rebozo said that he was going to meet with the Internal Revenue agents or he had just met with them. Griffin placed the date of his first meeting with Rebozo in late April 1973, but his first airplane ticket showing a trip down to Key Biscayne from New York was dated May 3, 1973. However, both of those dates are prior to May 10, 1973, when Rebozo first met Internal Revenue agents and told them that they were the only ones that knew that the money was still in the safe deposit box in the Key Biscayne Bank. On March 21, 1974, Herbert Kalmbach testified that on the evening of April 29, 1973, he received a call from B.B. Rebozo, who requested a meeting with him the following morning. Kalmbach said that he met with Rebozo on the following morning, April 30, 1973, at about 8 in the morning, and after they discussed such matters as refinancing of San Clemente and the president's taxes, Rebozo asked Kalmbach if he could go on attorney-client basis in discussing a personal problem. Kalmbach testified that Rebozo said, "The president had asked him to speak to me about this problem and not Maurice Stans." Kalmbach stated that Mr. Rebozo said the IRS had scheduled a meeting with him on the subject of a $100,000 contribution from Howard Hughes, which Mr. Rebozo received in 1969 and 1970. Kalmbach then testified that Rebozo said that he had dispersed part of the funds to Rose Woods, to Don Nixon, to Ed Nixon, and to unnamed others during the intervening years. Kalmbach further testified, "In response to my questions, he reiterated that the money had been given to him as a contribution by Hughes, and that the expenditures he had made to several individuals, including Rose and the president's two brothers, had come from the Hughes cash." Kalmbach then testified that he advised Rebozo to get the best tax lawyer he could and to lay out the facts exactly to the Internal Revenue Service. Kalmbach said that Rebozo replied to his advice, expressing grave reservations about following it for the stated reason that, "This touches the president and the president's family, and I can't do anything to add to his problems at this time, Herb." Kalmbach testified that he checked with another attorney, Stanley Ebner, in the White House, who agreed completely with his advice when presented in a hypothetical context. Kalmbach stated that he met Mr. Rebozo again the following morning, May 1, 1973, at around 8:30 a.m. Kalmbach testified that he began to recount his visit with Stan Ebner, but before he had finished, Rebozo cut short further discussion with a somewhat baffling comment that he saw no problem, but he thanked me for my thoughts. Kalmbach also testified that he had a third meeting with B.B. Rebozo on Tuesday, January 8, 1974, at about 8:30 in the morning at the San Clemente Western White House. Kalmbach recalled that at one point toward the end of his meeting on January 8th, Rebozo told him words to the effect that, "Undoubtedly, Herb, I have not told you that after you and I talked last spring regarding the Hughes money, I found that I had not in fact disbursed any of the Hughes cash to the several people I named. When I went to the safe deposit box, I found that the wrappers around that cash had not been disturbed, so it was clear that no part of this money had been used during the several years it was in my box." In an affidavit sworn on May 14, 1974, Mr. Jim O'Connor, Kalmbach's attorney, stated that following Kalmbach's meeting with Rebozo on or about April 30th, Mr. Kalmbach discussed with the affiant, Jim O'Connor, the fact that after discussing the San Clemente matter and the handling of the tax affairs of the president, and after stating that the attorney-client relationship did indeed exist, Mr. Rebozo advised Mr. Kalmbach that he had given some of the $100,000 in question, which had been given to him by Danner, to Rosemary Woods and to the Nixon brothers, and Mr. Rebozo asked Mr. Kalmbach what he should do. In addition, Margaret C. Blakely, Jim O'Connor's secretary, filed an affidavit on May 15, 1974, which stated that on or about the middle of October 1973, she was asked by Mr. O'Connor to call Mr. Rebozo to inform him that Mr. Kalmbach had been questioned by the Special Prosecutor's Office and by Terry Lenzer on October 11th and 12th concerning a meeting on April 30th, 1973, with Mr. Rebozo. And Mr. Kalmbach acknowledged the meeting took place at or about that time. Mr. Kalmbach further advised both investigating parties that the prime purpose of the meeting was to review certain matters involving the president's personal affairs, including the sale of the Whittier property and the refinancing of the San Clemente property, among other things, that Mr. Kalmbach was disturbed about reports that campaign funds were used in the acquisition of the San Clemente property, etc. Blakely also swore that on or about January 25, 1974, she was again asked to contact Rebozo, and when Mr. Rebozo returned her call, she read to him a memorandum as follows. If Mr. Kalmbach is pressed as to any details of a conversation between himself and Mr. Rebozo on April 30th and or May 1st, he, of course, would have to tell the truth. That in the unlikely event he is pressed on this matter, he will of course state that these discussions were pursuant to the attorney-client relationship and therefore subject to the attorney-client privilege. On May 20th, 1974, the following exchange occurred during Mr. Rebozo's testimony. Mr. Lenzner, did you ever make the statement to anybody that you had used the money or had somebody else use it on behalf of other individuals? Mr. Rebozo, no, sir, I don't think anybody else did either. Rebozo also testified on March 21, 1974, that he ran into Herb Kalmbach at the White House on April 30, 1973, and asked for his judgment on whether or not Rebozo should return the money. Then the following exchange occurred on March 21, 1974. Mr. Lenzner, did you explain to him again that you had received the funds and that you had kept them, and why you kept them? Mr. Rebozo, I think I passed over that. Mr. Lenzner, and I take it you did tell him you kept it because you were asking for his judgment on whether you should return them or not? Mr. Rebozo, that's right. Mr. Lenzner, did you ask him to do anything other than giving you his judgment at that time? Mr. Rebozo, no. Mr. Lenzner, did you ever discuss with him again the $100,000 contribution from Hughes? Mr. Rebozo, I don't think so. I've seen very little of him. That may be the last I saw him. There was further discussion on March 21st about Rebozo's meeting with Kalmbach. The exchange follows. Mr. Lenzner, we talked, I think, to Mr. Kalmbach sometime in October or November of 1973. Did he ever advise you of those discussions? Mr. Rebozo, no, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think I've seen Kalmbach. Yes, I did see him once in California since that meeting we just referred to, April 30th, 1973. That simply had to do with the grounds, the presidential grounds out there, the certain repairs that need to be made, and so on. Mr. Lenzner, There was no discussion on that occasion about the Hughes contribution of $100,000? Mr. Rebozo: No. Mr. Lenzner: I'm sorry, sir? Mr. Rebozo: No. Mr. Lenzner: You told him then on April 30th that basically that you had retained the same funds that had been given to you previously. Did you tell him when you received these funds? Mr. Kalmbach on April 30th, Mr. Rebozo? Mr. Rebozo: No, actually at that time I wasn't even sure when I'd received it. That was established later. Mr. Lenzner: And you did tell him that they were the same funds and you wanted to know what to do about it? Mr. Rebozo: Yes. Later, on March 21st, Rebozo was asked if he ever discussed with Haig, Garment, Ehrlichman, Griffin, and Kalmbach the issue of whether the funds had been used or not. Mr. Rebozo replied, That was not an issue. They had not been used. I still have the funds. Lenzner added, So the answer is no, you had never discussed with any of these individuals. Mr. Rebozo replied, No. Rebozo also testified on March 21, 1974, that he had no financial or business transactions with Edward Nixon, the president's brother. Rebozo denied that he had given Edward Nixon any gifts in excess of $1,000. Rebozo also denied that he had ever had any financial or business transactions with Rosemary Woods, except for the Fisher's Island transaction. Rebozo also denied that he had ever given money in excess of $1,000 to Rosemary Woods. Rebozo denied ever furnishing any money to F. Donald Nixon. Rebozo also testified that he had not given any gifts of cash or stock or any other negotiable commodity of value in excess of $1,000 to President Nixon. I. Camp David meeting. On March 21, 1973, Rebozo testified that he recalled meeting Richard Danner in Washington in May 1973, but he did not recall asking Danner to come to Washington for the meeting. Rebozo also testified that, after talking to Danner on May 18th or 19th, Rebozo decided to have President Nixon talk personally to Danner about the mood of the people he was seeing in Las Vegas, and so he called an aide to have him bring Danner up to Camp David in a courier car. Rebozo also testified that he asked the president to come over to Rebozo's cottage to have Danner relate to the president the mood of the people of the West. Rebozo testified that he did not recall the president was present at the meeting for more than 10 minutes. Rebozo could also not recall the kind of day it was on Danner's visit, nor did he recall taking a walk with Danner and President Nixon on the Camp David grounds. Richard Danner testified on December 18, 1973, that Rebozo had been wanting to see me prior to Danner's coming into Washington on May 18, 1973. Danner also testified that Rebozo told him that President Nixon wanted to talk to Danner, and that he was picked up by a car and driven to Camp David on May 20, 1973. Danner testified that he met with Rebozo and the president beginning around 12 noon, and that, "We talked in the room for perhaps an hour, and then we took a walk. I remember it because it was misting rain and I didn't have a raincoat, but we took quite a walk around the compound, and he was showing me various places and what was being done, and this probably lasted until 2 o'clock, something like that." Danner reconfirmed his testimony of December 18, 1973, in another executive session on June 11, 1974, in which he detailed the walk that he and President Nixon and Rebozo took around the compound. Danner also testified that his meeting with President Nixon was certainly more than a 5-minute meeting. Finally, weather reports indicate that on May 20, 1973, a light rain fell on Camp David, Maryland. J. IRS investigation. Mr. Rebozo testified in the morning of March 21st that he first learned about the IRS investigation into the Hughes matter when the agent called from Las Vegas and wanted to come and see me, and we set up an appointment. Rebozo denied that he ever talked with Ehrlichman about the $100,000 contribution, or that Ehrlichman ever called to alert him that the IRS would soon call and request an interview about the Hughes matter. However, in the afternoon session on March 21st, Rebozo testified, "I think that perhaps I ought to correct a misunderstanding I may have made to Senator Weicker earlier, because I was asked about Ehrlichman, and I do recall that Ehrlichman did mention the IRS to me. I didn't recall any specific conversation, but now I do remember that he, Ehrlichman, said something about the IRS was going to check this out. Mr. Ehrlichman testified on February 8, 1974, that he called Mr. Rebozo at the request of Roger Barth of the IRS to notify Rebozo that the IRS wanted to interview him about whether or not Rebozo had received funds from the Hughes organization. Finally, Roger Barth testified that he called Rebozo to notify him of the IRS request for an interview. Barth testified that he acted at Ehrlichman's request. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 8. The Hughes-Rebozo Investigation and Related Matters, Part 18. 12. Summary. The transmittal of $100,000 in $100 bills from Howard Hughes to President Nixon's close friend, Charles G. Rebozo, several years prior to the 1972 election, reflects a number of classic issues inherent in the furnishing of large cash contributions to political campaigns. 1. Why were cash funds furnished to a close friend of the president, rather than to any campaign official or organization? 2. Why were the funds contributed several years prior to the 1972 campaign for which they were allegedly intended, especially since Howard Hughes ultimately contributed another $150,000 in 1972 to the Finance Committee to re-elect the president? 3. Did Howard Hughes profit in any way by his contribution to Rebozo on behalf of the president? Mr. Rebozo's testimony about the matter steadfastly rejects any notion of impropriety in his receipt and handling of the two $50,000 cash contributions. He has testified that he finally agreed to accept the Hughes contribution in 1970 after rejecting it many times in 1968 and 1969 because of the possible embarrassment it might cause President Nixon. That the contribution was intended solely for the president's 1972 re-election campaign. That he placed the two $50,000 cash contributions in his safe deposit box without counting them and with instructions to his attorney to turn the money over to the president's campaign in case anything happened to Rebozo. That he subsequently destroyed these instructions sometime after the December 1970 split between Hughes and Mayhew, thereby leaving $100,000 in $100 bills in his safe deposit box with no evidence of the money's origin or purpose. That he subsequently removed the wrappers with the words Las Vegas from the money and wrapped the money in rubber bands while again not counting the money. That he did not use any of this money for any purpose, and that he returned the same identical $100 bills to Mr. Hughes in the spring of 1973. That he told only Rosemary Woods of the receipt of the funds until after the 1972 election, when he informed President Nixon, and that he informed others of the contribution after he decided to return the money, and that he had no discussions about the money with President Nixon and Mr. Danner on May 20, 1973, at Camp David, despite the fact that the meeting occurred after Rebozo had decided to return the money and before Danner agreed to accept it. Indeed, Rebozo has maintained in all his testimony that his initial apprehension over accepting the cash contribution from Howard Hughes was exacerbated by the very public conflict that had erupted in late November 1970 between Robert Mayhew and Howard Hughes. Had Rebozo understood the funds to be intended for the congressional races, he could easily have turned them over to the appropriate congressional campaigns prior to the conflict that later caused him such apprehension. And while the publicized confrontation between the Hughes factions may have deterred Rebozo from applying funds to any campaign for 3 to 4 years, Rebozo testified that he never once attempted to contact any representative of Hughes, any representative of the Republican National Committee, or any representative of the president's re-election campaign to seek advice with regard to the funds until well after the 1972 presidential election. In fact, in early 1972, Rebozo began receiving and accepting a variety of contributions, properly established a bank account for such funds, and acknowledged the receipt of such funds to both the donors and the Finance Committee to re-elect the president. At no time, however, did he acknowledge in writing to Hughes or his representatives the receipt of the $100,000, nor did he ever notify, as he did with other contributions in 1972, any campaign officials the receipt of $100,000 until after the election. While Mr. Rebozo has always maintained that the funds were intended for the president's campaign, he has also testified that he maintained the $100,000 well after the 1972 election because he believed it could be used for the 1974 congressional campaign or 1976 presidential election. Mr. Rebozo also insists that he never discussed the contribution with the president until well after the 1972 election, and that Danner is mistaken in stating that he, Rebozo, and the president met in 1968 and discussed the possibility of obtaining a contribution from Howard Hughes. Rebozo has testified that while he met with Mr. Danner on May 18th and May 20th, 1973, in Washington to discuss the return of the contribution, at no time was the contribution discussed in the presence of President Nixon on May 20th at Camp David. Rebozo concedes that one of the issues discussed with Danner, both at a hotel in Washington and at Camp David before the president arrived, was his desire to return the funds to Danner. But Rebozo insists that the only topic discussed after the president arrived was Danner's perception of the mood on the West Coast with regard to Watergate. The president, of course, knew by the time he met with Danner at Camp David that Rebozo had in fact been the recipient of a substantial contribution from the Hughes organization. The president, therefore, would have been fully aware that he was in the presence of the principals who had been involved in a contribution in which the IRS had suddenly expressed an interest. In any event, President Nixon, through his press spokesman, has denied any conversation ensued during that meeting with regard to the Hughes $100,000. In addition, of course, the committee received evidence indicating that the president, prior to his meeting on May 20th, 1973, with Danner and Rebozo, requested Rebozo to discuss with Herbert Kalmbach the issue of the receipt, use, and possible return of the Hughes $100,000 on or about April 30th, 1973. The committee also received testimony from Larry Higbee that on or about April 30th, 1973, H.R. Haldeman told Higbee that the president informed Haldeman that Rebozo had available approximately $400,000 to defray legal fees for both Haldeman and John Ehrlichman. Much of the above information was contained in a letter Chairman Ervin and Vice Chairman Baker sent to the president's counsel, Mr. St. Clair, on June 6, 1974. This letter contained additional specific information, including evidence that the president requested that Mr. Rebozo contact J. Paul Getty regarding major contributions, evidence that Rebozo maintained a fund in Key Biscayne to take care of administration-connected costs, and a list of specific expenditures on behalf of the president exceeding $50,000 that were ordered and paid for by Rebozo. These listed expenses on President's Key Biscayne properties included substantial alterations of the president's home and construction and equipping of a pool for the president. In his letter on behalf of President Nixon, dated June 20, 1974, St. Clair conveyed the president's assurance that he never instructed C.G. Rebozo to raise and maintain funds to be expended on the president's personal behalf, nor, so far as he knows, was this ever done. In addition, the president, through St. Clair, declined to comment with regard to any of the expenditures amounting to over $45,000 that Rebozo furnished on behalf of the president. On the basis of the evidence reflected in the letter to Mr. St. Clair, Chairman Ervin sought to provide Rebozo with an opportunity to furnish information and documents to assist the committee in reviewing the evidence obtained by the staff. On one occasion, in fact, Rebozo and his counsel agreed to provide the committee with certain documents the committee had sought, through subpoena, and to provide additional information through testimony. Instead of complying with the subpoena and furnishing the documents pursuant to the agreement entered into, however, Rebozo and counsel moved to quash the subpoena, both in court and before the committee. The committee, by unanimous vote, rejected Rebozo's application, and the Federal District Court for the District of Columbia recently denied an effort to enjoin the committee's subpoena and investigation of Rebozo. Indeed, when an additional subpoena and letter was issued by Chairman Ervin in an effort to obtain Rebozo's responses to questions based on the above-described information, Rebozo was in Europe and therefore unavailable for the process of the subpoena. As a result, certain crucial testimony and documentation which was deemed necessary by the committee to clarify the factual matters related in this report have been denied the committee, and the discrepancies and conflicts in testimony have not been finally resolved. As a result, the committee has before it evidence which suggests a number of possible alternative resolutions of the factual material presented herein. 1. That Rebozo paid for the president's expenses out of his own funds. Since Rebozo declined to furnish the committee with all personal documents and with the pertinent documents from his bank, the committee has been unable to make a judgment with regard to this matter, except to the extent of determining, based on the records that were provided by Rebozo, that the great portion of expenditures made for the president were not made out of Rebozo's bank account, and those made in currency were not made from Rebozo's personal funds derived from known sources. 2. That the president, in effect, paid for these expenses himself, by later reimbursing Rebozo. While Rebozo's refusal to produce records and the president's failure to respond to specific issues in the letter of June 6 has hampered the committee's ability to make a judgment on this issue, the committee finds only one reimbursement, the $13,642 check discussed in the body of the report. Moreover, the committee notes that the Coopers and Lybrand report to the president made no mention of any outstanding liabilities due Rebozo. 3. That Rebozo paid for the expenditures on behalf of the president from another source of funds. The testimony and evidence before the committee indicates that the only other sources of funds available to Rebozo were campaign contributions. Again, the failure of key witnesses to comply with subpoenas frustrated the committee's efforts in conclusively resolving this issue. The Select Committee diligently attempted to determine which one of these three alternative conclusions is accurate. It could have undoubtedly made such a determination if Rebozo had made all of the records controlled by him or his bank relating to these matters available to the committee, or if the president had availed himself of the opportunity to clarify or explain these matters, which was extended to him in the June 6, 1974, letter from Senator Ervin, the committee chairman, and Senator Baker, vice chairman, to his lawyer, Mr. St. Clair. Mr. Rebozo persisted in his refusal to make records controlled by him or his bank relating to these matters available to the committee, and placed himself beyond the reach of the committee by traveling to Europe, when he had reason to know that the remaining life of the committee precluded it from enforcing further subpoenas on him or others. And, unfortunately, the president did not avail himself of the opportunity to clarify or explain the matters arising out of his dealings and relationship with Rebozo. In view of the above, the committee finds it appropriate that the matters set forth herein be pursued further by relevant investigative bodies. 13. Legislative recommendations. 1. Communications between the White House and the Internal Revenue Service should be more strictly regulated. Specifically, A. Any requests, direct or indirect, for information or action made to the IRS by anyone in the executive office of the President, up to and including the President, should be recorded by the person making the request and by the IRS. Requests and responses by the IRS, i.e., whether information was provided, should be disclosed at least once a year to appropriate congressional oversight committees. B. On sensitive case reports, which cover special cases, the IRS should be permitted to disclose to persons in the executive office of the President, up to and including the President, only the name of the person or group in the report and the general nature of the investigation. C. All persons in the executive office of the President, up to and including the President, should be prohibited from receiving, indirectly or directly, any income tax return. D. All requests for information or action and all IRS responses should be disclosed periodically to the appropriate congressional oversight committees. There were numerous efforts by the White House to use the IRS for political purposes between 1969 and 1972. Particularly striking examples, such as attempts to use the IRS to harass persons perceived as enemies, have already been exposed and discussed at great length by the Select Committee and other groups. In addition, there was misuse of the IRS by the White House regarding the IRS investigations of Rebozo, the President's brothers, and people connected with the Hughes operation. Because of the close relationship of several of the parties to the President, questions of improper White House influence in this case are particularly acute. Recommendation A was prompted by examples of White House requests made regarding, among others, Larry O'Brien. In the spring of 1972, the IRS Commissioner, Johnny Walters, decided to postpone until after the November election any further investigation of several people who had close relations to prospective presidential nominees. These people included Larry O'Brien, the President's brothers, and Charles G. Rebozo. The decision was made as an effort to avoid any charges that the investigations were politically motivated. Roger Barth, then Assistant Commissioner of the IRS and a source of information for the White House, had told John Ehrlichman that O'Brien, the Nixon brothers, and Rebozo were or would be under investigation. At some point in the spring of 1972, Barth gave Ehrlichman a copy of a sensitive case report listing these names as subjects of interest to the IRS. Although it is not clear whether Ehrlichman was told about Walters' decision to postpone the investigations, it is clear that Ehrlichman pressured Barth, Walters, and George Shultz, Secretary of the Treasury, into pursuing intensely the O'Brien investigation, in the hope that information damaging to O'Brien might be uncovered before the election. Understandably, Ehrlichman did not push the IRS on the investigations of Rebozo or the Nixon brothers. O'Brien was pursued and interviewed, but Rebozo and the Nixon brothers were not. Rather than trying to ban such requests from the White House, or delineate those requests that are proper, the most straightforward approach is to require disclosure of all requests. Those that are clearly improper, such as the Ehrlichman request on O'Brien, are less likely to be made if the requesting party knows that they will be disclosed to Congress. There have been, of course, proper White House requests to the IRS in this and preceding administrations. There is no reason to think that the effective functioning of the White House or the IRS will be impaired by the disclosure of such requests. Recommendation B was prompted by the Select Committee's discovery that sensitive case reports on people involved in some way with Hughes were given regularly to John Ehrlichman by Roger Barth, apparently without the knowledge of Barth's superiors, including Commissioner Walters. Because some of those reports touched upon Rebozo and possibly on the President himself, the potential value of those reports to the White House is obvious. There is no sound policy reason for providing the White House with the details of ongoing investigations, and such disclosure could seriously mar the IRS's reputation for impartiality. There are, however, legitimate reasons for providing the White House with enough information on sensitive cases to identify the person or group involved and the general nature of the IRS inquiry. For example, if the President were considering someone for appointment to a high federal position, he should be able to know whether that person's tax status is under any particular scrutiny. Similarly, the President should be able to learn whether any of his aides or intimates are under investigation. Limiting disclosure by the IRS to identification of the party under investigation and a general statement about the investigation should provide enough information for the White House to decide what to do about the situation, i.e., continue to support or perhaps withdraw a nomination. Requests for this basic information on sensitive case reports and the IRS's responses to the requests would, of course, be disclosed to the appropriate congressional committees under Recommendation A. Recommendation C was prompted by those instances where individuals in the executive office of the President would seek and receive copies of income tax returns. Generally, these were the returns of individuals perceived as enemies of the White House. That the returns were oftentimes sought and used for improper political purposes is clear. A statute prohibiting the receipt of income tax returns by those in the executive office of the President would do much to curb these improper practices. In addition, by making receipt, rather than distribution, criminal, the statute would eliminate those instances where returns could be obtained indirectly from a governmental agency, e.g. a U.S. Attorney General's office, which has full disclosure with the IRS. 2. Congress should enact legislation requiring full financial disclosure by the President and Vice President of the United States to the General Accounting Office each year of all income, gifts, and things of value that they or their spouses have received during the year, or expenditures made for their personal benefit or the benefit of their spouses by other individuals. Senators Ervin and Talmadge voted against the recommendation because they believe that public officials should be judged on the basis of the wisdom or unwisdom of their official actions, and not upon the basis of what they do or do not possess in this world's goods. Presently, legislation requires that congressmen and senators file statements of financial disclosure each year. Certainly, the head of the executive branch of the government should be held to no less a standard than the members of the legislature, and perhaps even held to a higher standard of disclosure because of the significance of his position. Full financial disclosure by the President and Vice President to the public each year would also help protect the office of the President, ensuring that no individual occupying the office would be the object of any speculation, innuendo, or suggestion of impropriety regarding income, gifts, and expenditures. In addition, such a standard of full public disclosure would help to raise the ethical standards by which the public views its elected officials and would restore a measure of confidence in the workings of government. Examples of items which should be disclosed include the following: copies of tax returns, declarations, statements, or other documents which were made individually or jointly for the preceding year in compliance with the provisions of the Internal Revenue Code. The identity of each interest in real or personal property having a value of $10,000 or more, which the President or Vice President or spouses owned at any time during the preceding year. The identity of each trust or other fiduciary relation in which the President or Vice President or spouses held a beneficial interest having a value of $10,000 or more, and the identity, if known, of each interest of the trust or other fiduciary relation in real or personal property in which he or she held a beneficial interest having a value of $10,000 or more at any time during the preceding year. The identity of each liability of $5,000 or more owned by the President or Vice President or by them jointly with their spouses at any time during the preceding year, and the source and value of all gifts received by the President, Vice President, or spouses in the aggregate amount or value of $50 or more from any single source received during the preceding year. The information required to be filed with the GAO would be made public automatically unless there were some overriding reason to protect the confidentiality of the information. In such a case, the information would still be available to any standing, select, or special committee of either House of Congress upon the receipt by GAO of a resolution requesting the transmission of such information. 3. State and local bar associations should conduct a study of the attorney-client privilege in light of the abuses of the privilege uncovered during the Select Committee's investigations. A strong attorney-client privilege is essential to the effective functioning of our legal system. It must be broad enough to encourage full disclosure by client, including disclosure of past criminal conduct. At the same time, The privilege should not be used to protect from disclosure communications involving violations of law and near violations that have nothing to do with the offering of legal advice by a lawyer. Providing information to a person who happens to be a lawyer, or involving him or her in one's affairs, should not automatically cloak the transaction with the protections of the privilege. In at least 4 instances during the Select Committee's investigations, the lawyer-client privilege has been pleaded as part of an attempt to cover up illegal or questionable activities that had nothing to do with the rendering of legal advice. 1. MaryAnn and Liddy in the Watergate cover-up. 2. Dean and Segretti in the Watergate Dirty Tricks cover-up. 3. Kalmbach and Rebozo in the Hughes-Rebozo cover-up. 4. Wakefield and Rebozo, also in the Hughes-Rebozo area. A review of these cases by the various bar associations should help to clarify the proper limits of the privilege and provide more detailed guidance for lawyer, clients, and legislative and investigative bodies. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3, Chapter 9, The Select Committee in Court. Roman 1. Overview of litigation. More than most congressional committees in recent memory, the Select Committee, during its short lifespan, has been involved in various types of court proceedings. In total, the committee participated in over 60 different matters before the federal courts. These ranged from the routine, for example, obtaining writs of habeas corpus ad testificandum to secure the testimony of incarcerated witnesses, to the complex, for example, the committee's suit to obtain certain presidential tapes and materials, Senate Select Committee versus Nixon. The suit against the president was the only proceeding in which the committee and its members appeared as plaintiffs in the traditional sense. However, the committee was a successful applicant for orders allowing it to confer limited or use immunity on 29 potential witnesses, thereby permitting it to obtain their testimony notwithstanding their assertion of the privilege against self-incrimination. A table providing the names of individuals for whom court orders allowing the conference of immunity were obtained and other information relating to those orders is found in the appendix to the hearings of legal documents, hereinafter LA for legal appendix. The committee also successfully sought writs of habeas corpus ad testificandum on 22 occasions that allowed it to obtain the testimony of several federal prisoners. Because other congressional committees may want to apply for immunity orders and habeas writs in the future, the legal appendix contains representative pleadings and other papers filed to achieve these results. The committee also appeared as amicus curiae in 4 lawsuits, including the litigation brought by the first special prosecutor to obtain presidential tapes and documents. Nixon v. Sirica, 487 Fed 2nd, 700, U.S. Court of Appeals, D.C. Circuit, 1973. And the committee was a defendant in 8 suits brought to prohibit or alter its proceedings. All these actions against the committee failed. 4 of the committee's litigative efforts are of particular importance. The tapes case, Senate Select Committee versus Nixon, has already been mentioned and receives further discussion below. Also important are application of the United States Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This matter involved an unsuccessful attempt by the first special prosecutor to have the court impose conditions, most importantly, a requirement that testimony be taken without television and radio coverage, on the grant of authority to the committee to confer limited immunity on John Dean and Jeb Magruder, who otherwise would have been excused from testifying upon the assertion of their privilege against self-incrimination. The district court's opinion in this matter, which totally rejected the notion that a court could condition the issuance of an immunity order on the acceptance of restrictions by a congressional body, is reprinted in the appendix. See also at 361 Fed Sup. 1270, 1973. National Citizens for Fairness to the Presidency, Inc., et al., v. Senate Select Committee, et al. In this case, the plaintiffs, who contended that the committee's public hearings had disrupted domestic tranquility to the public detriment, unsuccessfully attempted to block those public hearings. Richard Danner et al. V. Senate Select Committee et al. The Summa Corp., formerly Hughes Tool Corp., and certain of its employees failed in this lawsuit to prevent the taking of their testimony in executive or private session. These cases raised numerous fundamental questions concerning the role of Congress in our system of government and, particularly, its relationship with the two other coordinate branches. For example, the right of Congress to investigate criminal conduct, the duty of Congress to inform the public by publicizing its findings of executive misdeeds, the power of Congress to obtain information for its investigations from the executive branch by subpoena if necessary where a claim of executive privilege is raised, the authority of the federal courts to entertain suits between Congress and the executive, the authority of Congress to conduct its investigations in secret until it decides publicly to disclose its findings, the right of Congress to investigate criminal conduct against the claim that fair trials might be impaired, the requirements of due process in regard to congressional hearings, the scope of congressional immunity under the Speech and Debate Clause of the Constitution. Because these issues are explored in detail in the pleadings in these lawsuits, they are not analyzed here. Rather, we have included the major papers submitted in these litigations in the appendix to the hearings of legal documents. While the committee's papers were often filed under considerable time pressures dictated by the exigencies of the moment, they do present basic statements of congressional rights, duties, and prerogatives respecting the issues outlined above. Other legal documents of relevance besides those mentioned are also included in the appendix, as its table of contents indicates. Some additional comments respecting Senate Select Committee v. Nixon and Danner v. Senate Select Committee are necessary because the committee's experiences in these cases give rise to several recommended reforms in the law that are outlined below. 1. Senate Select Committee v. Nixon. To date, the only recorded civil suit in history by the Congress against the President for production of material relating to presidential communications was filed on August 9, 1973, shortly after the President dishonored two subpoenas issued to him on July 23, 1973, which sought 5 specified tape recordings of presidential conversations and other White House documents and materials. The existence of these tapes had been revealed to the public on July 16, 1973, through the testimony to the committee of Alexander P. Butterfield, a former deputy assistant to the President. The committee issued its subpoenas and filed its suit against the President only after informal attempts to obtain tapes and other relevant material from the President had failed. The committee chose this route to enforce its subpoenas because it appeared unseemly to attempt enforcement by initiating statutory contempt proceedings against the President, see 2 U.S.C. 192, or by employing the self-help measures at the Senate's command, see, for example, Journey v. McCracken, 294 U.S. 125, 1935. On August 29, 1973, the first day possible after the complaint was filed, the committee submitted a motion for summary judgment requesting a declaratory judgment that its subpoenas were valid and should be honored. As the record shows, the committee sought expedition of this litigation at every stage. However, on October 17, 1973, the District Court, Saraka, Chief Justice, dismissed this action for lack of jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the special prosecutor's case for certain presidential tapes and documents was making its way through the courts. Special Prosecutor Cox was eventually successful in obtaining most of the material sought. See Nixon v. Saraka, Supra. Because his litigation was ancillary to a grand jury proceeding, the special prosecutor was not troubled with questions of jurisdiction and other problems that attend civil litigation, as was the Select Committee. The committee appealed Judge Saraka's ruling on October 19, 1973. 2 days after appeal was noted, Senators Ervin and Baker, at the President's behest, met with the President and 2 of his counsel at the White House. After that meeting, it was suggested in the press that these senators had agreed to a compromise of the committee's lawsuit, whereby the committee would forego its litigation in exchange for summaries of certain tapes that would be verified by Senator John Stennis. The next day, October 20th, the first special prosecutor was dismissed for not agreeing to the so-called Stennis Compromise, and the Attorney General, Elliot Richardson, and the Deputy Attorney General, William Ruckelshaus, resigned. The fact of the matter, as reported to the Court of Appeals on October 23, 1973, is that Senators Ervin and Baker agreed to no such compromise. While the President unilaterally offered certain materials to the committee, there was not even a tentative commitment by its chairman and vice chairman that, as a quid pro quo, the suit would be withdrawn. To the contrary, it was clearly understood by Senators Ervin and Baker that the committee, in all events, could pursue its lawsuit. Moreover, these two senators understood that the president was offering the committee verbatim transcripts of the conversations at issue, not mere summaries. As it happened, the Stennis Compromise never materialized, and the suit continued. The committee was and is of the view that Judge Sirica's jurisdictional ruling, particularly in regard to the requirements of 28 U.S.C. 1331, the basic federal question jurisdiction provision, constitutes both a misstatement and a misapplication of existing law. Nevertheless, while the case was on appeal, Senator Ervin introduced, and the Congress soon passed, a bill giving the district court jurisdiction over this and other cases brought by the Select Committee to enforce subpoenas issued by it to the executive branch. The bill, which was not vetoed by the President, became Public Law 93-190 on December 19, 1973, after the President failed to sign it within 10 days of transmittal to him. Public Law 93-190 does not cover suits brought by other congressional bodies against the executive branch for production of information. Senator Ervin initially, on November 2, 1973, had introduced a more inclusive bill that would have provided jurisdiction for all suits to enforce congressional subpoenas issued to the President or other officers and employees of the executive branch by either House of Congress, any committee or subcommittee of either House, or any joint committee of Congress. The bill that eventually became Public Law 93-190 was substituted for this proposal. The Senate also, on November 7, 1973, promulgated Senate Resolution 194, 93rd Congress, First Session, which affirmed that the Select Committee was authorized by the Senate to subpoena and sue the President. Senate Resolution 194 also declared it was the sense of the Senate that the committee, in subpoenaing and suing the President to obtain the information in question, was acting with valid legislative purpose and seeking information vital to its legislative missions. On January 25, 1974, Judge Gazelle, to whom the case had been reassigned upon remand, declined to enforce the committee's subpoena that called for a number of unspecified documents and other materials, on the grounds that it was too vague, particularly in view of the stringent requirements established by Nixon v. Sirica, applicable where a claim of executive privilege is raised. The same judge, on February 8, 1974, while ruling for the committee on basic issues such as invalidity of the President's claims regarding executive privilege, justiciability, and relevance of the material sought under Senate Resolution 60, declined to enforce the committee's other subpoena for 5 specified tape recordings and dismissed the litigation without prejudice. The court's ruling was grounded on its view that enforcing the subpoena and releasing the tapes to the committee might give potential defendants in the Watergate trials the opportunity to contend with greater force that their trials had been irrevocably prejudiced by pretrial publicity. Between the date of the lower court's ruling and the issuance of the Court of Appeals opinion on May 23, 1974, 2 highly significant events occurred. First, the House Judiciary Committee, which was considering the President's impeachment, received copies of the 5 tape recordings at issue in the Select Committee's suit. Second, the President released to the public partial, unauthenticated transcripts of these 5 conversations, among others. The Court of Appeals subsequently affirmed the lower court's ruling, but not for the reasons posited by the district court. The appellate court began by holding that presidential conversations are presumptively privileged, and that this presumption can be defeated only by a strong showing of public need by the institution of government seeking access to the conversations, a showing that the responsibilities of that institution cannot be reasonably fulfilled without access to records of the President's deliberations. The court then stated, particularly in light of events that have occurred since this litigation was begun, and, indeed, since the district court issued its decision, we find that the Select Committee has failed to make the requisite showing. Because the House Judiciary Committee possessed copies of the 5 recordings in issue, the court held that the Select Committee's subpoena could not be sustained on the basis of a need to fulfill Congress's informing and oversight functions. And because partial transcripts of the 5 conversations involved had been partially released, and it appeared that the impeachment findings of the House would, in the near future, be made public, the court held that the committee had not shown that the matter sought was critical to its lawmaking functions. It is clear, therefore, that the court's decision rested, as the court observed, on the peculiar circumstances of this case, and should not necessarily prevent legislative committees in the future from obtaining materials relating to presidential communications. Moreover, because of the unique factual context, the court's opinion should have little relevance in the future respecting congressional efforts to achieve executive branch materials that do not concern presidential conversations or deliberations. It is noteworthy, in terms of the recommendations we present below, that the Attorney General filed an amicus curiae brief in the Court of Appeals opposing the committee's contentions. A similar antagonism to the congressional position was in evidence in Application of United States Senate Select Committee, where the special prosecutor opposed the committee's stand that the district court had no power to condition the grant of an immunity order. 2. We conclude this brief review by noting that Danner v. Select Committee, the litigation brought by the Summa Corporation and others to prescribe the taking of testimony in executive session, raised an important question respecting the right of the Senate under existing law to conduct sensitive investigations in private session. Section 190A-1B of Title II provides, each hearing conducted by each standing, select, or special committee of the Senate, except the Committee on Appropriations, shall be open to the public except when the committee determines that the testimony to be taken at that hearing may relate to a matter of national security, may tend to reflect adversely on the character or reputation of the witness or any other individual, or may divulge matters deemed confidential under other provisions of law or government regulations. The committee, respecting the investigation involved in the Danner suit, had no difficulty making the determination specified in the statute because the possibility of defamation and the revelation of national security matters was established. But, as discussed in more detail below, there may come times when a senatorial committee would need to conduct its investigations in secret for other legitimate reasons. Roman II. Discussions and recommendations. 1. The committee recommends that Congress enact legislation giving the United States District Court for the District of Columbia jurisdiction over suits to enforce congressional subpoenas issued to members of the executive branch, including the President. This statute, which would apply to all subpoenas issued by congressional bodies, would replace the special statute passed for and limited to the Select Committee that is now codified as 28 U.S.C. 1364. The statute should provide that a congressional body has standing to sue in its own name and in the name of the United States and may employ counsel of its own choice in such a suit. The statute should provide that suits brought to enforce congressional subpoenas must be handled on an expedited basis by the courts. The Congress continually needs information from the executive branch to fulfill its critical oversight and informing functions. A major lesson of Watergate is the need for vigorous congressional oversight. Without the committee's hearings, many of the salient facts respecting the Watergate affair, including the existence of the presidential tapes, might never have surfaced. Moreover, the Supreme Court has long stressed the vital importance of Congress's role as the informer of the public of wrongdoing, inefficiency, and waste in the executive branch. Congress can often force production of information from the executive by use of political sanctions. For example, administration bills can be voted down, appropriations denied, nominations rejected. But frequently these political devices are not available. At times, a congressman can obtain information, like any other citizen, under the Freedom of Information Act, but there are many limitations to that statute's applicability. Congress also has available, to redress the refusal to comply with a subpoena, its self-help powers or the statutory contempt procedures contained in 2 U.S.C. 192. But these drastic remedies are often time-consuming and singularly inappropriate where high executive officials are involved. The impeachment process is likewise a manifestly awkward vehicle by which to force executive production of evidence. It thus seems appropriate to provide another remedy to Congress to allow it promptly to enforce its subpoenas against the executive, the ability to bring an expedited civil action to achieve a ruling on the validity and enforceability of congressional subpoenas. The Congress would not be forced to use this method of enforcing its subpoenas, but it would be available if other remedies were not suitable. Moreover, disputes between Congress and the executive often involve constitutional questions that the federal courts, as the ultimate interpreters of the Constitution, are well equipped to resolve. 2. The Select Committee recommends that Congress give careful consideration to the bill now before the Senate, Senate 2569, that would establish a congressional legal service and thus give Congress a litigation arm that would allow it to protect its interest in court by its own counsel. As the suit to obtain presidential materials and the litigation involving the Dean-Magruder immunity orders demonstrate, there are times when Congress's interests diverge from those of the executive. Indeed, in those two cases, the two branches were pitted against each other and their immediate interests were largely conflicting. In many instances where congressmen are parties to litigation, they are represented by the Department of Justice. But such an arrangement is obviously unacceptable where executive interests conflict with congressional interests. The Select Committee, which had a litigating staff, was able to conduct its own lawsuits, but many congressional committees, not similarly staffed, might find litigation activity difficult. The establishment of a congressional legal service would provide Congress a permanent litigation arm and thus meet this problem. 3. The Select Committee recommends that Congress amend 2 U.S.C. 190A-1B to allow a senatorial committee or its staff to take testimony and evidence in private session upon an express determination by the committee that the requirements of efficient production and investigation so require, and that the investigation would be materially harmed if a regimen of confidentiality were not imposed. The amended statute, however, should provide that testimony or evidence taken in confidence for these reasons should be released to the public as soon as the requirements of efficient investigation no longer demand confidentiality. Section 190A-1B, as it now stands, does not fully meet the needs of an investigative committee, especially one exploring sensitive or criminal matters. While the general proposition that senatorial hearings should be public is sound, it must be recognized that efficient investigatory techniques require that, at times, testimony and evidence be received in confidence. Such occasions may arise in circumstances not now covered by 2 U.S.C. 190A-1B, which only provides for private hearings where defamation or the release of national security information might result, or where confidentiality is required by federal law or regulation. For example, in many circumstances, testimony and evidence should be taken in private to prevent leads from drying up or witnesses from disappearing, or it might be necessary to withhold the testimony of one witness from a subsequent witness to avoid the tailoring of later testimony. Moreover, in circumstances such as those experienced by the Select Committee, where many hundreds of witnesses were interviewed in private throughout the nation, both in executive session before a senator and in private staff interviews, it is simply not efficient to require that all investigatory sessions be conducted in public. Section 190A-1B could justifiably be interpreted as not applying to informal staff interviews, but, in any event, amendment of this section is necessary to allow the full utilization of efficient investigatory procedures. Because the general policy of open government reflected in the current Section 190A-1B is salutary, the amendment we propose would provide that the evidence taken in private sessions would be made public as soon as proper investigatory techniques no longer require that it be kept private. End of Section 26. Section 27 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Chapter 10. The Select Committee's Use of Computer Technology. Roman 1. Introduction and Overview. To accomplish its investigative task, the staff of the Select Committee had to analyze a considerable amount of information available concerning the Watergate incident and related activities. Included among this data was the transcript of the Watergate trial held in January 1973 and the various newspaper articles published since the break-in on June 17, 1972. In addition, many interviews, investigative reports, and much documentary evidence had to be obtained for the committee to conduct a thorough investigation. In early March, the committee's information was processed by hand. An elaborate file card indexing technique was employed patterned after one used by military intelligence agencies. Trained researchers would read testimony and documentary evidence and abstract the facts contained therein. References to each person discussed, along with the date of the activities testified about and the location of the activities, were included with the paragraph or abstract. This data, after being taped on cassette tape records, was transcribed onto 3x5 cards. One card was made for each person, date, and location discussed, and placed in 3 files. Thus, staff members could utilize any of the files. By the middle of March, over 10,000 file cards had been produced, yet the backlog of information available had scarcely been processed. Other problems developed. Since there was only one complete file card system, only one person could employ the system at a time. The size of the file made reproduction of the system for each individual's use impracticable. To prepare reports about individuals, dates, or general events, the card file had to be totally reviewed by hand, consuming valuable time, and given the time frame within which the committee had to operate, it was believed that this procedure would seriously affect the total investigation. Therefore, in late March, the Select Committee decided to explore the possibility of using automation to facilitate organization and analysis of the information to be collected. Samuel Dash and members of the Select Committee staff met with Paul Reimers, Coordinator of Information Systems, and other persons from the Library of Congress Information Systems Office. The requirements of the system were established. A generalized file system was needed with full text processing and all Boolean search capability. The Select Committee had to be able to formulate its search request with both positive and negative qualifiers. An updating capability had to be a major feature of the system since new information would be continually obtained by the Select Committee. Lastly, but probably most important, the Select Committee's security procedures precluded use of an online system. Therefore, the proposed system would have to allow for batch application processing. After a few meetings in early April, it became apparent that a computer system did exist that was well suited to fulfill the needs of the Select Committee. It was BIBSYS, BIBSYS. The Bibliographic System, or BIBSYS, is part of the Library of Congress Information Network designed to enable the user to establish and maintain a machine-readable information file. Using a modified machine-readable catalog, Mark II, internal processing format, it can produce a variety of reports from the database. For example, some of those envisioned during the meetings were cross-reference reports on individuals mentioned, special reports on specific individuals mentioned, chronological date of event reports, and KWIC, keyword in context, indexes, all of which are discussed below. Tags were used to identify fields of data at the time of data entry, but without compromising the use of the data in later processing. The technique required a minimum of machine identification data to be input in conjunction with the textual information. The subsystems of BIBSYS, developed for the Select Committee's use, were the file maintenance cycle, the retrieval system, the field inversion cycle, and the report cycle. The Library of Congress made available for the Select Committee's use the following hardware: one IBM 370 Mod 145, 512K, three 3330 disk packs, and one 2314 disk pack, two 2400 tape drivers using 9-track tapes, 1600 BPI, two 1403 line printers, one 2501 card reader, and a digidata converter for MTST input. The software consisted of OS VS1 operating system, sort and utilities, ANS COBOL compiler version 2, 12 application programs written in ANS COBOL, and 2 ALC application programs. With the approval of the Select Committee, the computer operation was inaugurated. Within 2 weeks, sample programs had been adapted for the committee's use and tested. Sample records were processed in early May, approximately 1 week before the public hearings began. The tests were successful. On May 15, 1973, using a borrowed staff of key-to-tape operators, the first actual records were input. Roman II. Processing the data. The input procedures were simple yet comprehensive. Each bit of testimony, either public or confidential, was read by a staff of trained researchers who abstracted out the essential facts. These researchers dictated the source of the information or the witness, the date the testimony was given, and the geographic location at which the testimony was taken. The title of the document and the page number from which the facts were abstracted was also included. Following this, a complete summary of the information was dictated onto the tape. To ensure a chronological sorting capability, researchers were instructed to produce one abstract for testimony concerning activities on a certain date. Through this method, as will be discussed later, the data could be sorted in a day-by-day chronological order. The remaining fields in the records contained references to persons quoted by the witness and the date of the quote, persons acting in the testimony along with the date and location of the activity. Lastly, each record was categorized into 44 general subject topics, delineating the general areas under investigation. Once this was dictated by the researchers, the cassette tapes were given to a secretarial staff which transcribed the information onto input sheets. These sheets were returned to the computer research staff for a series of editorial changes, both substantive and technical. Each sheet was reviewed for accuracy 3 times before it was ready for computer input. After the editorial process was complete, the records were given to 2 key-to-tape machine operators who transferred the information onto magnetic tape. Once on tape, the information was printed out from the computer tapes or dumped to ensure that no other errors existed. These preliminary printouts or dumps were then edited for substantive and technical errors. The tape, with corrections, was returned to the key-to-tape machine operators who corrected the errors on the tape. The tapes were then ready for the actual input into the machine. This initial process was later altered with the advent of magnetic tape selectric typewriters, MTSTs. The use of these machines enabled the computer staff to eliminate 2 steps in the input process. Since a skilled secretary could format the data by adding the appropriate computer codes directly from a cassette tape, there was no longer any need to type up input sheets. Secondly, the MTST machines simultaneously stored the data on magnetic tape cartridge and provided a readable copy of the data on tape. Therefore, the staff no longer needed to dump or print out the tapes created. The computer used by the Select Committee was an IBM 370-145, located at the Library of Congress Annex. Elaborate security measures were implemented designed to ensure that no unauthorized individual or organization could obtain information from the computer database. It was decided that no data would be stored at the library itself. Instead, the master tapes containing all the data collected were kept secure within the Select Committee's files. When the actual processing took place on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from midnight to 6 a.m., the tapes were delivered to the computer room by a Select Committee staff courier along with a police escort. Once in the machine room, the courier was not permitted to leave the tapes alone, and only he, a systems analyst, and an operator were permitted in the room during the processing of the data. When Select Committee data was processed, no non-committee applications were run simultaneously. A completely dedicated machine was used to ensure no spillover of data from or to the Select Committee's computer file. Upon completion of the processing, the courier, under police guard, returned to the Select Committee's offices with the tapes and any readable data. Roman 3. Format of the data. Each bit of information or record consisted of 8 fields of data. The first field contained a number uniquely identifying the record. The second field contained 4 subfields: the name of the person or organization that was the source of the abstract, the date the testimony or data was given, a computerized transfiguration of that same date listing the year, month, and day in a 6-digit number, and the city, state, or location at which the information was taken. The next field contained the title of the document from which the abstract was taken. The microfilm number, indicating on which roll and frame the document abstracted from was filmed, was included in this field. After the third field, the abstract was included. These were summaries of the factual testimony given. During the public hearings, only facts relating to the events under investigation were abstracted. Discussions of legal principles, Select Committee procedure, and anecdotes were not abstracted. In most cases, the abstracts were based upon testimony given concerning a certain date or event. They were not verbatim accounts of the actual testimony. After the abstract, there existed in most every record a field which contained comments by the abstractor. These comments ranged from identifying the date of the transaction to pointing out that the abstract was inconsistent with previously given testimony, or identifying a person involved in the transaction who was not otherwise identified during the specific testimony abstracted. After the comment, the abstractor who inserted the comment included his or her name and the date the comment was inserted into the record. The sixth field, which followed, contained the names of any individuals quoted in the abstract, along with the date the quote was made. As mentioned before, each record contained a cross-reference list of all persons or organizations acting in the abstract. This was included in the seventh field. There were 4 subfields to this field. The first contained the name of the person or organization, the second contained the date that person acted, the third listed the 6-digit transfiguration of the computer date, and the fourth was the location that the person or organization acted. Each record contained a variable number of these fields based mainly on the nature of the abstract. After the cross-reference field, each record contained at least one subject topic field. These fields contained 3-digit number designations of specific subject topics and were designed to fit the various areas under investigation. This record format permitted the Select Committee to analyze the stored data in the following methods: name discussed, date of event, subject matter, persons quoted, witness, and source document. Part of the record input into the machine was a reference to each person or organization about which the abstract dealt. In addition, the date this person or organization acted was included. Therefore, requests could be and were structured to instruct the computer to retrieve all records with an individual's name in this reference field, and then to sort all those records in chronological order based upon the date associated with that name. The result, a chronological report of every fact about which testimony had been given concerning any individual or organization mentioned. Since reconstructing a sequence of events was vital to the Select Committee's investigation, this was also a major feature of the computer's capability. Through proper programming, a complete chronological listing of events could be reconstructed based upon all the records input into the database. This enabled the staff to retrieve testimony from a multitude of witnesses concerning a particular date or series of dates, and then analyze, given the nature or the source of the information, that is, whether it was from a newspaper article or given under oath, what actually happened. Each record, as mentioned before, was categorized into various subject areas. If the testimony dealt with the Watergate phase of the investigation or campaign financing phase, it was appropriately coded as such. These subject codes enabled the staff of the Select Committee to retrieve and analyze data concerning general events within the overall investigation. They could also be added as positive or negative qualifiers to other retrieval requests to limit the topical scope of a computer run. For example, a request could be made for all testimony about a certain individual, but only if that information dealt with the general Watergate phase of the investigation or selected areas within the other phases of the investigation. Additionally, the format of the records permitted the staff to obtain information from any document where a particular person was the source or where a specific individual was quoted. This request could be limited so that information was retrieved from certain documents, either as a group, to wit, only executive sessions or interviews or public statements under oath or individually, such as a particular person's interview, an executive session or public testimony before the Select Committee. Thus, once testimony was placed on computer tapes, the problems previously experienced with the card file system were alleviated. The references could be rearranged on the machine's disk packs and then printed out in a desired format. Since it was done through automation rather than manual review of a card file, the time necessary to complete the request was minimal. Roman 4. Investigative use of the computer. Since time constraints precluded training each staff member computer request methodology, the Select Committee created a specially trained staff to act as a liaison between the investigative staff and the computer systems analyst. Requests from the investigative staff were thus translated into the necessary computer terminology by the computer staff. When a particular witness or series of witnesses was to be interrogated, a request was made to retrieve from the computer all the information the Select Committee had collected. For security reasons, no staff member could obtain a computer printout without first receiving written authorization from either the Chief Counsel or Chief Minority Counsel. This ensured that the heads of the staff knew who was getting what information. During the public hearings, printouts on the upcoming witnesses were run regularly. Given the inputting system employed, it was possible to have 1 week's testimony in the computer ready for retrieval and analysis before the beginning of hearings the following week. Thus, to maintain a complete file, new testimony was continually being integrated with data obtained from prior witnesses. Printouts of information on each new witness were distributed to the Chief Counsel and the Chief Minority Counsel. The printouts listed all information in the computer file about the witness that had been stored in the machine up to that date. Once provided, the printouts served as an additional source upon which interrogation were based. The same procedure was followed for confidential interviews and testimony taken in executive session. Printouts were produced, integrated into the staff member's personal notes, and the interrogation undertaken. With the computer's facility to not forget and a properly entered name, date, or subject matter, the interrogator had at his fingertips all information about the person to be interrogated. Since data was input into the machine at least 3 times per week, the printouts produced were very much up to date. A source document title along with the pages from which the facts were abstracted was included with each abstract. This enabled the user, if necessary, to go to the original document to obtain the verbatim account. In addition, the computer was employed to sort and analyze other data. The Select Committee subpoenaed telephone records from a number of individuals. These records were presented to the staff of the committee in the form of the monthly bill statements received by the person under subpoena from the telephone company. A separate computer file was established listing the telephone number from which the call was made, the number to which the call was placed, the date of the phone call, the locations, city, state, of both phone numbers, the time of day of the call, designated in terms of a 2400-hour clock, 1630, 0843, etc., as well as the duration of the call. Collect calls and those made from phones other than the business or home phone of the caller, yet nonetheless billed to either the home or business phone of the caller, were also included in the file. Approximately 12,000 telephone calls were input into this file. Printouts were prepared, upon request, that retrieved and sorted phone calls from one number to another, all calls to one specific number or series of numbers owned by an individual, phone calls made during a specific time period, etc. Thus, the staff was able to review thousands of telephone calls quickly and efficiently. Through the use of a master list of telephone numbers and corresponding owners, the staff could isolate contacts between particular persons either generally or on specific dates from data that was accurately collected by an independent entity, the telephone company. Roman 5. Cooperation with other investigative bodies. Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox, shortly after his appointment on May 18, 1973, held a series of meetings with the Select Committee's chief counsel. Mr. Cox realized that his office, too, could alleviate many of the information retrieval problems facing it through the use of a computer. After a few meetings between the members of his staff and the Select Committee computer staff, Special Prosecutor Cox requested the Select Committee provide his office with all public information from its computer tapes. In addition, since the system was a totally new one, it was agreed that the Select Committee would train personnel from his staff to abstract testimony and input it into the computer. For 3 weeks, personnel from the Special Prosecutor's Office were trained by the computer staff of the Select Committee. From September 14, 1973, to the end of January 1974, the Select Committee made available to the Special Prosecutor over 10,000 records containing public information. By doing so, it saved the Special Prosecutor's Office the almost 20,000 man-hours it had taken the Select Committee to computerize the information. On March 5, 1974, Senator Ervin, responding for the entire committee to a request by then Special Prosecutor Jaworski, agreed to turn over all materials in the Select Committee's files that would aid him in his investigation. This agreement included all information on computer tapes, over 25,000 records. In January 1974, the House Judiciary Committee, investigating the possible impeachment of the president, was, just as the Special Prosecutor, faced with the problem of devising an information retrieval system. Mr. John Doerr, special counsel to the Judiciary Committee, requested information from the Select Committee's computerized files. On February 7, 1974, the Select Committee met and agreed to furnish the House Judiciary Committee with all information on its computer tapes. 1 week later, duplicates of all the Select Committee's computer tapes were turned over to the House Judiciary Committee, a transfer of information saving them thousands of man-hours. After receiving many requests from various state and local bar associations for information concerning possible unethical conduct on the part of attorneys in the Watergate incident, the committee decided that it would be compatible with its investigation to supply public information in printout form. Using as a conduit for requests the American Bar Association's Center for Professional Discipline, the committee made available to those bar associations public information in printout form on individuals identified by the associations as being under investigation. Requests for public information printouts were also made to the committee by attorneys representing individuals indicted for their participation in the Watergate incident. Knowing the tremendous value of computerized printouts and that these trials were to determine ultimate individual criminal liability, the committee felt, out of fairness, that these printouts should be made available to the defendants. On May 9, 1974, the committee in executive session unanimously voted to make available to these individuals, at their expense, printouts of public information and any confidential information that the person making the request had given to the Select Committee. Roman 6. Microfilm Procedure. All documentary evidence obtained by the committee and maintained in the security area was microfilmed to allow for greater accessibility of this material to the staff. Because of security procedures, all filming and processing of the film was done on the premises of the committee. 2 microfilm viewers were installed to allow for immediate viewing and analysis by any staff member. The computer record format had been adopted to provide for the microfilm number, indicating the roll and frame number where the document could be found. It was included in all printouts. Roman 7. Disposition. Pursuant to Senate Resolution 369, the Select Committee, at the termination of its activities, transferred its records, including computer tapes, to the Library of Congress. The Senate Committee on Rules and Administration was empowered to exercise exclusive control of and access to the use of such records. In so doing, the Senate Rules Committee was directed to make parts of such records or certified copies of the same available to courts, the special prosecutor, congressional committees and subcommittees, federal departments or agencies, or individuals satisfying the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration of their legitimate need for parts of such records. Thus, the information retrieval system that was responsible for the efficient and effective way in which the Select Committee conducted its investigative and reporting functions was made available to the above-mentioned for future application. Moreover, the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations became the first standing committee of Congress to utilize the system in almost the same form used by the Select Committee. It is a fitting commendation for the system that was conceived so rapidly, yet worked so well, that its use be perpetuated by the Congress of the United States. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. A final report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3, Chapter 11, Individual Views of Senators of the Select Committee, Part 1. Mr. Sam J. Ervin, Jr., U.S. Senator from the state of North Carolina. Since the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities is filing with the Senate its final report concerning the investigation that body authorized and directed it to make, I deem it appropriate to state as succinctly as possible some of my personal observations respecting the tragic events known collectively as the Watergate, which disgraced the presidential election of 1972. In doing this, I ask and endeavor to answer these questions. What was Watergate? Why was Watergate? Is there an antidote which will prevent future Watergates? If so, what is that antidote? Before attempting to answer these questions, I wish to make these things plain. 1. I am not undertaking to usurp and exercise the power of impeachment which the Constitution confers upon the House of Representatives alone. As a consequence, nothing I say should be construed as an expression of an opinion in respect to the question of whether or not President Nixon is impeachable in connection with the Watergate or any other matter. 2. Inasmuch as its Committee on the Judiciary is now studying whether or not it ought to recommend to the House the impeachment of the President, I shall also refrain from making any comment on the question of whether or not the President has performed in an acceptable manner his paramount constitutional obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. 3. Watergate was not invented by enemies of the Nixon administration, or even by the news media. On the contrary, Watergate was perpetrated upon America by White House and political aides, whom President Nixon himself had entrusted with the management of his campaign for re-election to the presidency, a campaign which was divorced to a marked degree from the campaigns of other Republicans who sought election to public office in 1972. I note at this point without elaboration that these White House and political aides were virtually without experience in either government or politics apart from their association with President Nixon. 4. Life had not subjected these White House and political aides to the disadvantaged conditions which are glibly cited as the causes of wrongdoing. On the contrary, fortune had smiled upon them. They came from substantial homes, possessed extraordinary talents, had had unusual educational opportunities, and occupied high social positions. 5. Watergate was unprecedented in the political annals of America in respect to the scope and intensity of its unethical and illegal actions. To be sure, there had been previous milder political scandals in American history. That fact does not excuse Watergate. Murder and stealing have occurred in every generation since Earth began, but that fact has not made murder meritorious or larceny legal. What was Watergate? President Nixon entrusted the management of his campaign for re-election and his campaign finances to the Committee for the Re-election of the President, which was headed by former Attorney General John N. Mitchell, and the Finance Committee to re-elect the President, which was headed by former Secretary of Commerce Morris Stans. Since the two committees occupied offices in the same office building in Washington and worked in close conjunction, it seems proper to call them for ease of expression the Nixon re-election committees. Watergate was a conglomerate of various illegal and unethical activities in which various officers and employees of the Nixon re-election committees and various White House aides of President Nixon participated in varying ways and degrees to accomplish these successive objectives. 1. To destroy, insofar as the presidential election of 1972 was concerned, the integrity of the process by which the President of the United States is nominated and elected. 2. To hide from law enforcement officers, prosecutors, grand jurors, courts, the news media, and the American people the identities and wrongdoing of those officers and employees of the Nixon re-election committees, and those White House aides who had undertaken to destroy the integrity of the process by which the President of the United States is nominated and elected. To accomplish the first of these objectives, the participating officers and employees of the re-election committees and the participating White House aides of President Nixon engaged in one or more of these things. 1. They extracted enormous contributions, usually in cash, from corporate executives by impliedly implanting in their minds the impressions that the making of the contributions was necessary to ensure that the corporations would receive governmental favors or avoid governmental disfavors while President Nixon remained in the White House. A substantial portion of the contributions were made out of corporate funds in violation of a law enacted by Congress a generation ago. 2. They hid substantial parts of these contributions in cash in safes and secret deposits to conceal their sources and the identities of those who made them. 3. They dispersed substantial portions of these hidden contributions in a surreptitious manner to finance the bugging and the burglary of the offices of the Democratic National Committee in the Watergate complex in Washington for the purpose of obtaining political intelligence, and to sabotage by dirty tricks, espionage, and scurrilous and false libels and slanders the campaigns and the reputations of honorable men whose only offenses were that they sought the nomination of the Democratic Party for president and the opportunity to run against President Nixon for that office in the presidential election of 1972. 4. They deemed the departments and agencies of the federal government to be the political playthings of the Nixon administration rather than impartial instruments for serving the people, and undertook to induce them to channel federal contracts, grants, and loans to areas, groups, or individuals so as to promote the re-election of the president rather than to further the welfare of the people. 5. They branded as enemies of the president individuals and members of the news media who dissented from the president's policies and opposed his re-election, and conspired to urge the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Federal Communications Commission to pervert the use of their legal powers to harass them for so doing. 6. They borrowed from the Central Intelligence Agency disguises which E. Howard Hunt used in political espionage operations, and photographic equipment which White House employees known as the Plumbers and their hired Confederates used in connection with burglarizing the office of a psychiatrist which they believed contained information concerning Daniel Ellsberg, which the White House was anxious to secure. 7. They assigned to E. Howard Hunt, who was at the time a White House consultant occupying an office in the Executive Office Building, the gruesome task of falsifying State Department documents, which they contemplated using in their altered state to discredit the Democratic Party by defaming the memory of former President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, who as the hapless victim of an assassin's bullet had been sleeping in the tongueless silence of the dreamless dust for 9 years. 8. They used campaign funds to hire saboteurs to forge and disseminate false and scurrilous libels of honorable men running for the Democratic presidential nomination in Democratic Party primaries. During the darkness of the early morning of June 17, 1972, James W. McCord, the security chief of the John Mitchell Committee, and 4 residents of Miami, Florida, were arrested by Washington police while they were burglarizing the offices of the Democratic National Committee in the Watergate complex to obtain political intelligence. At the same time, the 4 residents of Miami had in their possession more than 50 $100 bills, which were subsequently shown to be a part of campaign contributions made to the Nixon re-election committees. On September 15, 1972, these 5 burglars, E. Howard Hunt and Gordon Liddy, general counsel of the Stans Committee, were indicted by the grand jury on charges arising out of the bugging and burglary of the Watergate. They were placed on trial upon these charges before Judge John Sirica and a petit jury in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia in January 1973. At that time, Hunt and the 4 residents of Miami pleaded guilty, and McCord and Liddy were found guilty by the petit jury. None of them took the witness stand during the trial. The arrest of McCord and the 4 residents of Miami created consternation in the Nixon re-election committees and the White House. Thereupon, various officers and employees of the Nixon re-election committees and various White House aides undertook to conceal from law enforcement officers, prosecutors, grand jurors, courts, and the news media, and the American people, the identities and activities of those officers and employees of the Nixon re-election committees and those White House aides who had participated in any way in the Watergate affair. Various officers and employees of the Nixon re-election committees and various White House aides engaged in one or more of these acts to make the concealment effective and thus obstruct the due administration of justice. 1. They destroyed the records of the Nixon re-election committees, antedating the bugging and the burglary. 2. They induced the acting director of the FBI, who was a Nixon appointee, to destroy the State Department documents which E. Howard Hunt had been falsifying. 3. They obtained from the acting director of the FBI copies of scores of interviews conducted by FBI agents in connection with their investigation of the bugging and the burglary, and were enabled thereby to coach their Confederates to give false and misleading statements to the FBI. 4. They sought to persuade the FBI to refrain from investigating the sources of the campaign funds which were used to finance the bugging and the burglary. 5. They intimidated employees of the Nixon re-election committees and employees of the White House by having their lawyers present when these employees were being questioned by agents of the FBI, and thus deterred these employees from making full disclosures to the FBI. 6. They lied to agents of the FBI, prosecutors, and grand jurors who undertook to investigate the bugging and the burglary, and to Judge Suzeeek and the petit jurors who tried the 7 original Watergate defendants in January 1973. 7. They persuaded the Department of Justice and the prosecutors to take out-of-court statements from Morris Stans, President Nixon's chief campaign fundraiser, and Charles Colson, Eagle Krogh, and David Young, White House aides, and Charles Colson's secretary, instead of requiring them to testify before the grand jury investigating the bugging and the burglary in conformity with the established procedures governing such matters, and thus denied the grand jurors the opportunity to question them. 8. They persuaded the Department of Justice and the prosecutors to refrain from asking Donald Segretti, their chief hired saboteur, any questions involving Herbert W. Kalmbach, the president's personal attorney, who was known by them to have paid Segretti for dirty tricks he perpetrated upon honorable men seeking the Democratic presidential nomination, and who was subsequently identified before the Senate Select Committee as one who played a major role in the secret delivery of hush money to the 7 original Watergate defendants. 9. They made out cash payments totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars out of campaign funds in surreptitious ways to the 7 original Watergate defendants as hush money to buy their silence and keep them from revealing their knowledge of the identities of the officers and employees of the Nixon re-election committees and the White House aides who had participated in the Watergate. 10. They gave assurances to some of the original 7 defendants that they would receive presidential clemency after serving short portions of their sentences if they refrained from divulging the identities and activities of the officers and employees of the Nixon re-election committees and the White House aides who had participated in the Watergate affair. 11. They made arrangements by which the attorneys who represented the 7 original Watergate defendants received their fees in cash from monies which had been collected to finance President Nixon's re-election campaign. 12. They induced the Department of Justice and the prosecutors of the 7 original Watergate defendants to assure the news media and the general public that there was no evidence that any persons other than the 7 original Watergate defendants were implicated in any way by any Watergate-related crimes. 13. They inspired massive efforts on the part of segments of the news media friendly to the administration to persuade the American people that most of the members of the Select Committee named by the Senate to investigate the Watergate were biased and irresponsible men motivated solely by desires to exploit the matters they investigated for personal or partisan advantage, and that the allegations in the press that presidential aides had been involved in the Watergate were venomous machinations of a hostile and unreliable press bent on destroying the country's confidence in a great and good president. One shudders to think that the Watergate conspiracies might have been effectively concealed, and their most dramatic episode might have been dismissed as a third-rate burglary conceived and committed solely by the 7 original Watergate defendants, had it not been for the courage and penetrating understanding of Judge Suzeeek, the thoroughness of the investigative reporting of Carl Bernstein, Bob Woodward, and other representatives of a free press, the labors of the Senate Select Committee and its excellent staff, and the dedication and diligence of Special Prosecutors Archibald Cox and Leon Jaworski and their associates. Why was Watergate? Unlike the men who were responsible for Teapot Dome, the presidential aides who perpetrated Watergate were not seduced by the love of money, which is sometimes thought to be the root of all evil. On the contrary, they were instigated by a lust for political power, which is at least as corrupting as political power itself. They gave their allegiance to the President and his policies. They had stood for a time near him and had been entrusted by him with great governmental and political power. They enjoyed exercising such power and longed for its continuance. They knew that the power they enjoyed would be lost, and the policies to which they adhered would be frustrated if the President should be defeated. As a consequence of these things, they believed the President's re-election to be a most worthy objective, and succumbed to an age-old temptation. They resorted to evil means to promote what they conceived to be a good end. Their lust for political power blinded them to ethical considerations and legal requirements, to Aristotle's aphorism that the good of man must be the end of politics, and to Grover Cleveland's conviction that public office is a public trust. They had forgotten, if they ever knew, that the Constitution is designed to be a law for rulers and people alike at all times and under all circumstances, and that no doctrine involving more pernicious consequences to the common weal has ever been invented by the wit of man than the notion that any of its provisions can be suspended by the President for any reason whatsoever. On the contrary, they apparently believed that the President is above the Constitution and has the autocratic power to suspend its provisions if he decides in his own unreviewable judgment that his action in so doing promotes his own political interests or the welfare of the nation. As one of them testified before the Senate Select Committee, they believed that the President has the autocratic power to suspend the Fourth Amendment whenever he imagines that some indefinable aspect of national security is involved. I digress to reject this doctrine of the constitutional omnipotence of the President. As long as I have a mind to think, a tongue to speak, and a heart to love my country, I shall deny that the Constitution confers any autocratic power on the President or authorizes him to convert George Washington's America into Gaius Caesar's Rome. The lust for political power of the presidential aides who perpetrated Watergate on America blinded them to the laws of God as well as to the laws and ethics of man. As a consequence, they violated the spiritual law which forbids men to do evil even when they think good will result from it, and ignored these warnings of the King James Version of the Bible. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. I find corroboration for my conclusion that lust for political power produced Watergate in words uttered by the most eloquent and learned of all Romans, Marcus Tullius Cicero, about 2100 years ago. He said, "Most men, however, are inclined to forget justice altogether when once the craving for military power or political honors and glory has taken possession of them. Remember the saying of Aeneas, 'When crowns are at stake, no friendship is sacred, no faith shall be kept.'" As one after another of the individuals who participated in Watergate goes to prison, we see in action an inexorable spiritual law which Rudyard Kipling phrased in this fashion in his poem about Tomlinson's ghost. "For the sin ye do by two and two, you must pay for one by one." As we contemplate the motives that inspired their misdeeds, we acquire a new awareness of the significance of Cardinal Wolsey's poignant lament. "Had I but served my God with half the zeal I served my king, he would not in mine age have left me naked to mine enemies." The antidote for future Watergates. Is there an antidote which will prevent future Watergates? If so, what is it? The Senate Select Committee is recommending the enactment of new laws which it believes will minimize the danger of future Watergates and make more adequate and certain the punishment of those who attempt to perpetrate them upon our country. Candor compels the confession, however, that law alone will not suffice to prevent future Watergates. In saying this, I do not disparage the essential role which law plays in the life of our nation. As one who has labored as a practicing lawyer, a judge, and a legislator all my adult years, I venerate the law as an instrument of service to society. At the same time, however, I know the weakness of the law as well as its strength. Law is not self-executing. Unfortunately, at times its execution rests in the hands of those who are faithless to it. And even when its enforcement is committed to those who revere it, law merely deters some human beings from offending, and punishes other human beings for offending. It does not make men good. This task can be performed only by ethics or religion or morality. Since politics is the art or science of government, no man is fit to participate in politics or to seek or hold public office unless he has two characteristics. The first of these characteristics is that he must understand and be dedicated to the true purpose of government, which is to promote the good of the people and entertain the abiding conviction that a public office is a public trust, which must never be abused to secure private advantage. The second characteristic is that he must possess that intellectual and moral integrity which is the priceless ingredient of good character. When all is said, the only sure antidote for future Watergates is understanding of fundamental principles and intellectual and moral integrity in the men and women who achieve or are entrusted with governmental or political power. Josiah Gilbert Holland, a poet of a bygone generation, recognized this truth in a poem which he called The Day's Demand, and which I like to call America's Prayer. I quote his words. God, give us men. A time like this demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands. Men whom the lust of office does not kill, men whom the spoils of office cannot buy, men who possess opinions and a will, men who have honor, men who will not lie, men who can stand before a demagogue and damn his treacherous flatteries without winking, tall men, sun-crowned, who live above the fog, in public duty and in private thinking. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3, Section 29. Chapter 11. Individual Views of Senators of the Select Committee, Part 2. Mr. Howard H. Baker, Jr., U.S. Senator from the state of Tennessee. I believe that the activities and inquiry of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities have been, by and large, useful and appropriate. The bipartisan tone for the committee was established by the unanimous adoption of Senate Resolution 60 by the vote of 77-0 on February 7, 1973. I think, with some exceptions, that bipartisan attitude was preserved throughout the long and tedious proceedings. From time to time, there occurred conflicts and disagreements in the committee and between the respective staffs, but they usually were resolved. The final act of the Select Committee is to file its report, and I am pleased. It is not a perfect report. Some may say that it is without grace or style, and that is probably true. But it is the culmination of an extraordinary effort, and I am particularly gratified that the majority and minority staffs cooperated carefully in comparing their respective views and adjusting the text, so that in most instances a satisfactory joint staff position was submitted to the committee for adoption. The report is not adjudicatory, and indeed it often goes to some lengths to avoid finding fact in the traditional sense. This requirement was directed to the committee staff by the chairman, in deference, I believe, to the sensitivity of litigation in process or upcoming, and of course to the inquiry into impeachment by the House of Representatives. I commend the chairman for that point of view. In an historical perspective, I believe that the committee's principal service may have been in the public ventilation of the facts and circumstances collectively assembled under the title of Watergate. The committee's gathering and disseminating the often shocking, frequently embarrassing, and sometimes incriminating evidence and testimony before it certainly should exert a deterrent effect, and that effect may be far more important than the committee's recommendations. I rather suspect that it may be a long while before a future president permits the occurrence of such unfortunate circumstances. If that is the case, then the committee's laborious effort, the considerable expense, and the national frustration will have been worth the investment. I hope so. Recommendations. 1. Establishment of an Office of Public Prosecutor within the Department of Justice, appointed by the President for a fixed term and subject to Senate confirmation. The committee report recommends the creation of a judicially appointed permanent public attorney to investigate and prosecute cases in which there are conflicts of interest within the executive branch. This recommendation and my own evidence recognition that the federal government is poorly equipped for investigating and prosecuting crimes allegedly committed by high-ranking executive branch officials. Prior to the appointment of the Watergate special prosecutor, there did not exist within the Department of Justice a division solely and specifically entrusted with the authority to investigate allegations of official misconduct, cloaked with the requisite independence and statutory authority necessary for unimpeded access to government officials and documents. And I believe the investigation would have proceeded more rapidly and effectively had such an arrangement existed. Consequently, I agree in principle with the committee reports recommending the establishment of a permanent public prosecutor, possessing a statutory mandate to investigate and prosecute allegations of governmental misconduct. I have great doubts, however, regarding the constitutionality of the committee's proposal that the public attorney be appointed by the representatives of the judiciary. The appointment of a permanent public prosecutor within the Department of Justice for a fixed 6-year term, as nominated by the President and subject to Senate confirmation, possesses none of the potential constitutional infirmities presented by a judicially appointed public prosecutor, as were discussed in the Senate debate this past fall on the Hart-By Special Prosecutor Bill. Senator Percy and I, together with Senators Brock, Cook, and Young, introduced S. 2734 on November 20, 1973, that provided for the presidential appointment of a special Watergate prosecutor, subject to confirmation by the Senate. Senator Ervin, on June 17, 1974, introduced S. 3652, providing for presidential appointment of a permanent public prosecutor with Senate confirmation and a fixed term of 6 years. I believe both of these proposals avoid the constitutional pitfalls of the committee's recommendation and are attractive alternatives. 2. Establishment within the Congress of a joint intelligence oversight committee so as to provide for increased congressional monitoring of governmental intelligence gathering activities. Both in the committee report and in other committee documents, there is found a substantial body of evidence regarding the activities of the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the National Security Agency, and other governmental intelligence gathering and/or investigative organizations, which provides insight into the activities, as well as the abuses, of these organizations relative to the matters under the Select Committee's perusal. Testimony was presented to the committee to the effect that there was an attempt by high-ranking White House officials to somehow involve the CIA in the Watergate cover-up, that the FBI investigation of the Watergate matter was impeded at the very highest levels of the Bureau itself, and that, under the supervision of the White House, intelligence gathering operations, including unlawful activity, were conducted outside the purview of the congressionally authorized intelligence and investigative agencies. Moreover, as indicated in separate committee documents, the CIA provided extensive logistical support to the participants in both the Fielding and Democratic National Committee break-ins and expressed a keen interest in the subsequent investigations. The intelligence-related material before the committee is not conclusive. It does not answer the question of what the President or other individuals knew or when they knew it. Nor does it explain why the Democratic National Committee headquarters twice was the target of an illegal entry. It seems apparent, however, that congressional committee oversight did not function effectively as a deterrent to those who may have sought to utilize governmental intelligence and investigative agencies for unlawful or unauthorized purposes. Thus, because of the cost, the secrecy, the lack of effective supervision, the uncertainty of domestic activities, and the extreme difficulty in obtaining access to classified materials, I am of the opinion that the subject of government intelligence operations requires extensive further examination. I wish to associate myself with the recommendation in the committee report for closer supervision of Central Intelligence Agency activities by the appropriate congressional oversight committees. I would go one step further and proposed that the Congress should consider the creation of a special joint committee on intelligence activities. I believe the highly sensitive nature of intelligence operations, the expanding scope of the intelligence gathering requirement, and the enormous cost and dedication of manpower and resources to the intelligence undertaking in the United States fully justifies a new committee arrangement. Such a committee, not dissimilar to the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, could more effectively coordinate among the various intelligence investigative agencies now subject to congressional oversight than can the several committees now having partial oversight responsibilities. Thus, I believe that a joint committee would present no legitimate threat to the intelligence community in terms of jeopardizing or compromising their necessary intelligence operations, and would provide greater assurance that our intelligence gathering and investigative agencies are complying with the law and are working in the best interest of the nation. 3. Reformation of congressional investigatory hearing procedures so as to provide increased protection for the rights of individuals. Although this recommendation does not clearly fall within the province of Senate Resolution 60, the Select Committee hearings highlighted the fact that congressional investigatory proceedings exhibit a determination to ferret out the facts, even if the investigative process may grievously injure the protective rights of individuals who are, or may become, defendants in judicial proceedings. Thus, I believe that Congress should give careful attention to the codification of rules of legislative hearing procedure, so as to provide the same assurance that individual constitutional rights are not impaired by legislative hearings as the federal rules of criminal procedure provide in criminal proceedings. I believe that such rules should provide a mechanism whereby witnesses and proposed witnesses before legislative hearings who are or may be subject to criminal prosecution can be identified and afforded additional procedural protections than is now the case. For instance, a vulnerable witness might be given the right to have counsel participate in the questioning of other witnesses presenting testimony adverse to the interests of the vulnerable witness. In addition, the Congress should study the advisability of imposing common law and/or federal evidentiary rules in certain types, if not all, legislative hearings. Finally, the Congress may wish to establish a legislative public defender, whose duty would be to proctor legislative hearings and investigations so as to provide for the protection of the rights of individuals. As exemplified by the history of the Select Committee, the investigatory power of a congressional committee is extremely broad and pervasive, and in actuality is restricted only by the wording of the resolution or other legislative vehicle creating the committee and the authority of the committee to investigate such matters. While litigation and congressional discretion have provided some due process limitations upon congressional investigations, a congressional committee is not a jury nor a court, and common law and statutory evidentiary rules are not applicable to committee investigations. The most obvious example is hearsay testimony, which is recited throughout the committee report. Moreover, through its contempt power, use immunity, and public pressure, a congressional committee can, in many cases, indirectly overcome an individual's privilege against self-incrimination in a manner which could never occur in a court of law. As mentioned above, individuals whose conduct is being investigated often are not afforded the opportunity to have counsel cross-examine witnesses presenting testimony detrimental to them. Thus, while I will protect jealously the privilege and the right of congressional committees to conduct inquiries concerning the administration of existing laws as well as new statutes, I believe that legislation conveying the recognition of the need to protect the rights of potential defendants, the sanctity of criminal trials, and the impartiality of the impeachment process can be effected without constituting a detriment to a legislative committee's fact-finding power. 4. Campaign and electoral reforms. Among the several inadequacies in our political process highlighted by Watergate, none is more glaring than the need for comprehensive campaign and electoral reform. The types of campaign abuses prevalent during the 1972 campaigns, though shocking in terms of their scope, were by no means unprecedented. The fact of the matter is, and has been, that political campaigns take place in a legal vacuum. With the possible exception of the Federal Elections Campaign Act of 1971, there has been no significant attempt by Congress to regulate political campaigns since the Corrupt Practices Act of 1925, and even that was more loophole than law. Thus, it is not surprising that campaigns have taken on the appearance of a political free-for-all, in which the distinction between illegal, unethical, and immoral conduct is generally obscured. The fallout from that atmosphere is cumulative, and has resulted in a devastating erosion of public trust and confidence in the process by which public officials are elected. Moreover, if the country is to benefit from the experience of the past 2 years, it is essential that the Congress undertake fundamental reform of the electoral process. Reform which includes not only campaign finance, but also various aspects of the actual election process. The type of reform most vital, and about which the Select Committee assembled a wealth of data, was campaign finance. From a financial standpoint, the 1972 campaign for president was no different from past campaigns, in that there was no effective regulation of the source, form, or amount of political contributions. Although the Federal Elections Campaign Act of 1971 required more complete disclosure of contributions, the 1972 campaign was still largely funded through a system of unrestricted, large-sum private financing. It was this system that permitted one individual to give $2 million, while over 200 million people did not contribute. This system gave rise to the allegations that the milk producers received an increase in the support price of milk in return for the pledge of large contributions. It was this system which permitted individuals to launder cash through Mexico in an effort to suppress the identity of the source. And finally, it was this system which permitted the accumulation of $350,000 in a White House safe, none of which was reported, and most of which, purportedly, was dispersed for political espionage and alleged hush money. Consequently, it is not surprising that considerable support has developed within the country and the Congress for complete abandonment of this system in favor of substantial public financing. I can sympathize with that view, for public financing certainly appears pure and absolute, but it is not the answer. Although public financing probably would solve a limited number of problems afflicting the present process, it would almost certainly create an equal number of potentially greater dangers. Some of those would stem, no doubt, from the incestuous nature of the government's financing the process by which it is selected. The responsiveness portion of the Select Committee's report details the repeated efforts of members of the administration to influence or abuse the various departments and agencies for purely political purposes. Would it not be possible under a system of public financing, in which an arm of the government was responsible for allocating funds, to abuse that authority on behalf of one candidate or party under the guise of bureaucratic red tape? Some would argue that it is overly cynical to make such an assumption, but perhaps it would have been cynical a few years ago to assume that an administration would try to actively utilize its broad powers to punish political adversaries. We can ill afford to overlook the possibility of such an incident in the public financing sector 10 or 20 years from now. Another serious problem with comprehensive public financing, in my judgment, is the effect it will have upon the individual's First Amendment right of freedom of political expression. I believe that right gives each citizen the right of expressing himself politically, whether by contribution or otherwise, or conversely, refraining from such expression. And in a nation which prides itself on protecting individual rights, the option to refrain from exercising that right must be considered as vital as the right itself. I, therefore, urge that it is essential to maintain participation in our political process on a voluntary basis, while attempting to increase the opportunities and incentives to participate. Public financing, however, provides no such choice. Rather, it states that the need to eliminate the influence of large-sum contributors and special interests is so compelling that we must abandon the use of all voluntary private financing in favor of mandatory public financing. and in the case of the latter, we have no control over which candidate receives our tax dollars, nor whether they are actually used for that purpose. In fact, taxpayers would be directly supporting candidates whom they consider repugnant. If it were merely a question of unrestricted private financing or comprehensive public financing, then I would support the latter. But there is a third, more reasonable option, which would retain some continuity while avoiding some of the hazards of public financing. That option is a system of effectively regulated private financing, in which the incentives for small contributions are vastly enhanced. Such a system is in essence what the Select Committee recommends. A strict limitation on the size, amount, and form of private contributions, a single campaign committee, a single campaign depository, an overall expenditure limitation, a requirement for full public disclosure before rather than after the election, and an independent elections commission are all necessary reforms which would impose order upon the current campaign chaos. Moreover, I would make one further recommendation which would do more to eliminate distortive influence of special interests than any other single action, and that is to prohibit altogether contributions from any and all organizations. Only individuals can vote, and I believe only individuals should be permitted to contribute. Some have argued, however, that if we eliminate the financial influence of the special interests and strictly limit the size of individual contributions, we cannot effectively fund a competitive two-party system. Indeed, without some new incentives for millions of Americans to make small contributions, such a system would clearly discourage constructive opposition and tend to bolster the inherent advantages of incumbency. Thus, I would propose a 100% tax credit on all contributions made in a calendar year up to $50 on an individual return and $100 on a joint return. Such a credit would enable each taxpayer to divert up to $50 of his tax money to a candidate or candidates if, and only if, he desires to do so. This approach would be entirely voluntary, thereby protecting the individual's freedom of political expression. Moreover, it would generate sufficient funds so that we might avoid having to resort to the direct appropriation of tax monies for political purposes. A realistic and effective tax incentive, combined with the aforementioned list of statutory reforms, would afford a fair and competitive means of funding political campaigns. I am convinced further that we cannot hope to reverse the current trend of erosion of public trust and confidence without sharply increasing public participation in the political process. In that regard, I would urge that serious consideration be given automatic registration of voters in federal elections at age 18. The history of the United States has been a history of the extension of the voting franchise. Yet even today, a significant number of our citizens are effectively prevented from participating in elections by complex and often archaic registration and residency requirements. The postcard voter registration bill passed by the Senate last year was an effort to deal with this problem, but I opposed it because of my concern for the potential for mail fraud and abuse of such a system. Several Western nations have already successfully implemented a form of automatic voter registration. In the Scandinavian countries, for example, and in Switzerland, every eligible citizen is registered ex officio in a voting register. A list of voters is published by the election authorities in advance of the election date. Any citizen whose name has not been included in the list then has until approximately a week before the election to correct the situation. In the United States, however, citizens still must contend with what amounts to a perpetual registration process. I fully realize that some difficulties will arise in translating automatic registration to the realities of the American experience and attempting to reconcile it with state registration procedures. Perhaps Social Security numbers could be utilized to standardize this procedure, since more than 95% of eligible voters are already registered with Social Security. In any event, the concept deserves consideration, in my view, and, if workable, it could provide a valuable incentive to increase citizen participation. I would also urge major reform of our present spasmodic system of presidential primaries. There are essentially three alternatives in this regard: a refinement of the present system requiring the 25 states who hold presidential primaries to do so on 4 or 5 specific dates at 2 or 3 week intervals, a single national primary for each party with a subsequent runoff unless one candidate polls more than 40%, and a system of regional primaries also held at specific intervals, but encompassing all of the country. Of these three proposals, I am most inclined to support the one for a system of regional primaries, in which every eligible voter who desires to participate in the election of a party nominee can do so by voting in the regional primary which includes his state. This would permit the millions of Americans who support candidates who will not receive the party nomination to express that support in a meaningful way. It would also give them a personal stake in the election and increase the likelihood of their participation in the subsequent general election campaign. Specifically, I would propose dividing the country into 4 geographic regions, largely along the lines of time zones, so as to avoid holding a Southern or a New England primary with a distinct ideological slant. I would make those regions of roughly equal population and would hold the 4 primaries at 3-week intervals, beginning in early June and ending in early August. The respective primary candidates would compete for state delegates, who would be won according to the proportion of vote received in each state, rather than on a winner-take-all basis. Although I am aware of the high cost involved in running regional primaries, the basic idea is to vastly expand the public participation in the nominating process, and to significantly reduce the official length of presidential campaigns. As it is now, the first presidential primary normally takes place in early March, with the general election 8 months later in November. But, as I see it, there is absolutely no reason why that process must take that long. It exhausts the candidates, costs exorbitant sums of money, and eventually bores a great many people. I would propose that all primaries for federal office be held no earlier than the 1st of June and no later than the 15th of August. This would significantly shorten the official length of campaigns for federal office and permit the Congress to work at relatively full strength for 4 months before most members are forced to return to their states or districts to campaign full-time for the nomination. I also recommend that we open and close polls all across the country at a uniform time, and that they be open to full 24 hours. The arguments for this are simple and well known, but briefly stated, this is the best way I know of to prevent the harmful effects of broadcast networks projecting the outcomes of elections based on very early returns when polls in the western states are still open. Moreover, 24 hours would maximize the individual's opportunity to vote before, after, or during work. I further recommend that the presidential electoral system be made more responsive and representative by the abolition of the Electoral College, that 18th century vestigial remnant of constitutional compromise. I personally favor, and have always supported, the direct election of the president by popular vote, but having unsuccessfully urged that move, I am willing to settle for an improvement, if not a cure, for this situation. I propose that Congress and the states fully debate the merits of popular vote, congressional district vote, proportional allocation of electoral votes by states according to the popular vote, or any other electoral process calculated to eliminate what I view as the most onerous elements of the present system. That is to say, 1, the winner-take-all by state process, which created and perpetuated the one-party South for a century after the Civil War, and 2nd, the possibility of the selection of the president by the House of Representatives, which constitutes the most undemocratic of all the allocation systems. Some say that the reform of the Electoral College is not related to the mandate of Senate Resolution 60, but I disagree. I think that the sensitivity of the electoral system, the coherence of the selection process, the vitality of the two-party system, and the integrity of financial support are essential to the political prosperity of the country and are paramount in their importance to every other democratic consideration. 5. The institution of the presidency. I believe there exists a fundamental infirmity in the relationship of the chief magistrate of the nation to the two other coordinate branches of government. This development is not of recent origin. It has matured steadily since at least the beginning of the 20th century, and at an accelerated pace since the Great Depression of the 1930s. The presidency has become splendid, and it has become increasingly isolated. Surrounded by the trappings of privilege and the sanctuary of security, both national and personal, the presidency is indeed the most equal of all the equal branches. Its jurisdiction and the scope and sweep of its powers are enormous and broad. While it may be that gradually grafting onto the presidency of additional powers and authorities is a natural development in the evolution of our democracy, there are certain elements of what has come to be known as a strong presidency that I do not believe to be desirable. In recent years, the president's personal staff has served as his council of advisors, and in some instances, the primary delegates of presidential authority. This is counter to the historical concept of the cabinet system, where the president's cabinet served as his principal advisors, in addition to being the administrators of the several departments of the government. By way of example, under Article 2, Section 2, the President is empowered constitutionally to require the written opinion of the principal officer in the executive departments. I think that the original cabinet system is preferable to a plethora of presidential counselors, White House counselors, special advisors, and the like. The cross-pollination that occurs in councils of individuals operating from independent bases of jurisdictional authority is distinctly preferable to the highly structured, closely supervised personal staff. Strong persons in strong positions are a significant force for good or evil, and I believe that the opportunity for good is greatly expanded and the possibility of a yes-man syndrome is greatly diminished in the cabinet situation. The underutilization of the resources and personnel of the Department of Justice and almost complete reliance upon the White House legal staff is another recent development which I consider to be unfortunate. I believe it essential that there be one arm of the executive branch that is the primary legal authority, and which is responsible for providing the entire administration, including the President, with objective legal advice. I propose that the Office of Legal Counsel in the Department of Justice be formally charged with the responsibility to serve as legal counsel to the President. I have come to believe, notwithstanding my earlier support for the ratification of the 22nd Amendment, that we made a mistake in limiting a president to 2 terms, and that the 22nd Amendment should be repealed. I believe that the discipline of standing for re-election, or at least contemplating the possibility of standing for re-election, is a desirable one, and that the nature of the presidency is materially altered by the constitutional limitation of 2 terms. I think the incumbency factor, which is much vaunted and highly prized by political observers, is overstated in the first instance, but that it would be diminished by the repeal of the 22nd Amendment. After all, incumbency is less regal if one must at least consider the possibility of standing for re-election 4 years hence. In short, the atmosphere engendered by the removal of political pressures from a president who has been re-elected to his second term presents, in my opinion, far greater potential for abuse of power than a situation in which an incumbent president always is presented with the opportunity to seek re-election. As for most public issues, we have spawned our share of cliches, and one of the favorites describes the chief magistrate as an imperial president, implying isolation, arrogance, and non-responsiveness. While I may not subscribe to all the elements of that characterization, I do feel that separation of powers has become more than a constitutional doctrine. It has become a geographic fact. Although the nature of the presidency certainly is influenced by the individual occupant, interaction between the executive and the legislative departments, and with the public, is not only desirable, but essential. I have often proposed that the president should maintain an office in the Capitol, and that the president, or at least some of his principal staff, should occupy that office from time to time, and be available to legislators on matters of mutual interest. Certainly, the single most notable evidentiary achievement of the Select Committee was the revelation by Alexander Butterfield of the tape recording system utilized in the presidential offices in both the White House and the Executive Office Building. I am not sure I understand why the tape recording facilities were installed, but I find the practice objectionable and not in keeping with the grandeur of the presidency. I rather suspect that recent experiences will mitigate against that practice in the future. In any event, I believe that Congress should consider carefully a prohibition of the electronic recording of conversations occurring both in rooms and on telephones, except with the express prior consent of all the participants to the conversation, or unless carefully supervised by a court of competent jurisdiction for specified statutory purposes. 6. Increased National Party Committee role in federal elections. Finally, I believe Watergate might never have occurred had there been more politics instead of less in the White House. Politics is an honorable profession. It is probably a free citizen's highest secular calling. The Republic could not function without the dedication of millions of citizen politicians, and consequently, I hope that politics as an honorable undertaking is not a casualty of Watergate. I urge that our young people, who are easily the best educated, most aware, and the most participatory of any generation, involve themselves in the politics of the nation. The two-party system must flourish as a system of two broad-based national parties, each able to accommodate the wide variety of viewpoints and ideas, and to synthesize the majority view on any given election day. I think presidential and vice presidential campaigns, in particular, ought to be the responsibility of the national party structure, and not temporary collateral organizations, such as the Committee to Re-elect the President. I take great pride in noting after these extended hearings that neither the Republican National Committee nor the Democratic National Committee were involved in campaign illegalities in any way, nor were their chairmen or principal officers. Both our parties are great parties, and they are essential to the functioning of the country. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Section 30, Chapter 11, Individual Views of the Senators of the Select Committee, Part 3. Mr. Daniel K. Inouye, U.S. Senator from the State of Hawaii, and Mr. Joseph M. Montoya, U.S. Senator from the State of New Mexico. Despite the fact that there is no unanimity among the members of the committee as to the constitutionality, advisability, and practicality of providing public financing of presidential and other federal campaigns, there is a consensus in the U.S. Senate and among the public at large in favor of such reform of our electoral system. We count ourselves part of that consensus. The testimony and evidence made public during our hearings document the inherent potential for abuse and corruption in any campaign financing system that is dependent upon a small number of large private contributors. Unfortunately, a cure for these abuses which would place strict limitations upon campaign contributions and expenditures would produce an equally unfair system. Such limitations have the inevitable effect of increasing the existing advantages of the major political parties and well-known individuals, that is, incumbent office holders, who have greater access and appeal to donors over minor parties and unknown individuals who wish to enter the political arena. An open, fair, and honest campaign financing system must combine effective and timely public disclosure of the sources of campaign dollars, realistic limitations upon contributions and expenditures in campaigns, and an efficient method for increasing citizen participation in the financing of campaigns. In his State of the Congress address of February 6, 1974, Majority Leader Mansfield stated, "We shall not finally come to grips with the problems of our campaign methods, except as we are prepared to pay for the public business of elections with public funds. The Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, in its favorable report on S. 3044, the Federal Election Campaign Act amendments of 1974, which passed the Senate on April 11, 1974, by a 53-32 vote, stated, "The election of federal officials is not a private affair. It is the foundation of our government." Senate approval of a comprehensive system of public financing of federal elections, as shown in the vote for S. 3044, is but the latest in a number of successful legislative measures designed to bring public dollars into the electoral arena in order to offset the corrupting reliance on large private contributors. For public financing of campaigns is not a new idea. In fact, it is not new law. Public financing measures are now on the books at the national level in the form of the dollar tax checkoff and tax credits and deductions for small political contributions, and in many states. The constitutionality of these measures stands unchallenged. Congress adopted both the checkoff and the tax incentive in 1971. It is important to look at the actual results since then, for critics of public financing have sometimes attempted to interpret the early response as demonstrating lack of popular support for the idea. We believe that the opposite is in fact true. In 2 short years, the American people have shown that given the chance, they are very willing to support this important innovation. In 1972, the first year it was in effect, 3.1% of all tax returns filed were checked off, producing the first $3 million to $4 million for the new Presidential Election Campaign Fund. Anyone who says this was an inauspicious beginning must be reminded that the checkoff was in effect hidden on a separate tax form, was unseen by most taxpayers, and that virtually no public education was undertaken to explain the new system and how it worked. As a result of congressional pressure, the IRS remedied this major flaw last summer, requiring that the checkoff be placed visibly on page 1 of the IRS Form 1040 for 1973 and thereafter. In addition, after a court challenge, citizens who failed to use the checkoff in 1972 were given a second chance. As a result, a special makeup checkoff box was placed on the 1973 returns. The response? More than 15% of the 1973 returns used the checkoff, designating $17,575,054 for the presidential fund. This 15% equals over 1/4 of those who actually voted in the 1972 presidential election. The current IRS projections indicate that there will ultimately be at least $29 million in the fund by the end of the year. And, if taxpayers continue to check off at a rate no higher than this year, it will mean at least $64 million in the fund in time for the 1976 presidential election. Moreover, taxpayers are rapidly becoming aware that dollars checked off do not mean additional taxes. Instead, they represent an authorization for Congress to appropriate for the Presidential Election Campaign Fund the amount checked off. Given the degree of public cynicism about all politics this spring, a 15% checkoff rate may well represent the bottom rather than the top line of public support. If the number of those checking off increases, as we are convinced it will, with greater citizen education and understanding, so will the amount of money appropriated by the people to promote open, honest elections. The voluntary fund is clearly an excellent way to provide a broader system of public financing for qualified federal candidates. Tax incentives and, if necessary, general revenues are additional and legitimate sources for public campaign funding. We do not share the concern expressed by the majority of the committee over using Treasury funds for public elections. Tax credits and deductions are methods of public financing of campaigns that merely bypass tax collection. We are not adverse to continued or expanded use of tax incentives to aid in paying for national campaigns, and after further study, the Congress may well wish to change the Internal Revenue Code to strengthen inducements for campaign contributions. We do believe that any candidate or party which receives public funds should be required to manifest significant public support. A system of matching private contributions with public money, such as provided in S. 3044, meets this requirement. It also maintains the element of individual initiative that is so essential to the democratic process. We have only to look around us to see that public financing is a major new political issue, that it may become the most important new aspect of our continuing experiment in democracy. The current activity of many public officials and citizen organizations in debating methods and mechanism of public financing indicates a realization that not all, or even most, of the problems of our current election system can be solved by more criminal laws, more controls, and limits on political activity. We are faced with the need to change not just the rules, but the framework within which our elections and campaigns are conducted. Public financing is no panacea itself, of course, and its staunchest advocates are the first to note that it raises its own new and different questions. What public financing can do, however, is move us one step closer toward that goal which we must always and continually pursue: open, fair, honest elections, in which the ideas of citizens and candidates compete regardless of the size of their pocketbooks. With the energy and good faith this country brings to its biggest problems, we can devise an equitable system of public financing that will help treat an illness evident in the Watergate tragedy that goes to the heart of this democracy. Mr. Edward J. Gurney, U.S. Senator from the state of Florida. I am in basic agreement with the thrust of the report. However, I do point out that because the bulk of the report came in during the July 4th recess of the Senate, and the last portions within hours of the deadline time of submission of these views, there has not been sufficient time to review the report thoroughly. There are observations and judgments in the report with which I disagree, and I feel sure that there would be other points of disagreement had there been time to go over this voluminous 3,000-page report. The investigation clearly reveals that there was a scheme and an organized effort, participated in by persons in high official places in this administration, to obtain political intelligence by breaking and entering into Democratic National Committee headquarters. There is, however, a dispute in the evidence as to who was responsible for putting this plan into operation and who knew about the Watergate break-in and when. This is a matter that should be determined by the judicial branch of our government. The testimony and documents presented to the committee also clearly shows that there was a conspiracy to cover up the Watergate break-in, and that certain persons at the White House were involved in that conspiracy. The evidence is clear as to the part played by some characters in this tragedy, and unclear as to what others may have done. It was not the mission of the Select Committee, pursuant to Senate Joint Resolution 60, to place responsibility for individual criminal acts. The committee had an important responsibility in its efforts to uncover the salient facts surrounding the Watergate break-in and cover-up and other improper activities occurring in the 1972 election campaign. By exposing these unethical, improper, and illegal political campaign practices to the American electorate, we have provided the necessary groundwork to bring about a strong demand for needed political campaign reform. As a consequence, the Senate has already enacted a far-reaching campaign reform bill, which is now under consideration in the House. Despite reservations which many of us held at the outset and the possibilities of prejudicial effect upon subsequent criminal actions, I believe that the televising of the hearings served a very useful purpose. Overnight, the whole country became jurors as well as spectators in the unfolding drama. The American people were permitted to observe everything which transpired: the questions and answers, the witnesses' responses, the actions and attitudes of the panel of senators and their staffs. I think, too, that by televising our proceedings, we counteracted prejudicial selectivity by the media of the material presented to the committee. I do believe, however, that we spent too much time on the hearings, especially on testimony from witnesses of minor importance to the investigation, and on certain matters, like the burglary of the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist, which were not germane to our inquiry. It is obvious that, while it could not confine itself to strict evidentiary rules, the committee did permit too much unsubstantiated evidence to enter the record. Because of the impact of the hearings upon millions of Americans who watched their progress on television or read newspaper accounts of what was happening, I believe we should have exercised greater discretion in handling hearsay testimony. I was also troubled by the continual leaking of information from the committee. It was not unusual to find that matters which transpired in executive session appeared in the headlines the next morning. Permitting highly prejudicial matters to be disclosed to the media reflected badly upon the manner in which the United States Senate conducted this important and highly sensitive investigation. I agree emphatically that political spying should be purged from the American political scene. I consider that the committee's exposure of the machinations involved in the Watergate affair will help to eliminate dirty tricks as an accepted political campaign practice. It must be emphasized that, from our own political experience and from the evidence we have received concerning this one notorious political affair, we know that this administration or the Republican Party does not have a monopoly on dirty tricks or other illegal campaign activities. It should be pointed out, and it is clear from the evidence, that the abuses of 1972 were committed by a few misguided individuals, over-ambitious and overzealous in their efforts on behalf of certain candidates and causes. The wrongdoing was not the work of the Republican Party or its professional campaign staff. The vast majority of people who worked in the 1972 presidential campaigns, Republican or Democrat, worked in honorable fashion for their candidates, with no knowledge nor use of any Watergate-type activities. I have strongly supported efforts to reform the campaign laws, and the experience of the recent presidential campaign demonstrates the need to enforce these laws consistently and strenuously. The most pervasive abuse of 1972 was the careless handling of cash contributions, which should be barred from future elections. This matter was common to both political parties, but it was to a lesser extent a problem for the Democrats, since the Republican Party held the White House and was heavily favored to win re-election, and so, inevitably, attracted more money. I favor a simplified codification of federal and state election statutes, to which the candidates and the public can readily refer. We have enough laws on the books to deal with illegal campaign practices, but we desperately need a handy guidebook for campaign staff members of candidates for public office. I am totally opposed to the committee's recommendation for a public attorney with prosecutorial powers outside of the executive branch of the government. The President of the United States must be held responsible for the business of the executive branch, including prosecution of criminals. It is his constitutional duty, and his alone, to faithfully execute the laws of the land. I oppose the creation of a czar who could literally hound and intimidate governmental officials in the proper exercise of their responsibilities. Criticisms directed at certain officials for their handling of the Watergate investigations reflect dissatisfaction with individuals rather than with institutions. I do favor, however, the establishment of an office within the Department of Justice charged with investigating alleged campaign law violations and prosecuting wrongdoers. See Attachment A for legal argument. Finally, I must add that I was utterly appalled by the revelations of Watergate, and I deplore the performance of individuals employed by or connected with the Committee to Re-elect the President, which the committee's hearings have brought to light. Of course, we cannot legislate goodness, reform mankind, or alter the ethical standards of individuals. But I believe that the Select Committee's findings relative to the 1972 presidential campaign will profoundly affect the actions and attitudes of political partisans in future campaigns. I hope that a genuine post-Watergate morality will prevail in the political life of our country. I hope, too, that the committee's investigations of the Watergate break-in and cover-up and the prosecutions that have been generated by our inquiry will deter future administrations, Republican or Democrat, from indulging in illegal practices and improper conduct in their quest for victory and political power. I wish to express my personal appreciation to my colleagues on the committee, with whom I have been fortunate to labor in this important task, and to whom I have been able to express freely my views over the past 16 months. Attachment A. Legal argument against the establishment of an independent public attorney. The recommendation for a public attorney with prosecutorial powers outside of the executive branch is unprecedented in our constitutional history. Its unprecedented nature is a forceful reminder of the constitutional problems inherent in such a blend of the traditional separate roles of the prosecutor and the judiciary. It violates the principle of separation of powers. It is at odds with the judicial function of the federal courts as provided in Article 3, and it does not comport with due process. The Constitution provides, in Article 2, Section 3, that the President is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the laws of the United States are faithfully executed. Thus, the function of conducting legal proceedings on behalf of the United States cannot be transferred to a prosecutor who is wholly independent of the executive branch. Professor Saul Bater of the Harvard Law School has written, "The Constitution vests executive power in the President and commands him to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. The enforcement of the federal criminal law is a central part of the function of executing the laws. For the Congress, or anyone else, to purport to create an agency wholly independent from the executive branch, with power to enforce the criminal law, would probably be unconstitutional." New York Times, May 5, 1973. In Ponzi v. Fessenden, 258 U.S. 254, 262, 1922, the Supreme Court rules that the prosecution of offenses against the United States is an executive function stemming from the power vested in the President by Article 2 of the Constitution, the discharge of which is committed to the Attorney General. The Attorney General is the head of the Department of Justice. He is the hand of the President in taking care that the laws of the United States, in protection of the interests of the United States in legal proceedings and in the prosecution of offenses, be faithfully executed. Similarly, in Springer v. Philippine Islands, 277 U.S. 189, 202, 1928, the Supreme Court declared that the authority to enforce laws or to appoint the agents charged with the duty of enforcing them are executive functions. See also 2, Opinion AG 482, 487-493, 1831. In United States v. Cox, 342 Federal 2nd 167, 5th Circuit, certiorari denied, 85 Supreme Court 1767, 1965, the Court of Appeals held that a United States attorney could not be required by a court to sign an indictment initiating the prosecution of offenses against the United States. In addressing the constitutional authority of the executive branch in the enforcement of criminal laws, the court reiterated the principle of Ponzi, supra, that the Attorney General is the hand of the President in taking care that the laws of the United States in legal proceedings and in the prosecution of offenses be faithfully executed. 342 Federal 2nd at 171. It then considered the role of the U.S. Attorney in discharging this executive power. The U.S. Attorney is an executive official of the government, and it is as an officer of the executive department that he exercises a discretion as to whether or not there shall be a prosecution in a particular case. It follows, as an incident of the constitutional separation of powers, that the courts are not to interfere with the free exercise of the discretionary powers of the attorneys of the United States in their control over criminal prosecutions. Thus, the court ruled that to transfer the power which is committed to the executive to determine whether to prosecute to another body, the grand jury, would be in derogation of Article 2, which grants to the President all executive power and vests in him the responsibility to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Similarly, in Newman v. United States, 382 Federal 2nd 479, D.C. Circuit, 1967, the court held that the lower court had no authority to review decisions of the prosecutor, and that it is not the function of the judiciary to review the exercise of executive discretion. 382 Federal 2nd at 487. Rejecting the suggestion in a concurring opinion that irrational decisions might be reviewable, the court said, "The Constitution places on the executive the duty to see that the laws are faithfully executed, and the responsibility must reside with that power." Idem No. 9. The same principle applies with equal force to prohibit transfer of the power to prosecute offenses to an independent prosecutor or commission outside the executive branch. Finally, it should also be noted that the resolution authorizing the appointment of a special prosecutor during the Teapot Dome scandal provides no precedent for the appointment of public attorney. Prior to the introduction of the resolution in that instance, President Coolidge had suggested the appointment of special counsel B. Nagel, Teapot Dome, page 92, and the language of the resolution itself recognized the authority of the President to make the appointment. Senate Joint Resolution 54, February 8, 1924. End of Section 30. Section 31 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3, Section 31, Chapter 11, Individual Views of the Senators of the Select Committee, Part 4. Mr. Lowell P. Weicker, Jr., U.S. Senator from the state of Connecticut. A stillness. In the early 1970s, several independent events took place in the United States of America. On the surface, they appeared to lack a common bond. In June of 1969, a Lewis Harris poll found that 25% of all Americans felt they had a moral right to disregard a victim's cry for help. Over the next several years, this mood took the form of countless incidents of looking the other way when men and women were assaulted and murdered in full view of entire neighborhoods. On May 4, 1970, at Kent State University in Ohio, a group of students who refused an order to disperse were fired upon by the National Guard, killing William Schroeder, Sandy Scheuer, Jeffrey Miller, and Allison Krauss, and wounding 9 others. 10 days later, at Jackson State University in Mississippi, police who had been called in to protect firemen from violence opened a 28-second fusillade into and around a dormitory, killing Philip Gibbs and James Earl Green and wounding 12 others. During 1971, a decision was reached by the administration to conduct the president's re-election campaign with a special committee totally separate and insulated from the political party which would re-nominate that president. In early 1972, a young radio reporter in Miami stood outside a supermarket trying to get people to sign a copy of the Bill of Rights. 75% refused, many saying it was communist propaganda. In February of 1972, it was revealed that International Telephone and Telegraph had allegedly offered a campaign contribution of $400,000 in return for the Justice Department dropping an antitrust suit against ITT. The suit was dropped on presidential order, but when the Attorney General was questioned about the president's role by a Senate committee in March, he lied. On June 17, 1972, burglars employed by the Committee to Re-elect the President were arrested inside the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee with bugging equipment and large sums of cash. In December of 1972, having failed to obtain congressional approval for a reorganization of the cabinet, the administration moved autonomously to establish 3 or 4 super secretaries and to place various executive office employees in key sub-cabinet posts. The obvious goal was to create a White House-directed network of decision-making and reporting quite apart from the formal cabinet structure, which remains subject to congressional scrutiny. In February of 1973, the White House held a Peace with Honor reception to celebrate the end of the Vietnam War. Only those congressmen who had supported the president's Vietnam policies were invited, implying that those who had questioned our involvement in Vietnam were either against peace or were dishonorable. Some of these incidents were matters of life and death and were well publicized. Others were matters of principle and were little noticed at the time. In each instance, a significant outrage had taken place. What was common to all? In each instance, no one complained. A constitutional stillness was over the land. The uproar. American decency, idealism, honesty, and reverence for the Constitution that some had thought bought off has been stirring and reasserting itself for many months now. Yes, a few still cry treason when questions are asked. A few still espouse the end as justifying the means. A few still goggle at an American title rather than the title of American. But it was only yesterday, June 17, 1972 to be specific, that today's few were a part of a large American majority. Why the turnaround? The truth. Because Frank Wills discovered taped doors at the Watergate, America's doors didn't close in all our faces. Constitutional democracy in the era of Watergate. For this senator, Watergate is not a whodunit. It is a documented, proven attack on laws, institutions, and principles. The response to that attack was and is a nation of laws at work, determining whether men shall prevail over the principles of a constitutional democracy. It has been and will be the testing of a great experiment in government begun some 200 years ago. Laws, institutions, and principles were squarely before this committee, to be debated, probed, and documented, in order to assert remedies and to reassert time-honored concepts. Guilt or innocence was not an issue. This was a fact-finding body. It was a legislative body, and those duties go to the heart of what Watergate was all about. In keeping with the committee's duties, this is a report of facts and evidence leading to legislative recommendations. To document the abuse of laws, institutions, and principles, the facts and evidence are presented, first, as they bear on the basis of our laws, the Constitution, second, as they relate to the institutions of our government, and third, as they affect the principles of our political system. 1. The Constitution. One of the most disturbing facts about the testimony presented to this committee is that so much of it went relentlessly to the heart of our Constitution. To appreciate what happened to the Constitution, it is useful to divide the 7 articles and 26 amendments into substantive versus procedural provisions. The substantive sections lay out rights, powers, and duties. The procedural areas address somewhat more technical and administrative matters. The important point is that the essence and strength of the Constitution springs from its substantive areas, primarily the first 3 articles, the first 10 amendments, and the 14th Amendment. Evidence presented to this committee can and will demonstrate that every major substantive part of the Constitution was violated, abused, and undermined during the Watergate period. It is a record built entirely on the words of the participants themselves. Tragically, it focuses on the most prodigious article of the Constitution, Article 2, which sets out the powers and duties of the executive. It includes the most significant individual rights guaranteed by the first 10 amendments, our Bill of Rights. And it encompasses the 5th and 14th Amendments' guarantees of due process of law, the foundation of our system of justice. A. The Executive. Of all the issues confronting the Constitutional Convention at Philadelphia, the nature of the presidency ranked as one of the most important. Indeed, the resolution of that issue is often cited as one of the most significant actions taken. Most state constitutions prior to that time had weak executives and strong legislatures. The decision to create a president as opposed to plural administrators was a reluctant recognition of the advantages of a strong executive. Nevertheless, the convention took steps to contain presidential power. Only after deciding the method of selecting a president, his term, mode of removal, and powers of duties, did the convention agree to the concept of a strong president. This bit of history, indicating that the delineation of the president's office and powers preceded the creation of his position in the constitutional scheme, is quite important. It demonstrates that executive power is to be exercised within the framework of the Constitution, and particularly within the guidelines of Article 2, which lays out the powers and duties of that office. This is much of what Watergate is all about, and it bears a close look at Article 2. The issue at stake is the exercise of potentially awesome presidential power. As to that issue, Article 2 contains 2 points of significance. First, its opening words state, "The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America." This grant of executive authority, with no words of limitation, has, from the time of Jefferson, been the basis for expanding the presidential office and activities. However, the initial broad authority is offset by a second significant factor, the enumeration of executive powers later in Article 2. These declare, in part, that the President is to be Commander-in-Chief, make treaties, appoint ambassadors and other officers, grant pardons, and take care that the laws are faithfully executed. It is worth noting that experience has eventually placed limits on the general powers. The President has been allowed, as a practical matter, to exercise those additional powers that fall naturally within his range of activities. The important point, however, is that no president has been, or can be, allowed to conduct the executive branch in conflict with the Constitution taken as a whole, and certainly not in conflict with express sections of the Constitution, such as the Bill of Rights, or Article 1, the legislature, or Article 3, the judiciary. This, then, is the proper context for examining facts. Article 2 of the Constitution, by which the presidency was created, was violated from beginning to end by Watergate. There is massive evidence of misuse of the awesome general powers that reside in the executive department. There is equal evidence documenting abuses of the enumerated duties. 1. General powers and duties. The facts show an executive office that approved a master intelligence plan containing proposals that were specifically identified as illegal, that proposed setting up a private intelligence firm with a black bag or breaking and entering capability as secret investigative support for the White House, that set up its own secret police, that used its clandestine police force to violate the rights of American citizens, that hired a private eye to spy on its enemies, including their personal lives, domestic problems, drinking habits, social activities, and sexual habits, that circulated an enemies list, that developed plans to use the available federal machinery to screw our political enemies, that knew of an illegal break-in connected with the Ellsberg case and concealed that fact rather than report it to appropriate authorities, that used a presidential increase in milk support prices to get $5,000 from the milk producers to pay for the Ellsberg break-in, that recruited persons for that break-in on the false pretense of national security, that offered the presiding judge in the Ellsberg trial the FBI directorship at a clandestine meeting in the midst of the trial, that ordered a warrantless wiretap on a news columnist's telephone, that wiretapped 17 newsmen and government officials in an operation that was outside proper investigative channels, that suggested firebombing the Brookings Institute, that set up an intelligence evaluation committee outside the legitimate intelligence community to disseminate information that should have been restricted to individual agencies, that used the Secret Service to wiretap the president's brother, that kept $350,000 in leftover 1968 campaign funds in a safe in the Chief of Staff's office, that used most of those funds as hush money for the Watergate burglars, that approved a large contribution from the Milk Producers Association after being told it was meant to gain access to and favors from the White House, that received and passed on information about an IRS audit of one of the president's friends, that arranged for a tax attorney for that friend, that contacted the IRS as well as the Justice Department in a number of other tax cases involving friends of the president, that planned and possibly carried out a break-in at the office of a Las Vegas publisher, that suggested a break-in at the apartment of the man who attempted to assassinate Governor Wallace, that contemplated a break-in at the Potomac Associates offices, that tried to rewrite history by making up bogus State Department cables to falsely connect the Kennedy administration with the assassination of President Diem, that attempted to get reporter William Lambert to use the phony cables in a story, that tried to plant false stories connecting the president's opponent with communist money and the crimes alleged in the Ellsberg case, that installed an elaborate system of taping conversations between the president and his staff or visitors, that told federal investigators to stay out of the Ellsberg matter, that undertook a clandestine operation to hide a key witness in the ITT case in a Denver hospital, where she was interrogated by Howard Hunt in disguise, that authorized and funded from within the White House a dirty tricks operation including scurrilous literature, late-night telephone campaigns, and advertising designed to offend local interests, seemingly sponsored by Democratic candidates, and physical disruptions directed against presidential opponents, that planted spies, hecklers, and pickets in the Muskie and Humphrey campaigns, that participated in discussions of a campaign against Democrats to include prostitutes, mugging, kidnapping, bugging, and burglary, that pressed for adoption of Liddy's Watergate plan, that was told of the authorization and budget for Liddy's plan, that believed it had received transcripts of illegal wiretaps and never reported that crime, that was warned of the planned break-in at the Watergate and did nothing to stop it, that knew the full scope of Liddy's activities shortly after the Watergate arrests and kept those facts from proper authorities, that shredded Watergate evidence in the Chief of Staff's files, that tried to use one of its executive branch agencies as a cover for the Watergate operation, that was the scene of meetings at which high officials plotted to use the power and influence of the presidency to cover up crimes and obstruct justice, that saw advisors invoke the power of the presidency to use an FBI director in ways that would eventually cause him to resign, that used the president's fundraising powers to collect illegal corporate contributions, to raise funds to finance a crime, and to collect bribes for a criminal case, that discussed using the president's clemency prerogatives as early as June 1972 to keep the lid on Watergate and other crimes while misleading the American people by calling Watergate a third-rate burglary, that made offers of clemency for improper purposes, that announced in a presidential statement a Dean investigation clearing the White House, when there had in fact been a cover-up, not an investigation, and the president had never, ever talked to Dean about Watergate, that discussed in the Oval Office unethical out-of-court contacts with the presiding judge in one of the Watergate civil suits, that purposely lied to the FBI and a federal grand jury, that encouraged campaign officials to commit perjury and plead the Fifth Amendment to obstruct justice, that used the president's personal attorney and White House staff to pay criminal hush money and to pay for a private eye operating out of the White House, that used its influence to get raw FBI files for improper purposes, that prevailed upon the FBI not to interview certain witnesses, that used patriotic concern for the presidency to pressure defendants to plead guilty in a criminal case, that used its influence to get special treatment for high officials before a federal grand jury, that plotted to cover up the Segretti story and denounced in the harshest terms those who uncovered the story, that noted it would assuredly be psychologically satisfying to cut the innards from Ellsberg and his clique, that obstructed congressional investigations of Watergate and related matters, that filed Watergate countersuits for the distorted purpose of using subpoena powers to delve into the financial and sexual activities of political opponents, that made numerous misleading or false statements about Watergate to the American people, that failed to promptly inform proper authorities about knowledge of crimes involving White House officials, that forced the resignation of a special prosecutor, attorney general, and deputy attorney general when their Watergate prosecution took an independent position, that suggested using the attorney general's powers to keep a Republican opponent off the primary ballot in Florida, that used the executive's authority over the media's regulatory agencies to intimidate the media, that ordered a personal tax audit, surveillance by an FBI agent and Secret Service agents, and an antitrust action, all in response to a newspaper article about one of the president's friends, that tried to punish foundations with views different than White House policy by pressuring the IRS to review their tax-exempt status, that set up a program to ensure that government contracts, grants, and loans would, as a matter of government policy, be political rewards, that treated the presidential pardon as a political tool, that used its power over the tax collection agency to gather intelligence on and harass political opponents, that issued instructions to hire a shaggy person with a McGovern button to sit in front of the White House and counter demonstrators at the funeral of J. Edgar Hoover, that infiltrated a Quaker vigil in front of the White House, that used the agency that is supposed to guard the president to spy on the president's political opponent, that ordered 24-hour surveillance of a political opponent, that used the departments to dredge up potentially embarrassing information on presidential contenders and then leaked it to the press, that used White House influence to obtain CIA equipment for the Ellsberg break-in, that used its entrustment with our national security to convince 4 Cubans to burglarize a political party, that ordered an FBI investigation of an unfriendly newsman to harass him, that proposed leaking confidential FBI files to embarrass the producer of a satirical movie, that used its control of important Watergate evidence and the privilege known as executive privilege to aid those supporting the president and to deprive or delay those in opposition, that made plans to eliminate professionals in government service who place their professional responsibilities above questionable White House political demands, that participated actively and formally in a campaign organization while drawing White House staff salaries, that ran secret letter-writing campaigns against Republican senators, and that generally emasculated the Republican Party. That, all of that, violated the concept of executive power in Article 2 of the Constitution. Extensive as the record is, it represents only selected examples. The important point is that it certainly is not what our founding fathers had in mind when they envisioned the presidency. 2. Enumerated powers and duties. The enumerated powers and duties of the President's office are set forth beginning with Section 2 of Article 2. That section grants the President direct power over cabinet officers. Much testimony before this committee demonstrated how those officers were used on behalf of the President's office. For example, an Attorney General, for a significant period of time, ran the President's re-election campaign while still in office at the Justice Department. His reason for this role was that it is very, very difficult to turn down a request by the President of the United States, even though the Attorney General himself later testified that he felt such a role in politics while still in office was wrong. As an illustration of the extent of that role, memos from CRP, such as one entitled Grantsmanship, suggesting an effective method of ensuring that political considerations be used in federal programs, were sent to the Attorney General from May 1, 1971 onward. At one point, it was even suggested that the Attorney General wield the power of his office to keep a Republican contender off the primary ballot in Florida. That campaign role also included an extraordinary meeting in the Attorney General's very office to review plans for bugging, mugging, burglary, prostitution, and kidnapping. Another Attorney General was placed in the awkward position of being asked immediately after the Watergate break-in to help get Mr. McCord out of jail before he was identified. He was soon thereafter warned of White House concern with a too aggressive FBI investigation. He was then asked to provide raw FBI Watergate files, improperly, to the White House. That same Attorney General was later used as a secret contact with this committee's investigation of Watergate, and was then removed from office in an apparent connection with the Watergate affair. He eventually became the first Attorney General in history convicted of a crime for his testimony about presidential interference in an antitrust case involving a major contributor. A third Attorney General was forced to resign his office when he backed the special prosecutor's procedure for obtaining Watergate evidence from the White House. An Assistant Attorney General was also asked to provide raw FBI Watergate files, again improperly, to the White House, and was later told by the President not to investigate the Ellsberg break-in. A Deputy Attorney General was forced to resign when he backed the special prosecutor's decisions in the Watergate case. An Assistant Attorney General gave confidential Justice Department and FBI intelligence information to the President's re-election campaign at the direction of the White House. 3 Attorneys General, a Deputy Attorney General, and 2 Assistant Attorneys General. And all this was done on behalf of the presidency, which has a constitutional responsibility to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. With respect to other cabinet officers, a Secretary of Commerce with all the authority as to corporate affairs that goes with that position was placed in charge of raising funds for the president's re-election, including, as it turns out, a number of illegal corporate contributions. A Secretary of Treasury met with the Milk Producers Association and supported their request for higher price supports. After the president granted higher support prices, the milk producers arranged for him to be offered at least $10,000 in cash for his personal use, a transaction for which he has been criminally indicted. He later aided them in tax and antitrust matters at a time when a large contribution to the president from the milk producers was being arranged. The Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service was criticized because practically every effort to proceed in sensitive areas is met with resistance, delay, and the threat of derogatory exposure. The director of the CIA, according to his own testimony and that of his assistant, was called to the White House and asked to use the CIA to cover up Watergate. The acting director of the FBI was brought to the White House and given material from the safe of one of the Watergate burglars to keep it hidden, an act which resulted in his eventual resignation. That same acting director turned over raw FBI files on Watergate to the White House, perhaps illegally, when assured it was at the president's request, which request the president has confirmed in public statements. He was rewarded by being left to twist slowly, slowly in the wind, while his nomination to permanent director was pending before the Senate, even though the president had reportedly already abandoned him. This is how the officers in the departments and agencies were used by the White House. And it is clear that those activities did not pertain to any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, as the Constitution requires in its grant of presidential authority in this area. Immediately following the section in Article 2, granting authority over departments and agencies, is a section giving the president the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States. There is undisputed testimony that defendants in the Watergate criminal case were offered clemency in exchange for their silence. Aside from the issue as to who authorized the officers, they were particularly firm in the case of one defendant who was apparently ignoring the game plan. It must be recalled that only the president can grant clemency, and that by his own admission he discussed clemency as early as July 1972, when Watergate was being described as only a third-rate burglary. There is the well-documented case of a request from a former senator, and a close friend of the president, for a pardon on behalf of a prominent Jewish figure in Florida because of the political advantage that would follow. That pardon was granted. The beneficiary then gave the president's campaign $30,000. Article 2 also gives the executive the power to appoint ambassadors. Whereas this has often been a source of political reward, there is substantial evidence of an unusually well-organized and enforced program of ambassadorships for sale in return for specific support in the 1972 presidential campaign. Along with a point of power for ambassadors, the executive has a point of power over lesser officers of the United States. This power was used, for example, as a reward for at least one participant in Watergate, who received a prominent position in the Department of Commerce. Another CRP official in charge of certain spy activities pointedly reminded the White House of the work he had done when he applied for employment after the election. Plans were also drawn up to use this appointive power in the president's second term to get rid of officials across the board who rightfully placed their professional responsibilities in the way of White House political demands. These enumerated powers and duties of the executive are followed with the duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Evidence was presented to this committee of a break-in by a White House unit, which break-in contributed to a mistrial in a major national security case, the Ellsberg case. Illegal use of wiretaps and agent provocateurs by the administration was the direct cause of mistrials or dismissals in most major conspiracy cases brought by the federal government during this same period. This was an executive branch that conspired to present perjury, lie to the FBI, and pay for the silence of key witnesses in the Watergate case. This was the executive that knew of a break-in related to the Ellsberg case and failed to take any action or report that fact. This was the executive that told an assistant attorney general not to investigate the Ellsberg matter. This was the administration that learned of the Watergate planning sessions, budget approval, that received illegal wiretap transcripts, and covered up or failed to promptly report White House involvement in Watergate as those facts became known. This is the White House that pressured the IRS, the Antitrust Division of Justice, the CIA, the FBI, the Secret Service, and the FCC to enforce laws not faithfully, but selectively. This is the same White House in which the president said in a conversation with John Dean on September 15, 1972, "We have not used the power in this first 4 years, as you know. We have never used it. We have not used the Bureau, FBI, and we have not used the Justice Department, but things are going to change now." The following months may or may not have been a change from what had been going on in 1970, 1971, and 1972, but they certainly were a sad chapter for our system of laws. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Watergate Report, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 3. Section 32, Chapter 11, Individual Views of the Senators of the Select Committee, Part 5. B. Separation of Powers. The separation of powers between 3 constitutionally equal and mutually independent branches of government is a fundamental constitutional doctrine. It is often referred to as the concept of checks and balances. Its success depends on self-adherence and restraint by those in a position to upset the balance. Tragically, the record of Watergate reflects a conscious attempt by the executive to undermine the responsibilities of the other 2 branches, as set forth in Article 1, which established the legislature, and Article 3, which established the judiciary. Activities with respect to the legislature began with the first congressional body to take an interest in the Watergate matter, the House Banking and Currency Committee. Every attempt was made to use executive power and influence, not to legitimately respond to that committee's investigation, but rather to obstruct, block, and actively mislead it. The executive branch had sole possession of critical evidence necessary to that investigation. Its overt attempts to undermine the committee's work were therefore significant. A different type of obstacle to the exercise of congressional powers occurred when nominees for high executive branch positions were sent before Senate committees for confirmation. In a number of instances, those nominees consciously misled committee inquiries and prepared testimony in such a way that relevant facts would be concealed. To the extent that the nomination process was subverted, those who participated or were responsible deprived the Congress of a fundamental constitutional duty, the duty to advise and consent. discussions by senior White House officials of what were termed Watergate tactics, and meetings at La Costa, California, focused on ways of obstructing an investigation of Watergate by the Senate. This included tactics such as the use of executive privilege to prevent the testimony of people from the White House, efforts to influence members of the Senate committee conducting the investigation, and the compiling of campaign financing data from those members' past campaigns in an effort to embarrass them. The Attack Group, a media-oriented White House group, arranged to meet with people from North Carolina thought to have embarrassing information about the chairman of this committee. Members of the administration were used as clandestine contacts with the Republicans on the committee to either give guidance or gather intelligence on what facts the committee possessed. John Dean was suggested as a liaison with the committee after he had admitted wrongdoing in the cover-up, and efforts towards having a White House Minority Council were put forward. Separation of powers also encompasses Article 3, the judiciary. Here again, the executive subverted the constitutional balance. As an example, on September 15, 1972, in a conversation in the Oval Office, the president was told by Mr. Dean that ex parte, out of court, contacts had been made with the judge in one of the Watergate-related civil suits. These contacts were for the purpose of obtaining an advantage in the case by keeping apprised of inside information, and they could well be unethical. There was no evidence that the White House took any steps to stop that activity. Still another abuse of the separation between the executive and the judicial branches was a contact made with the presiding judge in the Ellsberg case. That judge was asked if he would be interested in becoming director of the FBI. Significantly, the offer was made in rather clandestine circumstances at the very time the Ellsberg case was being tried, and at a time when it was becoming ever more possible that the break-in at Ellsberg psychiatrists might become known to the judge and jeopardize the case against Ellsberg. A contact under such circumstances by one of the top White House officials, and briefly by the president himself, once again threatened the concept of mutual independence intended by the separation of powers. C. The Bill of Rights. Unlike other amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights was drawn up as something of a cohesive Declaration of Rights. It comprises the first 10 amendments and represents a guarantee of individual freedoms that are fundamental to democracy. The First, Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments are the bulwark of the substantive guarantees in our Bill of Rights. They were, without exception, attacked and violated by Watergate and related events. That attack focused on the First Amendment, which by its very words, as well as the prominent role it has taken in our history, mark it as a profoundly important statement of individual rights. Specifically, it protects freedom of expression in 4 forms: freedom of speech, press, assembly, and petition. Those who spoke out against the administration, whether it was the chairman of the Democratic Party or senators expressing their opposition, whether it was a prominent or unknown citizen, or whether a member of the administration itself, often found themselves the target of official retaliation for having exercised their freedom of speech. People who were most vocal and could command some audience were considered enemies or opponents. One witness testified that the White House was continually seeking intelligence information about demonstration leaders and their supporters that would either discredit them personally or indicate that the demonstration was in fact sponsored by some foreign enemy. There were also White House requests for information regarding ties between major political figures, specifically members of the U.S. Senate, who opposed the president's war policies and the demonstration leaders. Interference with the freedom of speech of such opponents took a wide variety of forms. It included a program run by Donald Segretti, in which his operatives were asked to obtain hecklers to be used to disrupt the speeches of Democratic presidential candidates. According to Mr. Haldeman, the enemies list was drawn up to deprive those who were expressing vocal opposition to the White House of any platform for getting extraordinary publicity for their expression of opposition. Thus, they were labeled as enemies, their names circulated through the government, and as a group identified for semi-official executive branch action. Aside from the enemies or opposing candidates, selected individuals who expressed opposition were subjected to questionable tactics. As an example, Alfred Baldwin conducted surveillance of various outspoken senators and congressmen, including Representatives Abzug, Chisholm, Koch, and McCloskey, and Senators Javits, Kennedy, and Proxmire. Senator Kennedy was not only subjected to the Baldwin surveillance, he was also a target of Anthony Ulasewicz and John Caulfield, who investigated his political contributors, his accident at Chappaquiddick, and a trip to Hawaii on official business. Howard Hunt was asked by Mr. Colson to get information from a Kennedy friend in Rhode Island and was provided with a CIA disguise for the operation. Mr. Haldeman, according to multiple testimony, asked that Senator Kennedy be subjected to 24-hour surveillance. Literally dozens of citizens who spoke out in opposition were targets of Ulasewicz's investigations, which were paid for by the president's personal attorney, supervised by Mr. Ehrlichman, and conducted outside law enforcement channels, because legitimate law enforcement was not involved. The Watergate break-in itself, according to Jeb Magruder, was an attempt to find embarrassing information about Lawrence O'Brien, because Mr. O'Brien had been a very effective spokesman against our position on the ITT case. Magruder testified that, because of O'Brien's effectiveness in speaking out, we had hoped that information from the illegal break-in and wiretap might discredit him. This is an interesting use of the power and influence of the presidency in light of the First Amendment. It has what is often called, in Supreme Court First Amendment cases, a chilling effect. To the extent government actions intimidate free speech, they violate the Constitution. Those who chose to exercise constitutionally recognized symbolic speech, such as displaying a placard, were likewise interfered with. There was testimony that, during the late winter of 1971, when the president happened to look out the windows of the residence of the White House and saw a lone man with a large 10-foot sign stretched out in front of Lafayette Park, Mr. Higbee told Mr. Dean of the president's displeasure with the sign. Mr. Haldeman said the sign had to come down, and when Dean came out of Higbee's office, he ran into Mr. Dwight Chapin, who said that he was going to get some thugs to remove that man from Lafayette Park. He said it would take him a few hours to get them, but they could do the job. This was the White House, and its apparent version of First Amendment rights of free speech. It is also indicative of the White House attitude to the First Amendment's right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances, an attitude that likewise runs through much of its attack on the press. The press, however, came in for especially intensive intimidation. A memo from Mr. Magruder to Mr. Haldeman, entitled "The Shotgun versus the Rifle," set out a plan for influencing news coverage of the White House. It gives some idea of the executive branch concept of our free press. Among its specific suggestions was a recommendation to utilize the Antitrust Division of the Justice Department to investigate various media relating to antitrust violations. Even the possible threat of antitrust action, I think, would be effective in changing their views. Such a recommendation is clearly wrong, an abuse of government, and an abuse of the First Amendment. In at least one case, involving an in-depth story on Charles Hughes-Rebozo, an antitrust action was recommended against the Los Angeles Times, which owned the paper doing the story. Another recommendation in The Shotgun versus the Rifle was utilizing the Internal Revenue Service as a method to look into the various organizations that we are most concerned about. Just the threat of an IRS investigation will probably turn their approach. It would again be illegal. And again, in the Rebozo story, the newsman in charge of the story was, in fact, audited at the specific request of the White House. Newscaster Chet Huntley wrote a piece in Life magazine containing what were considered unfavorable remarks. The suggestions for retaliation against Huntley, in a White House memo by Mr. Higbee, contained a telling statement of broad philosophy. What we are trying to do here is tear down the institution. The broader tactics used against the press included meetings between Mr. Charles Colson and media representatives. In a summary of his meetings with the three network chief executives, he observed that they were terribly nervous about the Federal Communications Commission. He stated that, although they tried to disguise this, it was obvious. The harder I pressed them, CBS and NBC, the more accommodating, cordial, and almost apologetic they became. He concluded by observing that, I think we can dampen their ardor for putting on loyal opposition-type programs. One of the basic guarantees of a free press is that government power not be used as prior restraint on the content of news. Individual newsmen that were apparently critical of the administration were likewise intimidated. One such newsman, Daniel Shore of CBS, was investigated by the FBI. When the investigation became known, the false story that he was being considered for a high administration position was put out, and Mr. Malloch took the blame for the investigation, even though it had been ordered by Mr. Haldeman. Newspapers and reporters that uncovered the Watergate story were publicly attacked and ridiculed. In one case, 4 months after the break-in, the official White House position was that stories about Donald Segretti were stories based on hearsay, character assassination, innuendo, or guilt by association. That statement was later called inoperative after the White House had been unable to cover up the truth in the story. Newspapers were exploited by using them to put out stories known to be misleading, improper, and in some cases totally false. For example, Mr. Hunt testified that he used confidential FBI files to prepare a derogatory article on Mr. Leonard Boudin, an attorney in the Ellsberg case, which information Mr. Colson passed on to the working press. A memo from Mr. Haldeman stated that we need to get our people to put out the story on the foreign or communist money that was used in support of demonstrations against the president in 1972. We should tie all 1972 demonstrations to McGovern, and thus to the Democrats as part of the peace movement. Even though there was no evidence to support such stories, the memo went on to recommend we could let columnists Evans and Novak put it out, and then be asked about it to make the point that we knew, and the president said it was not to be used under any circumstance. Falsely tying Senator McGovern to communist money was not the only false connection that was suggested. Mr. Patrick Buchanan recommended a number of campaign news strategies, including the Ellsberg connection, tying McGovern to him, Ellsberg, and his crime. Because if the country goes to the polls in November scared to death of McGovern, thinking him vaguely anti-America and radical and pro the left-wingers and militants, then they will vote against him, which means for us. This is a clear abuse of executive power as to the press. One of the most cold-blooded memos to come out of the White House during this period was written by Patrick J. Buchanan. It analyzed the pros and cons of a press attack on Dr. Ellsberg. The memo begins, "Having considered the matter until the early hours, my view is that there are some dividends to be derived from Project Ellsberg." Giving his personal view, Buchanan stated, "To me, it would assuredly be psychologically satisfying to cut the innards from Ellsberg," an attitude which has brought his fellow White House staffer, Mr. Colson, a jail term. Nevertheless, Buchanan concluded that the Ellsberg issue would not be turned around in the public mind by a few well-placed leaks. Lest there be any doubt about his position, he then stated, "This is not to argue that the effort is not worthwhile, but that simply we ought not now to start investing major personnel resources in the kind of covert operation not likely to yield any major political dividends to the president." No legal or moral problems for Buchanan, just an objection to the management end of it. Mr. Buchanan also testified as to documents surreptitiously taken from the Muskie campaign and photographed by Fat Jack. Buchanan testified that he did get the material on 2 occasions, and he did recommend that it be sent to columnists Evans and Novak. Evans and Novak did print, on 2 occasions I believe, material from Muskie's campaign. Here again was a high official using the credibility of the White House to peddle wrongfully obtained confidential information. Material obtained secretly from the Commerce Department relative to Senator Muskie's apparently legitimate attempts to help the Maine sugar beet industry as their senator was leaked to the press for political purposes when that industry began to fail. Information from the Department of Defense as to Senator McGovern's personal and confidential war records was recommended for leak to the press. Testimony was received that Mr. Colson ordered the fabrication of State Department cables relative to the Kennedy administration's handling of President Diem's assassination, and recommended that this false information be leaked to Mr. William Lambert of Life magazine. All this was a blatant attempt to improperly use government power and responsibilities to distort the constitutional role of the press. Finally, the official press spokesman for the White House consistently told the press and the American people versions of Watergate that were not true, when he and those who prepared him were in a position to know, or in fact knew, that his statements were untrue. The president himself misled the press in news conferences and official statements as to the investigation, its results, and the substance of evidence involving himself and the Watergate matter. The Fourth Amendment fared no better. It guarantees the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. It was expressly violated by burglaries and warrantless wiretaps. As an example, this constitutional safeguard was at the center of illegalities contained in the so-called 1970 Intelligence Plan. In a colloquy during the course of this committee's hearings, the chairman and Mr. Dean discussed the elements of that intelligence plan. It was described as recommending 1. Techniques for removing limitations on electronic surveillance and penetration, 2. The use of mail coverage, 3. A technique designated as surreptitious entry, 4. Development of campus sources of information, and 5. The use of military undercover agents. The chairman rightly noted, and the witness concurred, that resort to burglary, electronic surveillance, and penetration without a court order is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. Nevertheless, on July 5, 1970, a memo written by Mr. Haldeman indicated that the President of the United States gave his approval to the plan. There is additional evidence that events took place which closely parallel the recommendations in the 1970 plan. In contrast with the evidence that the plan was approved, there is no documentary evidence that the plan was at any time officially withdrawn, although one witness claimed it was. The instance of burglaries and wiretapping have been well documented. They include the break-in at Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office, the possible break-in at publisher Hank Greenspun's office, the 4 attempts and 2 successful break-ins at the Democratic National Committee headquarters, the plans to break in at McGovern's campaign headquarters, proposed penetrations of the Potomac Associates and the Brookings Institution, questionable wiretaps of newsmen and government officials, wiretaps of Spencer Oliver, Lawrence O'Brien, and columnist Joseph Kraft. This disregard for the Fourth Amendment proceeded in spite of apparently severe warnings and objections by one of the most experienced figures in law enforcement in this nation's history, J. Edgar Hoover. The Fifth Amendment was likewise violated. However, it is more appropriately discussed along with the 14th Amendment in the next section examining due process of law. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to a speedy trial, the right to the evidence of witnesses, and the right to subpoena evidence from witnesses, an important principle in our system of justice. While it may be temporarily obscured by the plight of high officials in Watergate, history will record that 7 men were brought to trial in 1973 for the Watergate break-in. 6 of those men spent considerable time in jail. To date, no persons have paid a higher price for Watergate through the justice system. When history judges our system of laws, the fairness of the trial those men went through will be at the fore. Viewed in that light, the so-called cover-up takes on a somewhat different significance. It was nothing less than a massive interference with the constitutional right of several American citizens to a fair trial. They were categorically denied the testimony of witnesses who possessed evidence that was critical to their defense. Perjury was planned and orchestrated from within the White House itself. Evidence was destroyed. Key witnesses were excused from giving testimony before the grand jury, avoiding their constitutional duty. A speedy trial was opposed, not because it would result in greater justice, but because it served the political ends of the White House. Even the defendants themselves were paid to not give testimony, thereby denying any hope to at least one of them who might have preferred a fair trial. Offers of clemency, family support, and rehabilitation were used for the same purpose. In an opposite sense, the Sixth Amendment's guarantees of a witness's testimony were again subverted when counter-lawsuits were undertaken against Democratic officials, partly to use the power of taking witnesses' depositions to get at embarrassing information. Here, the tactic was to put political opponents under oath and use that circumstance and power to elicit confidential information. Those who denied witnesses to their own could not apparently resist enforcing and invoking the Sixth Amendment's guarantees when it came to their opponents. D. Due process of law. The concept of due process, put simply, means the right to fair and just treatment under the law. It is rooted in Chapter 39 of the Magna Carta, in which King John declared that no free man shall be taken or imprisoned except by the lawful judgment of his peers or by the law of the land. Recent Supreme Court cases have described due process, which is guaranteed by the Fifth and 14th Amendments, as embodying a system of rights based on moral principles so deeply embedded in the traditions and feelings of our people as to be deemed fundamental to a civilized society as conceived by our whole history. Due process has been even more succinctly described by the Supreme Court as that which comports with the deepest notions of what is fair and right and just. It is the backbone of justice in America, and it was dramatically missing in the evidence of not only the Watergate criminal proceedings, but in the Ellsberg case and countless other cases with political overtones in the period directly leading to Watergate. The particular phraseology associated with due process has been generally used in close association with precise safeguards of accused persons. Nevertheless, it is equally a restraint on action by the government that unfairly discriminates against our citizens or the exercise of their rights. Those two guarantees have often been called procedural and substantive due process. Both were violated by the events leading to and including Watergate. The obvious example of procedural abuses were the trials. In the Ellsberg case, information for use against the defendant was sought by means of a warrantless break-in, an act that eventually contributed to that case being dismissed. In addition, the presiding judge in that case was offered an attractive job as FBI director in the midst of the trial. The offer came from Mr. Ehrlichman, who was responsible for supervision of the so-called plumbers, at a time when Ehrlichman knew about the break-in by the plumbers and presumably knew of its potential consequences. Dr. Ellsberg's right to a fair trial was also jeopardized by tactics that attempted to destroy his public image, discredit his associates, and attack publishers who printed the Pentagon Papers. One of the president's closest advisors has been sentenced to 1 to 3 years in jail for that tactic. The direct interference with a fair trial for the Watergate defendants has already been documented. In addition, those defendants were subjected to prejudicial public statements that they were third-rate burglars, blackmailers, and even double agents. The important point is that the accusations came from the White House, and that the White House was in a position to remove those labels by following its legal duty of providing all relevant evidence. Perhaps of even greater significance is the vast number of cases involving those accused of conspiracies against the United States. The improper use of wiretaps, agent provocateurs, and informers resulted in the dismissal of most of those cases. While this was not directly a focus of the Watergate investigation, it became relevant in examining the climate and attitudes that led to the Watergate plan. Criminal cases were not the only instances of due process violations. The fair and right and just application of our laws suffered when antitrust actions were generated on the basis of political considerations, when income tax audits were ordered because a newsman wrote an article the White House did not like, when an enemies list was compiled so that the laws could be applied more strictly or to the disadvantage of opponents, when White House staff members had access to FBI files pertaining to their own investigation, when they were given special treatment before a grand jury, when the intelligence gathered by the various agencies of our government was collected, evaluated, and distributed in apparent violation of the agency's statutes, when the military was used to spy on American citizens working for the Democratic Party. All of this violated the Fifth Amendment and, in some cases, the 14th Amendment. In the process, Watergate and its predecessor activities violated one of the broadest principles of our system of laws, a concept so fundamental that it is the basis of fully 1/4 of all litigation that comes before the Supreme Court of the land. This is apparently what happens when the witness, who was the Attorney General during most of that period, can be asked whether he exalted the political fortunes of the President before the President's responsibility to perform his constitutional duties to see that the laws are faithfully executed, and he responds, "I think that is a reasonable interpretation." End of section 32.